Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 787. When Li Longji's team was about to return to the capital, it was getting closer and closer to the new year. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who wanted to rest in the capital, had to separate from the team in advance and head to Jili province at the fastest speed. Li Xiaogu, the person with the highest status in Khitan, also went with them. Li Xiaogu didn't go with Zhang Xiaobao willingly. He counted the days and found that even if he went back, he couldn't make it in time for the new year. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could go back to Jili province on the 28th or 29th of December. If he wanted to go by land, he would have to go on the road. But he couldn't refuse Zhang Xiaobao's invitation. Zhang Xiaobao said, "The people of Jili province invite you to spend the new year together and improve communication between the two places." Wang Wan said, "You shouldn't hurt the good wishes of the people." Li Xiaogu had to go. He was afraid of giving Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan an excuse to send troops. He had seen the power of pistols before. Once the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office fought with Jili province, unless they didn't fight at close quarters, his people would fall like wheat being cut down. Not fighting at close quarters was in line with Wang Wan's fighting style. Light cavalry came and went like the wind. Even though Tu had repeatedly said that Wang Wan's method of battle was wrong, that she was always relying on luck to win by surprise, that this method of using troops would not last long, who would dare to use this kind of reason to prove that they could force Wang Wan to clash head-on with you? Li Xiaogu also wanted to see the development of Jili province. Everyone said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were amazing and built the place very well. Seeing was believing. The fleet moved quickly with the sails. Xiaobei and the others' days were as fulfilling as usual. They played games, studied, listened to stories, slept, and ate. Xiaobei, who had been promoted to a 5th-rank official, had to walk around every day. She wanted people to see her beautiful clothes to prove that she was a genuine 5th-rank official. She had a goldfish pouch on one side of her waist and a silverfish pouch on the other side. The goldfish pouch was allowed by Li Longji, so she could wear it even if her rank wasn't high enough. When it was time for them to reach the sea, Zhang Gang, who rarely came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, came over. He was Chang Hu's son. Zhang Feng followed behind him. Zhang Feng looked very shy and a little scared. "You two didn't sleep?" Wang Wan, who was discussing with Zhang Xiaobao how to organize activities in Jili province during the spring festival, stood them up and went to make arrangements first. When she saw the two kids, she pulled them into her arms and asked. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. She buried her head in Wang Wan's arms. Zhang Gang mustered up his courage and said, "Sister Cuckoo, I want to ask, is it true that powerful weapons make people powerful?" Hearing Zhang Gang's question, Wang Wan was stunned. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao came over, touched the little girl's head, and said, "It depends on the weapon. As long as it can't exterminate a whole family in one go, it may not be powerful. Even if it can break through a 1,000-man pistol team, your sister Wang Wan can still beat him without a pistol. Weapons are dead, people are alive. Don't always think about fighting. Those who are good at fighting have no outstanding achievements. The best generals are those who can subdue others without fighting. Is it like Sister Cuckoo now? Even if you don't beat people, people are still afraid. Is brother powerful or Sister Cuckoo powerful?" Zhang Gang was much more sensible now. He began to think about what he would do when he took over as the patriarch in the future. This was the result that Xiaobei always instilled in him. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything this time. He didn't want the little girl to be exposed to the darkness of human nature too early. Wang Wan said, "There is no one who is the most powerful. It only depends on who is more suitable. Now your brother Xiaobao is the most suitable. Can you recite the Tao Te Ching? Your brother Xiaobao can fight now. He is very good at fighting. War doesn't have to use force. Force is only a guarantee and a deterrent." Now the little girl couldn't understand. Wasn't war about killing people? How did it become about fighting without fighting? In order to make her understand as much as possible, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Who is the most powerful when you are together?" "Xiao Bei," the two little guys replied at the same time. "Why?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "She can make others stand with her. If anyone provokes her, she will not let others play with him." Xiao Gang had a deep understanding. "Did she beat you?" "No. This is what the art of war says. Attack one region together and get one person. Go back and think about how to deal with this situation. Okay, brother Xiao Bao, don't tell Xiao Bei. Otherwise, she will know in advance. She is very powerful." "Yes, Pinky, promise. Promise me for 100 years and you won't change." Seeing the two little guys leave one after the other, Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. "Xiao Bao, do you think we taught them too much? I don't know if it is good or bad. Who said that childhood can only be about not knowing anything? It's fine as long as they're happy. Protecting the peace of kind people requires someone to choose to scheme. There has to be someone who is evil. How they choose depends on their own development. And we can use the method of subduing the enemy without fighting this new year." Zhang Xiaobao looked in the direction of Li Xiaogu's cabin as he spoke. Li Xiaogu had no idea that someone was thinking about him, and in truth, he didn't need to know. He was currently very restless. As he traveled with the ship, he wanted to understand as much as possible about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, he realized that the more he knew, the more he would not be able to understand. He had seen Little Hai teach arithmetic to his younger siblings. Even he found it difficult to understand what he was talking about, but Little Hai seemed very relaxed when he was talking about it. When he asked Little Hai if he knew a lot, Little Hai's answer shocked him. At the time, Xiao Hai had told him, "The more you know, the more you discover your ignorance. When you can calculate the ends of the sea, there is still the starry sky." Li Xiaogu was frightened by these thoughts, and also by their age. If they knew so much at such a young age, wouldn't there be many more Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they got older? Was it not enough for the great Tang to have a pair? The Kitans could not find such children. "Come in." When Li Xiaogu was taking a nap, he was frightened by his dream and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't have time to wipe it and shouted to the outside of the cabin. The person in charge of protecting him opened the door and came in, saying respectfully, "Master, I'm here. Have you contacted the Commander-in-Chief's mansion?" Li Xiaogu dreamed that one day, countless troops of the Great Tang slaughtered the Kitans one by one with cannons like the Geely State's gunboats and pistols he saw on the road. After waking up from the shock, he remembered the situation in the Commander-in-Chief's mansion. "Yes, I'm about to tell you that they are doing well. Geely State has sent a lot of things, including oil, salt, silk, and even taught the local people how to build Kong beds. All of these are free of charge. There is also a large amount of food, which is sold to the Commander-in-Chief's mansion at a very low price." The guard told Li Xiaogu what he had just learned. Li Xiaogu picked up a cup of water and gulped it down. Only then did he feel that his throat was not so dry. He wiped his sweat and asked, "Did Geely State make any request?" "No." "Well, you can leave now." Li Xiaogu rubbed his head and watched the door close. He said to himself, "What do Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to do? Are they really kind and want to help the Commander-in-Chief's mansion? Be careful, you must be careful. Could to you, you are too strong. The Emperor of the Great Tang can't stand it anymore. Now he sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan here. I hope you can still deal with them." In the Commander-in-Chief's mansion of Song Mo, Kutuyu was also puzzled. Geely State had sent a lot of things recently. Except for the food that was sold at a very low price, the other things were free of charge. There were medicines for curing diseases, dry goods from the sea, and silk for making clothes. Although the silk looked a little worse and was damaged, it could be used to make things and could be used as money. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were afraid of him? It seemed impossible. There were 130,000 people and 10,000 soldiers in Jili state. It was better to expect the sun to rise from the west than to say that they were afraid of him. The price of food was too cheap. It was so cheap that a good fur could be exchanged for half a month's worth of food. It was so cheap that the labor required to grow the food here was not as good as hunting. He had to be careful not to let them drag the people in the commander-in-chief's mansion to Jili state. Thinking of this, Kutuyu suddenly shouted to the outside, "Someone, tell the people who know that all the things were sent here from Jili state not to spread it out." After the people outside answered, he looked at the bow hanging on the wall and shouted again, "Tell the people in charge that they don't have to rush to farm after the new year. Let them practice martial arts diligently. Let them go hunting and exchange more things with their prey." After the people outside answered again, Kutuyu suddenly opened his mouth and murmured, "Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, no matter what you two plan to do, and no matter how powerful others say you are, you will not get any benefits from me when you meet me." Humph. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet arrived at the port of Jili state on the night of the 27th of December, the news of the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Imo had spread to the capital. At the same time, the letters written by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had also arrived. When Li Longji saw that the people in the palace were handling the New Year's affairs, he first learned about the situation of the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Imo and called Gao Lishir to his side. "Lishir, do you know what Xiaobao and Cuckoo planned to do?" Gao Lishir had just received the letter sent by the pigeon and had just read it. He quickly replied to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the letters from Xiaobao and Cuckoo have arrived. They talked about this matter." "Tell me." Li Longji really couldn't understand how providing so many things to the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Imo would benefit Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wasn't this using his own money to raise thieves? "Your Majesty, Xiaobao mentioned in the letter that after the New Year's mansion of Song Imo will be renting a large amount of land to be used to grow whitecaps. When the time comes, the local people will be in charge. After the harvest, 1 gene of whitecaps can be exchanged for 10 gene of rice or wheat flour in Jili state. As long as the people who grow whitecaps hunt, they can also exchange for a lot of vegetable oil and salt." Gao Lishir replied. Without waiting for Li Longji to ask, he continued to speak. "Your Majesty, before the new year, sending good things to the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Imo is the third ring in the chain plan. This is to let the people of the commander-in-chief's mansion get used to using good things and getting used to living on warm Kong beds. They will know that the things in Jili state are better than those in their own commander-in-chief's mansion. After the new year is the fourth ring. When the rice is cheap, no one will plant it. When the oil is cheap, no one will plant beans. When the whitecaps are planted, they can be used for farming. Every month, they will be given food and leather to train the people, making them wild. When the whitecaps are harvested in the winter and are not exchanged, the people will be angry and warlike. They will be forced to fight. If they fight, Jili state's army will be formed. They will use chitin to train the soldiers as an excuse to attack. If they don't fight, they will lose the people's hearts. The people will be unstable and there will be no food. They will exhaust their bodies and weaken their will. Then, we will start the fifth ring and recruit the people into Jili state." Li Longji listened quietly. Although he had good willpower, he was still frightened by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. When Gao Lishir finished, he said, "So, Xiaobao and Cuckoo want to use their own food to dispel the people of the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Mo's mansion from farming. They want to waste their land and make them fight more with the wild beasts to make the people brave. When the whitecaps come out, they will cut off the food and force them to fight. Jili state has 10,000 soldiers and good weapons. However, if they want to fight, they can't take them down. If they don't want to fight, they can't stabilize their position unless they use the army to suppress them. This plan must be from Xiaobao. I can see that Xiaobao is more ruthless than Cuckoo. Cuckoo is a general and a commander-in-chief. She only knows how to use troops. Xiaobao is a master who kills without spilling blood." Sigh. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family are people of Great Tang. If they were in another country, how could Great Tang have peace? This matter must not be spread. I will wait for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to help me sort out the northern part of Hebei province. When the time comes, I will reward them handsomely. Your subject understands, Your Majesty. Just now, your subject heard that someone impeached Xiaobao and Cuckoo, saying that the two of them produced salt but did not use it for civil purposes. They used it to build a lake. I will wait for a memorial from the censorate after the new year. Gao Lisher nodded and then said something else. Chapter 788. Before the firecrackers sounded in Jili State, there was a heavy snowfall. Near the sea, the snowflakes fell and melted, melting and falling again. Finally, the surrounding seawater became cold and frozen. For the people in Jili State, this was the new year they looked forward to the most. Compared to the past, their lives were much better this year. The only thing they were worried about was their relatives who were soldiers outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not help them send letters to their relatives, nor did they have phones to call. Perhaps it was because the roads were difficult, so the people restrained themselves. They were not as anxious as the two of them when their relatives were not home for the new year. Every family was given things for the new year and wore new clothes. The 10,000 soldiers also finished their training. On the 30th, they were divided into several groups to protect the officials in the Yamen as they went to various places to pay their New Year greetings. In fact, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolling around the inner courtyard of their home. They were firmly on the path of being close to the people. The people who stayed up all night fell asleep on the morning of the first day of the new year. The air was still filled with the smell of sulfur and saltpeter left by the firecrackers. Finally done. This year's new year is really tiring. Wang Wan, who also returned home, lay on the Kong and felt the warmth of the Kong. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, who had closed his eyes. There is no way. We have to cultivate credibility. Even if we have to pretend once every year. Let's do it this year. When the local government is fully organized next year, let the local people work. From the 5th day of the new year, let them continue to paste paper boxes. We can't let the production and construction fall behind. We can't let the 15th day of the new year come. Zhang Xiaobao was exhausted. Even though he did not go too far to visit and only walked around the prefecture, it was difficult to walk. It was already dark at night and it was snowing. After walking for a few miles, he ran more than 10 kilometers and ate a lot of dumplings. On the way, he even found a chance to vomit twice. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat. Compared to the new year in Jili State, the people in the surrounding prefectures were not so happy, especially those who lived close to the prefecture. When they heard the firecrackers in Jili State, they thought that the people in Jili State could eat good fish and meat. It was inevitable that they felt unfair. On the 2nd day of the new year, some people used the excuse of visiting relatives to see how the people in Jili State celebrated the new year. However, they found that they were wrong. Some people who did have relatives walked for a day and arrived at their relative's house. Not only did they eat dumplings, but they also ate vegetables. Looking at the candy plate on the table, they secretly regretted not coming. When people in Jili province started to work, people in other places were still in various moods of celebrating the new year. Before the 15th day of the first lunar month, the good life in Jili province had been spread to the surrounding areas at the fastest speed. It was estimated that it would not take too long for the news to spread to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office and to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, leaving behind a foundation for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's future plans. The people in Beijing were obviously busier than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They needed to send gifts in return. The happiest people were Li Linfu and Cui Riji. The two of them finally returned to Beijing and did not have to stay in Xiankai County anymore. Cui Riji, who originally wanted to find trouble with Baoxin County, could only announce that his plan had failed. After the new year, people from Beijing would continue to be sent to Xiankai County to take over. There was also a county magistrate there to temporarily take over the work of the two people who left. County Magistrate Yen was in power. Just when he was happy that the imperial court would promote him to the position of county magistrate, the imperial court sent people to take away the seal in his hand. What they took away was not only the seal of the county magistrate, but also his official seal. He was indeed promoted to county magistrate, but not to Xin Kai County. He was the county magistrate of Ying County in Jili State, which was very close to the government office of the prefecture. Naturally, he did not know that this was because he did not work hard in the past year. During the new year, Li Longji, who was talking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, thought of County Magistrate Yen when he was recalling their backgrounds. He casually mentioned him, and his fate was decided. After packing his luggage and setting off with his family, County Magistrate Yen did not know what to feel. Being sent away was not a big deal, but what worried him the most was meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Back then, when the two of them were not in Baoxin County, he went to find He Wei to discuss making money. If he was remembered by the two of them, how could he live a good life? Hiding these thoughts in his heart and not letting his family know, County Magistrate Yen deliberately slowed down his journey. He could have taken the water route, but he insisted on taking the land route. He wanted to get through the time of his appointment and ask the imperial court to change his position. Even if he was punished and demoted, it was still better than going to Jili State. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that County Magistrate Yen had come, and they did not know that County Magistrate Yen was so afraid of them. Zhang Xiaobao continued to organize the production, and Wang Wan continued to train her soldiers. The ice was cut open, and people jumped in to swim until the end of March and the beginning of April. By that time, Empress Wang would be about to give birth. Wang Wan would send 1,000 people to sail northeast along the coast to see if they could reach North America. A warm wind blew, and the sea in Jili State opened. The fishermen who had been catching fish in ice caves in the winter did not care about the cold of spring. They boarded the fishing boats and went out to sea to continue fishing for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Should we go to Huaiyuan County? After seeing that Empress Wang is safe, Wang Wan felt that she had nothing to do, so she found Zhang Xiaobao, who was looking at a map. It doesn't seem to make any difference whether we go or not. Just stay here and wait for Empress Wang's child to be born. Let people keep her for 2 more months. I heard from my godfather that Li Longji wants to throw Empress Wang's child to our family. We have to be prepared in advance. Especially in the prevention of diseases. If his child dies here, no matter how magnanimous he is, it is impossible for him to not bear grudges. History is no longer the original history. We have created the future. Zhang Xiaobao still had things to do. If he listened to Wang Wan and went to Huaiyuan County, he would waste a lot of time. If he did not go, he would be separated from Wang Wan. Now, there was no good communication tool. If he thought of something, there was no one to help him plan. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao and nodded. Then I won't go either. I will accompany you to work on the spring plowing. We still have to build a beautiful house here. It will be more lively when the 2 little guys come. Disinfect the places that should be disinfected, and isolate the places that should be isolated. We will wait for them to come. Time passed quickly. Some people were looking forward to it, while some people were cursing. Finally, the cry of a baby came from Yawang Mountain in Huaiyuan County. Chapter 789. The Empress had given birth to a son. This was a big deal. It was much more important than the calf in Xiao Wuzi's house. The officials were silent. The news from the eunuch was that Empress Wang had given birth to a boy and a girl. After a while, a boy was born. Last year, the emperor wanted to dethrone Empress Wang. This year, 2 children were born. There was no big mistake. The empress's position was stable. The officials who were on Wu Huifei's side were scared. The officials who usually didn't help either side hesitated. The officials who were on good terms with Empress Wang began to think. The emperor's eldest son was Prince Qing, Li Tan. The crown prince was Li Ying. Would there be a change in the position? The officials had their own thoughts. Li Longji didn't think too much. He felt that Empress Wang, who seemed to have changed last year, was very good. Now, she had a son and a daughter. Li Longji was so happy that he didn't know how to express it. Your Majesty, now that the world is peaceful, the Empress can safely give birth to a son and a daughter. We should congratulate her. Gao Lisher knew which side Empress Wang was on. He usually didn't want to care about the affairs of the harem. At this moment, he had to help say something. If Wu Huifei gave birth to a son and a daughter, he would just congratulate her. Wu Huifei was too scheming. Empress Wang was different. She just wanted to protect her position and be good to the people of the harem. Li Longji tried to suppress the emotions in his heart and nodded. We should congratulate her. This matter will be left to the Ministry of Rights. The Minister of Rights, Su Yi, quickly agreed. He didn't care if the court meeting was still open. He hurriedly left to arrange the etiquette. Today's court meeting will be led by Minister Zhang. Li Longji had something on his mind. Seeing that there was no problem that he had to deal with today, he left with Gao Lisher. As soon as he came out, Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, Lisher, do you know how to raise the two sons of Huayuan? Your Majesty wants to put them beside Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I'm afraid that Empress Wang will miss her children. Gao Lisher already knew what the emperor was thinking. If the Zhang family and Wang family only had Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it would be a once in 100 years. There was no point in thinking too much about it. Geniuses were not that easy to come by. However, ever since he saw Xiao Bei and the others, things had changed. There were 9 of them in Xiao Bei's group. They weren't very old, but they were much taller than ordinary children. They were smart, lively, and sensible. Other than those children who were born with the ability to write, there were no other children of the same age who could compare to them. It could be said that each of them had their own strengths, and they did not lack basic skills. This showed that the Zhang family and the Wang family had a complete set of education methods. They were not natural talents, but the result of later teaching. If the children were placed with them, perhaps there would be another Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were proficient in both literature and martial arts. They could rule the country through literature and pacify the country through martial arts. No matter how good other people's children were, they were not as capable and considerate as their own children. That was why Gao Lisher said that. How could Li Longji not know what Empress Wang was thinking? She finally had a child, and no one could take the position of Empress away from her. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't, unless Empress Wang made a huge mistake. But was that possible? Previously, she had gone to Huayuan County. After returning, it was as if she had changed into a different person. She had become smarter and prettier. She was no longer the careless person she used to be. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find fault with her. She finally had a child, so wouldn't she have to keep him by her side all day long? But that wouldn't do. He was worried about putting other children in the hands of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After all, the two of them were only good to Empress Wang. He wanted to send the 2 children to learn some skills. Needless to say, they would be able to have the same skills as Xiaobao and Cuckoo when they were 10 years old. It would also be possible when they were 20 years old. Thinking of this, Li Longji gritted his teeth and decided, after I discuss with the Empress, Lisher can go and tell Xiaobao and Cuckoo to see what they plan to do. Yes, this official will do it immediately. Gao Lisher responded and strode away to write a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Go to Xingxing Palace. Li Longji said and took a deep breath. He felt that today's weather was very good. The people in power had their own thoughts. The ordinary people couldn't care about the matters of the court. They just wanted to have a better life. Now that food was cheap and they had a better life, they needed to ask for something else. The people didn't understand the construction of spiritual civilization and didn't think about it. They just wanted someone to inherit their family business and continue the family line. They wanted someone to take care of them when they were old. Empress Wang gave birth to 2 children on Yaowang Mountain. After some people spread the news that Zhang family and Wang family also had 3 twins spread like wildfire. Even if the boys weren't Zhang family and Wang family's children, the people still thought that they were related to Zhang family and Wang family. Now that Empress Wang also gave birth to 2 children, no one believed that it had nothing to do with Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, Yaowang Mountain and Dai Hospital, which were originally popular, became places that even more people yearned for. The first thing that spread in Jiangxi province was that Zhang family and Wang family had the treasured land of Yaowang Mountain, which was why they could give birth to 4 children at the same time. Yaowang Mountain was a good place to have children. People who had a little property all went to Yaowang Mountain to look for it, regardless of whether it was still warm or cold. People who used to live in Dai Sanatorium were even more concerned about Yaowang Mountain, which was not far away. Unfortunately, Yaowang Mountain was still under renovation and was sealed. Ordinary people weren't allowed to take half a step in. Even people from the palace had to be watched by the side and bathed and changed clothes before they could go in. This kind of thing could fool ordinary people, but it couldn't fool smart people. The sealing of the mountain turned out to be in preparation for Empress Wang's pregnancy and confinement. Everyone was so anxious that they scratched their heads, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for Empress Wang to finish her confinement quickly. Even if they couldn't go up the mountain, they could still walk around the foot of the mountain to get some of the immortal aura that came down from the mountain. For a while, the inns at the foot of Yaowang Mountain were full. Even the people nearby rented out their houses to people who wanted to have healthy children. They made a lot of money. The tour groups in the capital didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's instructions. They had already raised the price. Those who followed the tour group had to pay twice as much money as before. They could go to the place where Empress Wang stayed when she was pregnant. Those who didn't follow the tour group didn't have this treatment. Although people were cursing in their hearts, they still obediently sent the money up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had nothing to do in Jili province, also received the news that Empress Wang had given birth to twins. While they were happy for Empress Wang, they also received a letter from Gao Lishir. Xiaobao, Li Longji has decided to send the 2 children here. When are you going to pick them up? If you leave now, by the time you reach Yaowang Mountain, Empress Wang's confinement will have been over. I don't know if Empress Wang is willing to do so. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao liked children. No matter how many there were, as long as he could afford to raise them, he was willing to raise them. After reading Gao Lishir's letter, she asked. Zhang Xiaobao was still immersed in happiness. He had another child with a good relationship with him. The 2 little guys must be wrinkly, just like his younger brothers and sisters when they were young. After hearing Wang Wan say it twice, he finally reacted. He smiled happily and said, "Let's go now and bring them back. We'll raise them. Xiao Bei has a new younger brother and sister. Aren't we already prepared? At most, we'll let Empress Wang see her a few times a year. I don't dare to leave the 2 little guys in the palace. They'll be easily killed. Then let's go. I'll go with you. We'll take Xiao Bei and the others. Just treat it as a trip." Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's proposal and turned to find someone to make the arrangements. When the team was about to set off, County Magistrate Yan, who had deliberately arrived late, showed up. He was 13 days late and happened to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said without the slightest respect, "I came to take office. The road is difficult, so I'm late. Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang can write a petition to impeach me." He deliberately used such an attitude to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to make them angry and impeach him. Then he would be demoted and transferred to another place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. They knew that this person was sent by Li Longji to find them too easy. How could they let him go, even if Jili province didn't need him? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said to County Magistrate Yan in a very friendly manner, It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. The road this time is difficult and we know it very well. Don't worry about it later. There is no official in Ariang County at the moment. County Magistrate Yen can go there. I have something important to do with Army Adjunct Wang. In the future, County Magistrate Yen will have to take care of Ariang County. County Magistrate Yen was stunned. He was disappointed. He didn't expect that they wouldn't be angry when he arrived late. What should he do? While he was thinking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already set off with their younger brothers and sisters. Sir, are you going to take office? An advisor of County Magistrate Yan's family came over and asked. This advisor didn't have other skills, but he was full of evil ideas. Take office. Help me think of a way to make some trouble for them. This is not a safe place. County Magistrate Yen reluctantly accepted the result, but he was not reconciled. Chapter 790. The fleet went against the current. When they arrived at the capital and were about to head north, the little eunuch Luo Bin led a group of people to deliver a lot of things. He found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and whispered to them. When I came, His Majesty said that you two must ensure the safety of the little prince and the little princess. His Majesty will not send anyone to get close to them for any reason, unless he uses pigeons to send a letter to you two. Therefore, anyone who tries to get close to them for any other reason is to be killed, right? Zhang Xiaobao finished Luo Bin's words. Yes, it is for the two of you to consider. Yes, consider. Luo Bin nodded vigorously. He didn't feel any murderous intent from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he knew that the two of them would never be soft-hearted when they killed people. Seeing the people on the fleet change from the big boats to the small boats, he thought about it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Little Gongzi, the price of the blue sea silver sand has been decreasing recently. Between the clouds and the water is under a lot of pressure. If it weren't for the different reputations of Savant's Restaurant and Success House, it would probably be affected as well. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao took out a pearl and stuffed it into Luo Bin's hands. He said to him, Go back and tell adoptive father that there is no need to worry about this. Everything is under control. Yes, little Gongzi said that everything will be under control. Then, I will take my leave. After the exchange of things, Luo Bin stood on the shore and watched the small boats leave. He let out a sigh of relief and ordered, Come back with me. For 3 days, you are not allowed to contact anyone else. The small boats headed toward Huayuan on the newly cleared river. The cold wind whistled along the river. Xiaobei and the others, who wanted to see the scenery, had no choice but to run into the cabin to hide after they were blown to tears. They complained to each other about who suggested the idea of seeing the scenery. Wu Huifei finally couldn't help but make a move. Let's see how many people want to deal with us. They all show up together so that we can deal with them. Wang Wan climbed up to a special lookout stand on the boat. She used her binoculars to look at the surrounding terrain. She found that there was no ambush for the time being, so she climbed down and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face that was numb from the wind and nodded. Yes, it will come eventually. If we can't avoid it, we will face it head-on. Without competition, there will be no motivation. Let's see how Jianglan can develop the blue sea silver sand without losing money. Let's see how Song Jinggong will deal with it. Xiaobao, Jianglan won't leak the secret, right? What do you think Wu Huifei will do next? I don't think it's possible for her to just use the blue sea silver sand to deal with between the clouds and the water. Originally, she was going to use the sea between the clouds and the water to go against them, but in the end, the secret was exposed, and that plan was ruined. As Wang Wan spoke, she hugged Zhang Xiaobao and used Zhang Xiaobao to block the wind. The bank. She found someone to deposit so much money. Isn't it because she wants to withdraw it all at once in the most remote place of the bank? She wants to use this to attack me. Withdraw it, withdraw it. After this, the Great Tang Bank will be able to issue small amounts of large amounts of money. We must first take precautions against counterfeiting. At the foot of Yaowang Mountain, there was still a tide of people, waiting for the mountain to open. In a courtyard on the mountain, Empress Wang, who had just finished her confinement, held a wrinkled baby in each hand and fed him milk. Seeing the two little guys open their eyes, Wei, Empress Wang had a happy expression on her face. For her, these two children were not just flesh and blood. They were also the guarantee of her identity and status. In the future, she would count on these two children. Your Majesty, why don't you find a wet nurse? After all, the little prince and the little princess are two different people. Xiao Zhu rested her chin on her hand. Seeing the two little guys drinking milk, she was also happy. No need, this empress will feed them myself. Ordinary people can't feed these two children because they don't eat well. On Yaowang Mountain, this empress has been eating things that are good for milk recently. This empress can't feed them for long. Once Xiao Bao and Cuckoo arrive, they will have to go with them. Sigh. Empress Wang already knew the fate of the two children and was very reluctant to part with them. Xiao Zhu also felt sad. Your Majesty, why don't you let Xiao Zhu go with them? What's the use of you going with them? When it comes to taking care of children, there is no one in Great Tang who can do better than the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they are really raised in the palace, it is better to send them to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. As long as they can be like Xiao Bei, it is fine. Empress Wang thought of Wu Huifei's first child, Li Yi. She had taken good care of him, but he still died early. It was better to send him away. Xiao Zhu reached out to touch the little princess's face, but was blocked by the little princess's hand. She said, Your Majesty, the Zhang family and the Wang family are very capable. Shouldn't we let the little prince learn the way of the emperor? She said this very carefully. Her voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard from a distance. Empress Wang's expression changed immediately. After a while, she said, Now that the crown prince is here, there are other princes. My son shouldn't fight for it. A stable life is also a blessing. The way of the emperor is ruthless. Why? Empress Wang didn't doubt that the masters of the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't know the way of the emperor. Look at Xiao Bao's strategy, look at Cuckoo's method of control, and look at how Xiao Bei and the others were liked by the emperor. If they didn't know the way of the emperor, how could they be stable? Especially Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There were many things that they couldn't do, but they couldn't do. Plus, with the skills that she learned last time, who would believe that the masters of the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't know? Xiao Zhu felt a little regretful, but she understood that if one wanted to be a good emperor, he couldn't be a good man and a good father. Otherwise, which father would be willing to marry his daughter to someone else? In the eyes of the emperor, everyone could be used. Princess Donghua was originally going to be married to Li Xiaogu. Later, because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's stubbornness, she stayed. Li Xiaogu didn't dare to find trouble, but he suddenly kept silent. If it weren't for the two of them, Princess Donghua would have been married. Your Highness, it's better to let the Zhang family and the Wang family decide what the little prince and princess can learn. I heard that Wu Huifei wants to make a move on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I don't know what happened. She has already made a move. The price of the blue sea silver sand at Yaowang Mountain has been decreasing. Many people who were originally going to between the clouds and the water have been pulled over. It's all because of me. If Cuckoo hadn't found me back then, I might have been banished to the cold palace. Wu Huifei, I've learned a lot. Empress Wang only understood what the Taoist priest wanted to do later. She had almost experienced Wu Huifei's ability. She also knew the ability of Cuckoo's side. How could they predict so accurately? Your Highness, won't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo be at a disadvantage? Xiao Zhu was very worried. Chapter 791. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's journey was very smooth. No one suddenly jumped out to ambush them. Many officials from Yaozhou had come. The two of them were anxious to see the little ones and did not meet them. They only sent someone to deliver a letter to He, encouraging him. When the two of them arrived at Yaowang Mountain and saw Empress Wang, the two little ones were already sleeping next to each other. Just like watching rare animals, Xiaobei and the others looked at the little ones one by one. Their mouths were still moving while they were sleeping. So small. Xiaobei measured the two little ones' height with his hand. You're not big either. Xiao Yuan added. I'm still bigger than them. In the future, they'll be under my protection. No one is allowed to bully them. Xiaobei reached out and touched the little girl's mouth. The little one, whose mouth was still moving, turned her head towards Xiaobei's finger, wanting to suck on it. Empress Wang had people bring over a lot of food. She glanced at the two children and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a low voice, when are you leaving? Why don't you stay at Yaowang Mountain for a few more days? We'll leave after 2 days. We'll go to the capital with your majesty and take charge of the Tang Bank. Trouble is coming. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Empress Wang was reluctant to part with her children, but she had no choice. Empress Wang looked at her children again. After thinking for a while, she asked, is it Wu Huifei who's causing trouble for you? Blue Sea Silver Sand has stolen a lot of business from between the clouds and the water. She asked for it. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about Blue Sea Silver Sand. This summer, a new chain restaurant will appear. It will form a tripartite balance of power with Blue Sea Silver Sand and between the clouds and the water. They will compete and develop with each other. The trouble is with the bank. Someone is depositing a lot of money in the capital. Presumably, they want to go to the most remote Tang Bank to withdraw it. Zhang Xiaobao was telling Empress Wang some things. Empress Wang was not stupid. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's confident words, she immediately understood. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, why did you find yourself an opponent? The first is for balance, and the second is for progress. If one party is strong, they will lose the motivation to develop if they lack a sense of crisis. They are born in worries and die in peace and happiness. It's just that they are prepared for danger in times of peace. It's the same for business and politics. It's the same for one party and the other. Nothing in the world goes beyond that. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he dipped his hand into the tea and drew a Tai Chi diagram on the table. He said, yin and yang, blending with each other and moving with the momentum. Yang turns into yin, and yin follows yang. Just like a bicycle, it's the most stable when moving. Empress Wang nodded. Although she couldn't understand the deeper meaning, she knew the general idea. She seemed to be talking to herself, speaking of which, the harem should also be moved. Can the bank handle it? It's my fault for causing trouble for you too. If it weren't for this, why would Wu Huifei target you too? Wang Wan smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to think like that. Xiao Bao and I have been waiting for her to make a move. It's better for her to make a move than others. Sooner or later, there will be people who will cause trouble for the bank. It's better to do it in the open. After this, the bank can be stable for a long time. Really? Even though Empress Wang already thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could handle it, she still asked with uncertainty. Of course. Do they have names? Wang Wan replied with certainty. She turned her head to look at the two little guys sleeping there. Speaking of the children, Empress Wang's face showed a motherly smile. Yes, one is called Li Jun, and the other is called Pan. After this farewell, I don't know when I can see them again. Ah. Wait until Xiao Bao and I deal with the trivial matters in Jili province. In the future, we will be able to see each other at least twice a year. Nyang Nyang, don't worry. Jun, and Pan will not suffer any grievances at our place. At that time, I will find a wet nurse for them. The next time Nyang Nyang sees them, you will see two white and chubby little guys. Wang Wan knew that it was too cruel for any mother to let the children leave her side, but what could she do? Did she dare to leave the two little guys in the palace? The only thing she could do was to try her best to guarantee Ah. Fine, I will return to the capital with you the day after tomorrow. His Majesty has already sent someone to ask when we will return. It's on the way. The Commander-in-Chief of Song Mo's manor is very ambitious. You have opposed him time and time again. Be careful that he will do something bad to you. I know. He actually wants autonomy. It would be best if he becomes a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Then, he will gradually become independent. If he doesn't send troops, Xiao Bao will slowly deal with him. At that time, even if he wants to send troops, he will have no troops to send. If he is in a hurry to send troops, it will be even better. If he thinks that others can't do anything to him because of the advantage of the terrain, I will let him know what special jungle warfare is. If it really doesn't work, I will burn the mountains on his side. Wang Wan had never thought much of the Khitans. The main reason was that the Khitans were now divided into various tribes. The total population was not large. If they really fought, it would be enough to divide them. When the time came, they would send the Khitans to Shuzhou or Baoxin County. What kind of trouble could they cause? Empress Wang also knew a lot about war. Seeing Wang Wan's indifferent appearance, she reminded her with concern, "Cuckoo, be careful not to push him too far. He will take his tribesmen to the Turks. It is not good for our dynasty to send an army to attack the Turks. If he really dares to go to the Turks, it will be even better. I will fight the Turks as well. I am worried that I won't have a place to use my new weapon. How big is it? It will be good to know its weaknesses and strengths. It will increase the speed of research." As Wang Wan was speaking, Pan Er was woken up by Xiao Bei's kiss. She was sleeping comfortably. When she opened her eyes and saw that she didn't recognize anyone and that there was no one she could rely on, she opened her mouth and cried. Xiao Bei embarrassedly stuck out his tongue. Crying. "This child. Come, give her to me." Empress Wang smiled as she picked up her daughter. She shook her, coaxed her, and quickly fell asleep again. 2 days later, everyone set out. Empress Wang's group was not small. The people in charge of protection rode along the banks and following the flow of the river toward the capital. The people who had been waiting for a long time at the foot of Yawang Mountain finally let out a sigh of relief. Yawang Mountain was open. Everyone rushed over like a tide. Before Zhang Xiaobao's group reached the capital, there were fast horses coming from downstream. They found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were with Empress Wang, and reported, "Young master, young lady, there is news from Suzhou. There is a run on the Great Tang private bank. The private bank is currently mobilizing cash. Between the clouds and the water and sea and clouds have already prepared to take action." Got it. They actually ran to Suzhou. I thought they would go somewhere else. Hurry up and tell the Suzhou Money House to release the news of free deposits. There will be no processing fees for people depositing and exchanging money. Chapter 792. In the Suzhou government, Wu Feng, who was riding a fast horse at a speed of nearly 800 li, was not in the mood to swim in Lake Tai, let alone have the time to taste the prawn rake. With a pile of documents on him, he impatiently went to the Great Tang Bank in the Suzhou government. He took out the 1.5 million strings of coins and let the people of the bank verify it. According to the rules, those who asked for more than 50,000 strings of coins would have to wait 3 days before they could pay. He then found an inn not far from the bank and stayed there. When he found the innkeeper, he didn't say anything. He used a copper coin to arrange a pattern of the Big Dipper on the table. After the innkeeper personally poured half a cup of tea for him, he asked, "Do you have autumn crabs?" "Sir, you came at the right time. During the spring plowing, the autumn crabs are fat." "Sir, how many would you like to eat?" The innkeeper replied. "Give me half to try first." Wu Feng followed. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll be right there," the innkeeper said as he filled the cup and bowed to leave. Not long after, the door opened and a middle-aged man wearing a silk headscarf came in. He looked back and carefully closed the door. He moved closer to Wu Feng and said, "Third steward, you've come. Are there any orders from above?" "Yes, it's time to act." "How much money do you have here?" Wu Feng originally did not want to use the power here. But after he showed the documents and had them verified by the people of the Great Tang Bank, the other party did not show any signs of difficulty. He had no choice but to prepare another hand. As for the title of third steward, he had just gotten it last year. The main reason was because he contacted the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road to open the Blue Sea Silver Sand. The middle-aged man poured himself a cup of tea and raised it to reply, "Third steward, we only pulled in 400,000 strings of coins and promised many benefits to others. How much money can be used in the capital? 400,000 strings of coins." "Yes, that's about right. After 3 days, withdraw a small amount." The capital borrowed 1.5 million strings of coins, and the storage fee was paid by the Wu family. "Starting tomorrow, send people here to spread the news that the Great Tang Bank has no more money. If the money deposited is not withdrawn, then not a single coin can be taken back. After this matter is settled, you can return to the capital this year." Wu Feng did a rough calculation and was afraid that the Great Tang Bank still had the ability to pay 1.9 million strings of coins, so he suggested this method. "Don't worry, third steward. I will definitely muddy the waters." Hearing that there was a possibility of returning to the capital, the middle-aged man was very excited. The capital was good, people who could stay in the capital were not willing to go elsewhere. The next day, the originally calm Suzhou became restless. The people in the spring plowing did not consider the news circulating in the city. They did not have enough money to deposit in the money house for people to collect storage fees. But those who had businesses were different. They were always afraid of losing money if they kept it at home. Since the appearance of the Great Tang Bank, they found that the storage fee they paid each year was not much. It was basically the same as what they used to store the silk at home. In this way, these people could deposit their money in the Great Tang Bank and not worry about it being stolen. Now that he heard someone say that the Great Tang Bank had run out of money, at first he didn't believe it, but then he decided that he would rather believe it than not. He was prepared to withdraw the money first. After this storm passed and he found that the money was fine, it wouldn't be too late to deposit it. The steward of the Great Tang Bank in the Suzhou government saw the line of people coming to withdraw money and immediately became anxious. "What should we do? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought to participate in that training, and I wouldn't have spent so much effort to become a steward." The steward understood that this was the bank run that the teacher had mentioned during the training. After collecting deposits and lending money, the most frightening thing was for the depositors to come to the line to withdraw money because they did not trust them. One of his assistants was also anxious and suggested, "Stewardly, why don't we tell the people withdrawing money that they can't withdraw money this month and have them wait a month? At that time, the money from other places will be able to come." Stewardly glared at the assistant. "Then other places will immediately get the news and more people will go to withdraw money. What will the Great Tang Bank do? Hasn't the news already been sent out to the steward? The steward will have a way. Give it to the people withdrawing money. Send people to transport the money and let them see if the Great Tang Bank still has money." The assistant nodded helplessly and ran to arrange for people to withdraw money from the warehouse. Then, he looked at how much the person withdrew and divided the silk and copper coins according to 40 to 60. He knew that the steward was the young master of the Zhang family. He hoped that this time, the young master of the Zhang family could still be as magical as before and do things well. Because of the silk and copper coins, it was troublesome to withdraw money. Whether the people who withdrew money in small amounts or directly withdrew money in small amounts, the bank would not compensate them. Some people did deposit money in small amounts and withdraw money in small amounts. When they withdrew money, it would be 150 copper coins. When they withdrew money, it would be 150 copper coins. In this way, a bolt of silk would be worth 200 copper coins. They could not break the silk, so they could only pay with copper coins. In this way, the silk would be left in the bank. It was not easy to preserve silk. As long as it was in the hands, it would depreciate. Fortunately, the copper coins themselves were not worth the monetary value they represented. Therefore, there were people who privately minted coins. The copper coins transported from Shinlua, Japan, and Shinyuan Island were all made into copper coins to offset the depreciation of the silk. Soon, cart after cart of copper coins were pushed to the front of the shop. Manager Li wanted to shout to the people in line to withdraw money, "You don't have to worry about the Great Tang Bank not being able to take out the money." However, he was worried that someone would use such words to say that the bank was stubbornly holding on, so he could only use practical actions to give people a hint. As usual, the money was taken away by people. Carriages after carriages of money were brought over. Even if Manager Li was anxious, he didn't show it. He always wore a smile on his face as he sent away the people who came to take the money one after another. From morning until noon, the people of the bank gave the money very quickly and did not have the slightest intention of stalling. This made the people who were still in line to withdraw money unconsciously change their minds. At this time, the people arranged by Manager Li spread the news in the crowd. "Let's not withdraw money. Someone must be spreading rumors that the Great Tang Bank has no money. Look, if there is no money, how can they keep pulling money out? If there is no money, how can they not be anxious? It's noon, time to go back and eat. I'll look again and pull money out again. I won't withdraw money either. It's all my wife's fault. She forced me to come here. She didn't think about who opened the Great Tang Bank. That is the current emperor. How can the emperor not have money? AI. You've wasted my time." That's right. Even if we can't withdraw money now, it's not that the Great Tang Bank doesn't have money. It's just that they lent the money to others to collect more interest and can't move it away. If the Great Tang Bank was only in Suzhou, then we should withdraw money. But how many banks does Great Tang have now? I won't withdraw money either. All kinds of voices like this sounded in the crowd, causing the people who were still waiting to withdraw money to be moved. They hesitated, not knowing if they should continue withdrawing money. After noon, the people withdrawing money suddenly decreased by a lot. When it was almost night time, the withdrawal rate had basically returned to normal. Manager Li and the people of the bank heaved a sigh of relief, but Wu Feng was worried again. The plan was about to succeed, but in the end, the people arranged by the bank said that the bank run was gone. How could this work? That night, he called the middle-aged man over, and the two of them discussed while eating. "Third steward, according to your thoughts, can the Great Tang Bank in Suzhou still pay 1.9 million strings of cash? It's not a small amount. If it's not too much, then we should wait to prevent people from finding out." The middle-aged man was a bit worried. If he continued to send people to spread the news about the Great Tang Bank, once someone found out, it wouldn't just be his side that would be in trouble. If the emperor knew that it was Wu Huifei who did it, no matter how much he doted on her, he would vent his anger on her. How could Wu Feng not understand this point? If it was someone else supporting the bank, he wouldn't care. 1.9 million strings of cash, there weren't many places that could take it out at once, especially Suzhou. The people here had borrowed a lot, so the bank shouldn't have much money left. But today's opponent was Zhang Xiaobao. Who dared to underestimate him? Those who underestimated him didn't have a good ending. Even if they didn't underestimate him, those who went against him also didn't have a good ending. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't come over, he wouldn't have chosen Suzhou. Otherwise, if he was in Suzhou, he wouldn't have dared to come here. Some people's existence was a legend. Thinking like this, Wu Feng said to the middle-aged man, "This is the last time. Find someone reliable to do it. Don't give yourself away. If they really find out that you're here, we'll take good care of your family." The middle-aged man's expression changed. He nodded and said, "Understood. If they find me, then everything will be cut off. I'll immediately go back and arrange it." The next day, Suzhou, which was about to return to peace, had a new wave. It was rumored that the emperor wanted to use troops against Tufan and Tujue at the same time. Even after taking out all the money in the national treasury, it still wasn't enough. He forcefully transferred money from various banks. The banks were already empty. If they didn't withdraw money now, once the emperor lost, there wouldn't be any money left. When one person said this, others didn't care. More and more people said it. It made those who didn't believe it couldn't help but doubt whether or not it was true. At this time, the Suzhou government began to send bailiffs to arrest people. How terrible. Letting people casually spread rumors. Not only would the emperor be angry, but what would Tufan and Tujue think if they acted too late? Once they were arrested, it became even more chaotic. Some people began to suspect that this was an attempt to seal the mouth. They increasingly felt that the emperor wanted to send troops. Furthermore, the national treasury had no money and was transferring money from the banks. A new line appeared in front of the banks, waiting to withdraw money. Just as shopkeeper Li was feeling anxious, the urgent letter that Zhang Xiaobao had sent someone to deliver finally arrived. Looking at the contents of the letter, shopkeeper Li's heart finally settled down. He immediately had someone post a notice outside according to what was written in the letter. Is there no money? An illiterate commoner saw the notice and anxiously asked around. A literate person went over to take a look and said to the people around him, "Good news, great news. The emperor said that the national treasury is now full and the 4 seas are at peace. Therefore, the Great Tang Bank will remove the service fee for people who have previously deposited money after 1 month. The new people who deposit money will only have half of the original amount. When summer comes, the Great Tang Bank will completely remove the service fee. Also, starting from today, the interest on loans will also be reduced. The conditions for loans will also be slightly relaxed. In the future, more people will be able to borrow money. Good news, great news." Hearing the literate person's words, the people who wanted to withdraw money were confused. Who was the one who said it? If the bank was deliberately deceiving people, then the bank should not have relaxed the conditions for loans and reduced the interest when the bank ran out of money. Could it be that the bank really did not lack money? Someone in the crowd began to speak. Don't withdraw money. If you withdraw money and deposit it again, although it will be half of the previous service fee, it will not be as good as when there was no service fee in the beginning. Don't withdraw money, the emperor will not deceive us. I also won't withdraw money. Who knows, there might be something good waiting for us. It must be that the person who started the rumor knew in advance that the emperor was going to do this, so they came to take advantage of it. That's right, the person who started the rumor should be caught and beheaded. It's really too deceptive. I already withdrew 30 strings of cash yesterday. I've lost money, lost a lot. The crowd dispersed again. This time, no one continued to spread the rumor. Many of the people who started the rumor were arrested. They all said that they heard it from other people in the inns and restaurants. At the moment, it was really hard to find who started it. They could only be locked up for a few days and released when the time came. Third steward, is there such news from the capital? Did the emperor really say that? The middle-aged man found Wu Feng with lingering fear. What does it have to do with the emperor? The person who is really in charge of the Tang Bank is Zhang Xiaobao. Whatever he says is what it is. What a fast speed. I just made my move and he already knew. I wonder if he can still take out the remaining one. 9 million strings of cash. Wu Feng did not have any confidence in his heart. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao go to Huayuan County to pick up the child? How could he still manage Suzhou? The third day came. The middle-aged man first had someone withdraw the 400,000 strings of cash he had saved, promising that person many benefits. After all, this interest had to be taken by himself. Otherwise, the other person did not need to pay the service fee. If he still wanted them to pay more, they would not do it. Following that, Wu Feng also found the Tang Bank and wanted to take his 1.5 million strings of cash. Seeing Steward Li, the other party's one sentence scared Wu Feng silly. Third steward, the money you asked for has been prepared. Come with me to get it. Steward Li said politely. Just this one sentence made Wu Feng feel cold from head to toe. He knows, he really knows. It was not a fake name that I gave, nor did he say my real name. Instead, he called me the Wu family in the capital. What should I do? What should I do? Will the Empress's side be? Wu Feng's vision turned black and his ears rang. Even when Steward Li touched him, he did not feel anything. He only felt that his whole body was numb and did not have an ounce of strength. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not lack clothes, for a mother, it was better to make clothes herself than others. Seeing that the emperor had arrived, she arranged for people to prepare food and wine while coming to serve him. Seeing that the emperor's complexion was not good, she asked with concern, "Your Majesty, is there something troubling you in the imperial court?" What can happen in the imperial court? Now that the national treasury is full, it's the bank that's in trouble. Li Longji had only seen his newborn son and daughter once. Now that he came to Empress Wang's place, he thought of how the two of them smiled when they saw him. His mood improved a lot. "Your Majesty, could it be that Xiao Bao got into trouble?" Empress Wang already knew what was going on. If it was in the past, she would have directly said it. Now, she was smarter. Li Longji waved his hand. What trouble could Xiao Bao get into? With him there, the bank has nothing to worry about. It's consort Huifei. She actually made a move behind the scenes. She had people deposit a large sum of money in the capital and then ran to the farthest bank in Suzhou to get it. This is called running on the bank. Your Majesty, perhaps consort Huifei's younger sister has a proper use. If she really wanted to go to the farthest place, wouldn't it be better to go to Jiannan Circuit? Empress Wang explained. What use does she have? She didn't go to Jiannan Circuit because of the reputation that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made there, as well as the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Moreover, the road there is difficult. Otherwise, she really would have gone to Jiannan Circuit. Li Longji's heart was like a mirror. How could he not know the reason why consort Huifei made a move on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? At this time, the palace maids had already placed the wine and dishes on the table. Empress Wang poured wine for the emperor and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. With Xiao Bao there, nothing will happen to the bank." Naturally, Xiao Bao wrote a letter to Lisher a few days ago, saying that the increase of the capital's deposit was abnormal. He made arrangements early on. What if it was someone else? What would happen? Would anyone have Xiao Bao's ability? When Li Longji thought of the letter that Gao Lisher had received, he couldn't help but admire the experts of the Zhang family. Xiao Bao, who had been taught by them, was actually able to see the signs of the increase of the capital's deposit. This ability was extraordinary. Empress Wang picked up a piece of cucumber for the emperor and drank a small cup with him. She continued to persuade, "Your Majesty, consort Huifei's actions are also good." Good in what way? Li Longji had thought that Empress Wang would add fuel to the fire. He didn't expect that she would actually speak up for consort Huifei. Your Majesty should think this way. This time, consort Huifei was testing the Tang Bank. Xiao Bao handled it well. Even if she really couldn't control it at that time, consort Huifei will deposit the money back into the bank. She won't ruin Your Majesty's plans. This concubine can guarantee. With this, Your Majesty's heart will be at ease. Xiao Bao has done a good job in handling the malicious deposit and withdrawal of funds from other places. It's better than other people or countries with bad intentions. It's also good for the people participating in the training to have an intuitive impression. According to this concubine's words, consort Huifei's actions are like an adult deliberately making things difficult for children in order to train them. Your Majesty also made things difficult for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The two children said that when they wanted to go to Jili province, they had to go around in circles. If Pan, and the others weren't with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this concubine also wanted to make things difficult for them. Empress Wang tried her best to excuse Consort Huifei. It wasn't that she didn't want to beat Consort Huifei to death with a stick. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be beaten to death. Rather than that, it was better to curry favor and let the emperor see her magnanimity as the leader of the harem. Li Longji actually just wanted to find a way out for himself. When he heard Empress Wang's words, he felt happy in his heart and deliberately put on a straight face. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have lied to us time and time again. Those officials who didn't know the reason thought that we couldn't compare to the two children. Now you know, it's because the two children aren't ordinary. When our June, and Pan, are older, they can also learn good skills. Your Majesty, this concubine still has something to say. Although Consort Huifei tested Xiao Bao once, she still has to be punished in the harem. This concubine has decided to punish Consort Huifei with half a year's monthly allowance. What does your Majesty think? Empress Wang continued. Punishment, punishment. Come, drink with us. Let's sleep here tonight. When Li Longji heard that it was only half a year's allowance, he happily agreed. Chapter 793. In these few days, Wu Huifei did not have an easy time. The emperor had been staying with Empress Wang. Although Empress Wang had just returned from Huayuan, it was not to the extent that she would not come to see her. It was not until Wu Feng deposited the money again and ran back to the capital like an emergency report that Wu Huifei knew the situation was troublesome. She waited anxiously for the emperor's punishment. In the end, all she got was a punishment of half a year's salary. The reason was that she had taken something from the palace to be sold. This was natural. To raise money to deal with Zhang Xiaobao, the Wu family had to contribute money and strength. Just the service fees for other people were not small. There was also the intelligence personnel running back and forth, as well as the various gatherings held to win people over. It was all money. Temporarily relieved, Wu Huifei looked at the flowers blooming as the warm wind blew. She asked the serving girl beside her, "Is there any news from home?" "Your Highness, Wu Feng fell ill as soon as he came back. The doctor has seen him and said he was frightened. He will be fine after a few days of rest." Wu Feng said he thought of a good idea to make the Tang Bank compensate, especially after waiving all service fees. However, he did not dare to do it again for fear of losing his head. The serving girl replied and put a small foot warmer by Wu Huifei's feet. The foot warmer was marked with the authentic symbol of Hai Yunjian. Wu Huifei had long been used to using things from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Even if she hated them to death, she would not go against them in terms of enjoyment. Hearing the serving girl's reply, she nodded and said, "He was frightened. He must have been frightened in Suzhou. Let him tell us the plan. This time, there is no need for him to do it. If it were Wu Yu, I don't believe that Zhang Xiaobao, who is busy with the matter of accumulating benefits while also being busy with business and taking care of Empress Wang's two evil children, can still find time to deal with one attack after another." "Yes." The serving girl turned and left. Another serving girl took her place and stood by Wu Huifei's side to serve. The news quickly spread to the outer house. After Wu Feng, who was lying on the sickbed, heard it, he sighed helplessly and called Wu Yu over to warn her. "This time, we have to be extremely careful. If we use copper coins to exchange for silk, we can suppress the price of the silk. Then we deposit the silk in the bank and withdraw it from the bank. Then the bank will have more silk and less copper coins. Then we will use copper coins to exchange for silk. After a few rounds, we will have more money and the bank will have more silk." Wu Yu nodded. "I know. It's just using money to bargain for the silk. You deposit the silk in the bank and then withdraw the money. You can earn money every time. I can do it." When Wu Feng saw Wu Yu's nonchalant expression, he became even more anxious and said, "It's easy to do, but difficult to hide." "What's so difficult about it?" "I won't be in a hurry to withdraw the money. I'll prepare more money to exchange for silk. When the time comes, I'll withdraw the money bit by bit. It will take 3 months. After accumulating a few times, I'll withdraw it all at once. Wu Yu felt that she finally had a chance to go out and do something. She was very excited. It could be said that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. Wu Feng regretted telling her the plan. He gestured for Wu Yu to sit on the bed and said weakly, "Don't underestimate Zhang Xiaobao. Those who underestimate him are all dealt with by him. Don't tell me you didn't see anything from this confrontation." "See what?" "Zhang Xiaobao discovered our actions, but we still won. The imperial concubine didn't suffer any losses, but Zhang Xiaobao caused the bank to lose a portion of its income. The first person to deposit money will not be charged, and after a while, the rest of the people who deposit money will not be charged either. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is, won't he still be at a disadvantage?" Wu Yu carefully analyzed the situation and thought that she had taken advantage of Zhang Xiaobao. Thinking that she was about to use the silk to exchange for money, she said, "When I get a certain amount, I'll tell others about this method. Let's see how Zhang Xiaobao will deal with it." Wu Feng felt that he had lost even more strength. He looked at Wu Yu resentfully and forced himself to sit up. He felt a buzzing in his head and almost fainted. He leaned against the wall beside the bed and said to Wu Yu, who had a concerned expression, "Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care about the imperial concubine at all. It's like an adult looking at a child playing a trick. After easily resolving it, he goes back to doing what he should do. The method that we thought of is a joke to Zhang Xiaobao. Do you really think that he didn't want to charge a deposit fee because he couldn't think of any other method? That was because all the banks of the Great Tang worked together and were not affected at all. If he really thought of it on the spur of the moment, how could he make all the banks so stable? This means that he already had such a plan, but he didn't use it. He just happened to use it when we made a move. I'm really worried that the plan of exchanging silk for money will be affected in the same way. You must be careful. One step at a time. Don't be reckless." "Really?" "Yes, I will be careful," Wu Yu said with uncertainty and promised. The sound of the waves and the clear blue water. Zhang Xiaobao, who had already returned to Jili province, began to instruct his subordinates to get busy with the spring plowing. This year was the same as last year. They would plant more soybeans and less rice. Only when the problem of the river was solved could they plant all rice. Soybeans were good and the land was good. As for the yield, it wasn't important. The tax paid last year wasn't much. It was just a formality. The surrounding provinces were the same. The Anong Protectorate had paid most of its taxes. The Raola Commandery, Songma Commandery, and Bohai Commandery were still stubbornly holding on. They weren't willing to set the precedent. Once they paid the tax, they would acknowledge Li Longji's absolute rule. This was different from paying tribute. Wang Wan wasn't ready for war yet. She continued to train her army and looked forward to the opportunity of a small-scale battle. She could use it to train her soldiers. Soldiers who had never seen blood would always be new recruits. Besides the daily tasks, Xiaobei and the others now had one more thing to do, which was to watch their younger brother and sister. The two little guys cried for a few days after leaving their mother. Later, they gradually got used to it and were fine. Usually, they drank milk and slept. Occasionally, when they were awake, they would open their eyes and look at the world curiously, alternating between crying and laughing. Why are they crying and laughing at the same time? Xiaobei propped his chin on his hand and asked curiously. Xiao Zhu was drawing the two little guys with her brush. Even though the drawing didn't look like them, she was still very serious. Danan and Xiao Nan did not know how to answer, so they remained silent. Zhang Cheng, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Fong were also attracted by Xiaobei's question and were thinking hard. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, continued to mumble various mathematical terms. Only Xiao Yuan was holding a cup of honey water. From time to time, he would take a sip, looking like an old scholar. Occasionally, he would pluck a sentence or two from a book to show his erudite memory. The two little guys were the ones to answer Xiaobei's question, their mouths making vague sounds. It wasn't until a ray of sunlight shone in that the room returned from its previous tranquility to liveliness. Zhang Xiaobao had brought his medical doctor over to see the two little guys. Just like Xiaobei and the others, they had to be examined once a day to avoid any unexpected consequences. Xiaobei watched the medical doctor examine the two little guys. He pulled on his brother's clothes and asked the same question again. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment. He didn't say that crying and laughing were the easiest actions for people to express their emotions. Instead, he said to Xiaobei, because when they were born into this world, they knew that there would be both happiness and disaster in a person's life. Oh. So that's how it is. Then, should we not cry when we encounter sad things in the future? Should we just smile all the time? Xiaobei seemed to understand a little, but it also seemed like he didn't completely understand. Cry when you need to, laugh when you need to. Shouldn't Xiaobei also be examined today? Zhang Xiaobao said as he patted his sister's head. Xiaobei nodded vigorously. Yes, once every 3 days. Exactly 3 days. Brother, when will Xiaolu be back? Soon. He should be back in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao looked to the north as he spoke. He didn't know if the people he had sent to the Mo last year had adapted. According to the estimation of the distance, they should have returned by now. It was probably because the road was difficult to travel and they were delayed on the road. This time, not only did they have to bring back a large amount of ginseng, but they also had to bring back ferrets and various local animals and plants that they could encounter on the road. They would artificially breed those that could be bred. As for those that couldn't be bred, they would see if they could be processed to find a better market. Then I'll wait a little longer. They said that there's going to be a war here. Is that true? Are you afraid? No. Even if there is a war, it will be far from here. No one will dare to come here. I'm not afraid. I still have a tripping rope. Brother, I'm all grown up. Can I have a servant? A 5th rank official? Xiaobei recalled the time when he was rejected when he asked for a servant. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Xiaobei, you have to find a servant yourself. I won't give you the money to support the servant. Have you thought about where to find a servant with your salary? Yes. I'll tell you when the time comes. Xiaobei shook his head as if he had won a victory. At this time, the doctor finished examining the two little guys. Little young master, everything is normal. Do you want to examine Xiaobei and Xiaobei? Yes, check. They have eaten a lot of candy recently. See how their teeth are. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. While Jili province was peaceful, everywhere between the clouds and the water and Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was in chaos. Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was in a price war. The price of wine and dishes dropped again and again, snatching a lot of business from between the clouds and the water. Just when everyone thought that between the clouds and the water would also lower the price, between the clouds and the water suddenly increased the price of wine and dishes. Many female waitresses were hired to be in charge of welcoming and delivering customers. The interior of the restaurant was reduced, but there were some extra things in the middle. For example, a small bridge over flowing water and a reflection of the moon in the pond were all made in the restaurant. As a result, people who paid attention to this matter found that not only did the business between the clouds and the water not decrease, but more rich people were willing to go between the clouds and the water. It seemed that eating between the clouds and the water was better than eating there. Some people who knew about this were happy, while others were very angry. Wu Huifei naturally belonged to the angry group. She originally planned to use the merchants of Jiangnan East to weaken between the clouds and the water, but who knew that it would become between the clouds and the water? She immediately sent someone to tell Wu Feng to think of a solution. Wu Feng's illness was more or less healed, but he was still a little weak. He got up and found Jiang Lan to discuss with her. Manager Wu, why are you looking for me? Jiang Lan asked after the two sat down in the study. What else can it be? Between the clouds and the water didn't lose money, but earned more. This is different from what we thought at first. Can you think of another way? Wu Feng was a little helpless when he received this task, so he asked Jiang Lan when he got someone to send tea and snacks. Jiang Lan frowned when she heard that. She thought for a while and said, "This is not easy. The person behind Between the Clouds and the Water is Song Jinggong, the #1 person on the top list of billionaires. If you want to compete with him in business, first of all, it is troublesome to calculate, and second, you don't have enough money." "You don't have money?" Wu Feng asked. "Yes, but we can't spend all of it on opposing the Shuiyun Club. Right now, we can't lower the price any further. This won't work against the Shuiyun Club. All of the merchants of the Jiangnan East Road added together will only be able to match the wealth of the Zhang and Wang families. The Zhang and Wang families have a lot of money. If we really go all out, we'll be losing 800 of our own men. Manager Wu, you can't expect us to go all out against Zhang family and Wang family, can you? When we first came here, we said that we would make money. Now that we have invested more and earned less, we can't afford to go all out." Jiang Lan looked like she was deceived, as if she was complaining and helpless. Wu Feng also looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't care. After all, a portion of the merchants of Jiangnan East, led by Jiang Lan, had already boarded the pirate ship. Hearing Jiang Lan's complaints, he asked, "Then what should we do now? We can't just watch Between the Clouds and the Water grow stronger again. Now that things are like this, since we are going to go against Between the Clouds and the Water, then we can't be the only ones doing the work. Don't tell me that no one hates Between the Clouds and the Water. Why don't we find more people and join forces? I'll think of a way to distribute a portion of the business to those who are willing to join forces." Jiang Lan pondered for a moment and suggested. "That's fine, I'll go and contact them now. When the time comes, I'll let Zhang Xiaobao know the consequences of offending the Empress." Wu Feng agreed and picked up his teacup again. Jiang Lan also drank a mouthful of tea, put down the teacup, and left. Wu Feng, on the other hand, began to busy himself with roping in other people, wanting to deal with Between the Clouds and the Water together. A few days later, Wu Feng found Jiang Lan again and brought her to a courtyard. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the courtyard, each of them forming a circle and chatting happily. The moment Wu Feng entered the courtyard, everyone came forward to greet him. Come, let me introduce someone to everyone. The owner of the Jade Sea Silver Sands, Jiang Lan, owner Jiang. Everyone, please take a look. Owner Jiang, this is Golden Wave Pavilion's owner Feng, this is Treasure House's owner Zheng, this is Tasting Tea Garden's owner Wang, and this is... Wu Feng began to introduce everyone. Compared to Jiang Lan's Jade Sea Silver Sands, the other people's properties were much lesser. If they didn't gather everyone together, they really wouldn't be able to cooperate with the Jade Sea Silver Sands. The merchants looked at Jiang Lan and felt conflicted. They were jealous of Jiang Lan's Jade Sea Silver Sands, but they also admired it. None of them knew what to say. Fortunately, Wu Feng was in the middle of it. Gradually, the distance between everyone and Jiang Lan was shortened. Wine and dishes were served, and everyone began to eat. They talked about the wind and the moon, and talked about the north and south of the country. It wasn't until night time when the banquet was removed and replaced with tea and fruits that Wu Feng began to talk about the main topic. "Everyone, I'm sure you all understand in your hearts that I've called you here today, and that is to work together to deal with Between the Clouds and the Water. As everyone knows, Between the Clouds and the Water has been snatching other people's business all these years. There's the tavern, the dock, and the supermarket, squeezing the original merchants until there's no space left. If they continue to develop, how can we survive?" Manager Wu's words are correct. Jiang Lan echoed. "My people from Jiangnan East came here just to earn some money, but Between the Clouds and the Water immediately started to suppress us. If we don't do anything about it, there will be endless trouble in the future. We should work together." The merchants immediately followed suit, saying that Between the Clouds and the Water was not good. They didn't dare to directly mention the Zhang family and the Wang family, afraid that someone would betray them and let Zhang family and the Wang family know about it. They only targeted between the clouds and the water, which was a business transaction, so they didn't have to worry about the Zhang family and the Wang family using other means. Although they said that, many people understood that it wasn't between the clouds and the water that went overboard, but that they didn't seize the opportunity. When between the clouds and the water expanded, it was always the merchants in the same industry who asked about cooperation. It was only after some people read the contract that they thought that they could get more benefits, and even hoped that after between the clouds and the water came over, they would not cooperate with them and would instead benefit from the cooperation. In the end, they saw what it meant to be a fierce dragon crossing the river. None of them lost money, and they only earned a little less than before. However, when they saw that the others who cooperated with between the clouds and the water were earning more, they felt that it was unfair. They wanted to bribe the local people who cooperated with between the clouds and the water to produce goods and snatch the business, but because of the contract, they couldn't succeed. They watched as the people, merchants, and various businesses between the clouds and the water profited, but their side was still half dead. When they went to look for between the clouds and the water to cooperate, the conditions between the clouds and the water offered were even harsher. A person's life depended on their face, and a tree's life depended on its bark. They couldn't agree to the cooperation even if they wanted to, so they could only secretly hate in their hearts. Now that they finally found an opportunity, it didn't matter what they said. What was important was whether they could suppress between the clouds and the water. After a while, the grievance meeting was over. Everyone agreed on the direction of the operation, and that was to defeat between the clouds and the water. As for whether they could defeat it in the end, it didn't matter. They just wanted to give it a try first. Manager Wu, what should we do? Feng Dongjia of the Golden Wave Pavilion asked when he saw that there was no practical way to do it. Wu Feng also didn't know what to do. He turned his head to look at Jiang Lan. Let's let Jiang Dongjia speak. Jiang Lan didn't stand on ceremony. She coughed and said, all right, let me say it. Everyone, help me think if there are any omissions. Here's what I think. If we want to deal with between the clouds and the water, we have to first destroy his signboard, which is the wine embrace between the clouds and the water. Otherwise, as long as there is a wine embrace between the clouds and the water, it will be very difficult to deal with his other businesses. What do you think? Yes. A few people nodded in response. Jiang Lan continued, if we want to deal with the wine embrace between the clouds and the water, we naturally have to rely on the blue sea silver sand. It's also the wine embrace. If we can snatch the business between the clouds and the water, it will be a success. At this point, Feng Dongjia interrupted, Jiang Dongjia, the blue sea silver sand wine embrace is not bad, but the recent price reduction doesn't seem to have any effect. Not only did it not suppress between the clouds and the water, but it also made the business between the clouds and the water even better. Many people feel that eating between the clouds and the water is better than eating between the clouds and the water. Could it be that we can continue to reduce the price? As if someone had hit a sore spot, Jiang Lan's face turned slightly red. She explained, everyone knows that between the clouds and the water is backed by Song Jinggong, the number one on the top list of billionaires. Behind Song Jinggong is the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao, an existence that is beyond the rankings. With their abilities, it's too easy to turn the tables. The blue sea silver sand wine embrace was not prepared at that time and suffered a loss. Now, we have thought of a countermeasure. It's just that we lack money, so we need everyone to work together. I wonder what Jiang Dongjia has thought of. Wang Dongjia of Tsingming Garden saw that Jiang Lan spoke frankly and admitted their shortcomings, so he asked. Well, divide the blue sea silver sand wine embrace into 3 levels. The highest level is on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is on the 2nd floor, and the last floor is on the 1st floor. You can earn money from both the rich and the ordinary people. Between the clouds and the water can only earn money from the rich now, and give up on the low end. The blue sea silver sand wine embrace has decided to combine the two. You can invest in the blue sea silver sand wine embrace and expand the business. I'm willing to give up the first, second, and third floors. I only need one floor, and the other 2 floors will be used to invest. Jiang Lan explained. Then how do we calculate it? Zheng Dongjia asked again. Jiang Lan took out a few pieces of paper from her arms and put them on the table. She said, except for the capital and the central cities of Jiangxi province, other places will be calculated at a discount. For example, the Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace in Guanyi province is worth 3,000 strings of coins. If you take out 3,000 strings of coins, then each of you will get 50%. The first floor, second floor, and third floor will be divided into the second, and third floors. Those who want the first floor have to pay 20% of the money, those on the second floor have to pay 30% of the money, those on the third floor have to pay 40%, and the extra 10% is used to deal with public relations. In other words, if I want to occupy the first floor, I need to pay 1,200 strings of coins, and if I want to occupy the third floor, I need to pay 2,400 strings of coins. The extra 10% will also be paid, which is 600 divided by 9. It's more detailed. Everyone listened to Jiang Lan's words and began to pass the pieces of paper. It was written very clearly that when the money was paid, it would be put together. When the time came, it would be counted separately, including the cooks. If they still wanted to use the original Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace, they would have to pay separately. Everyone's investment in each bar could not exceed the original value of the bar. In other words, Jiang Lan wanted to hold the controlling stake. Everyone's investment would be used partly for renovation and partly for advertising. In order to show her sincerity, Jiang Lan did not charge any signboard fee. Otherwise, the name Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace would be worth a lot of money. After that, the money invested would be used to buy the surrounding houses and build more courtyards for people to rest in. The ratio was equal to the second, third, and fourth floors. The third floor belonged to the high end, and it had to make the best food. The second floor belonged to the middle. It could be slightly worse, but the scenery must be there. The first floor was low end. It had the nature of fast food, and one could slowly taste the wine and dishes in it. In this way, the low end earned the money of ordinary people. The second floor was the same as the noble guests between the clouds and the water. The third floor was to be high quality, higher than between the clouds and the water. The merchants could choose first from the third floor, and Jiang Lan would ask for the rest. As for the Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace in Jiangxi province, others would have to pay more. When they first occupied the space, they spent a lot of money on public relations fees. The group of merchants began to calculate how much money each person should take and which floor to occupy. In the end, they realized that they could not occupy the third floor of the Blue Sea Silver Sand Wine Embrace. One was that the third floor was small, and there might not be that many guests. Moreover, the cost was high. The other was that if they wanted to have a foothold on the third floor, they had to have a good chef and ingredients. Otherwise, others would not go to the third floor. After some discussion, everyone reached an agreement. They immediately prepared the money and occupied the first and second floors. They prepared a separate space for Jiang Lan on the second floor for her to do other things. This way, the arrangement of shares would be reasonable. In order to take revenge, everyone raised money very quickly. In a few days, a large sum of money was sent to Jiang Lan, and a shopkeeper was sent over to see how to spend it. As the saying went, there was no such thing as an impermeable wall. While Wu Feng and Jiang Lan were preparing, someone spread the news. Gao Lisher, who had been paying attention to his son, found out about this matter. It just so happened that a lot of things were sent over from Jili province, including ingredients. Gao Lisher had someone prepare them and bring them to Li Longji. Li Longji had been in a good mood recently. One reason was that the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the north had returned. They said that the land there was good, that there were almost no people, and that there were many resources. Another reason was that the two of them had bought a large piece of land in the new province's commander-in-chief's office not far from the Annong Protectorate. In the end, they found a lot of coal there, which could be used for smelting. There were also large pieces of amber and coal essence to be sent over to be used as decorations. In addition, ever since the Great Tang Bank had become more stable in Suzhou, more people were willing to save money. Zhang Xiaobao was gradually diluting the shares of other people. With more money, they could expand. What they needed to do now was to turn the recruits into conscripts. Actually, the amount of money spent was about the same, but the difference between conscripts and recruits was that they were stronger. Even though it would cost money to let them go back a few years later to find a job, they knew what they were fighting for when they fought. Soldiers with conviction were invincible. With so many good things happening at the same time, Li Longji deliberately invited Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to Xingxing Palace during the meal. Although the two women had their own plans in mind, they appeared to be amiable on the surface. The dishes had already been arranged, but when they were eating, they suddenly realized that there was an extra dish. Li Longji looked at the extra dish and turned his head to ask Gao Lisher. "Your Majesty, it was just sent over not long ago." Xiao Bao said that this is the meat of the Manchurian tiger. It tastes good and can nourish the body, so he sent it over. There is also a complete tiger skin, bones, and penis. Gao Lisher explained and signaled for a eunuch to bring a piece over. Good, tiger meat is good. What have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo been busy with recently? Does Lisher know? Li Longji asked happily. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent a letter saying that they want to build a steel-making furnace. They found many craftsmen to go to the governor's office in the new city and sent 3,000 soldiers to protect them. They failed a few times and still haven't succeeded. If they succeed, our army will be stronger. Gao Lisher replied and then frowned. Your Majesty, I heard that Blue Sea Silver Sand found many merchants to deal with between the clouds and the water. They are currently renovating. I don't know if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to take care of them. There's such a thing? Li Longji was stunned and also worried. At this time, Wu Huifei gently explained, Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is very capable. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Blue Sea Silver Sand. If he really can't do it, Your Majesty can issue a decree and have the Blue Sea Silver Sand officials help between the clouds and the water. If the Blue Sea Silver Sand doesn't listen, then send troops to seize him. Your Majesty, you can't. If you send troops, where will between the clouds and the water be? Gao Lisher hurriedly dissuaded. Your concubine was wrong. Indeed, we can't send troops to deal with them. Aya, what should we do? Xiao Bao and Huan have given your concubine a lot of gifts. Wu Huifei quickly followed up. How could Li Longji not know that Wu Huifei didn't mean what she said? However, he couldn't side with anyone, especially not Wu Huifei. Otherwise, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be anxious. Write a letter to Xiao Bao and let him know. Li Longji could only remind them. At this time, Empress Wang also spoke, Your Majesty, your concubine thinks that Xiao Bao doesn't need others to remind him of such a small matter. Your Majesty can just watch. These words made Wu Huifei feel surprised. Could it be that Empress Wang didn't protect Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Reminding them at a critical time was better than anything else. The two of them were in Jili province. By the time they got the news, it would be too late. Gao Lisher also glanced at Empress Wang and didn't say anything. Li Longji hesitated and nodded, agreeing with Empress Wang. Everyone began to eat again. Only Empress Wang ate calmly. She knew what was going on with Blue Sea Silver Sand. On the way back to the capital, she guessed it from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. She thought to herself, I wonder who's going to be unlucky. Xiaobao always likes to set traps for others. I hope he doesn't teach June, and Pan, to be like this. The meal was eaten peacefully as everyone had their own thoughts. Then, they went back to their own places. As soon as Empress Wang returned to her palace, she immediately found a group of palace maids to play with. Wu Huifei sent someone to ask Wu Feng how the news was leaked and asked him to keep it a secret. Gao Lishir still wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao, asking if he had any ideas. When Zhang Xiaobao received the letter, he was thinking about refractory bricks with Wang Wan. If they wanted to build an open hearth furnace and a blast furnace, they couldn't do it without refractory bricks. They failed again and again, making the two of them lose confidence. I say, how did the steel mill be built during the Industrial Revolution? Can't you understand if we copy it? Zhang Xiaobao was a little discouraged. That was developed by many industries together. Don't worry, we can do it bit by bit. The craftsmen still need time. Think about how to make refractory bricks. Wang Wan was not in a hurry. She was thinking hard. That's a lot. Let's use clay and then mix in furnace ash. Let the craftsmen test the proportion. I don't believe that they can't do it. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face hard and asked someone to send the formula to the craftsman. Wang Wan also pressed her temples. She took the unopened letter that Gao Lishir asked someone to send over and tore it open. After reading it, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The fish took the bait. Let's wait and see. Look, there are quite a few people who hate us." Oh. There are people in the Blue Sea Silver Sands forming an alliance? Good, it's good that they formed an alliance. After this, a lot of people will be honest. Has there been any news from the governor's office of the new city? What's their reaction? Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and glanced at it. What other reaction can there be? They're not happy. They feel that they lost out and want to buy back the land. Dream on. That's an open pit mine. It's easy to dig it up and can be used to make steel. Wang Wan passed another letter from the other side to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and didn't take it. It was fine as long as he knew. He asked, "Is it time to send troops up the coast? Let's go to North America first and bring back the good stuff." There's no hurry. Train for another half a month. When the time comes, send 1,000 people to explore the road. Your potatoes and corn will be ready soon. Wang Wan didn't know if this trip would be successful. This could be said to be the first time the Tang Empire explored North America. It was a long journey. She hoped that the people sent could overcome all kinds of difficulties. Under the attention of many people, the renovated Blue Sea Silver Sand reopened. The crackling of firecrackers didn't stop, and there was a long line of people who came to support the opening. The people gathered to watch the show. The people eating at Between the Clouds and the Water were also very curious. This was another war between two restaurants. It was just that no one knew who would win. Wu Feng was waiting for success, and Wu Huifei was also looking forward to venting her anger. For 3 consecutive days, the business of the Blue Sea Silver Sand was very good. The restaurant also learned from Between the Clouds and the Water and hired many female employees, especially on the 3rd floor. The grades were determined, and everyone was earning their own money. Jiang Lan and the other businessmen were very happy. But as the 4th day came, the number of people eating at the Blue Sea Silver Sand gradually decreased. To be precise, the number of people eating at the 1st and 2nd floor decreased, but the number of people eating at the 3rd floor was still the same. This situation made the businessmen who cooperated with Jiang Lan puzzled. Why was it like this? With all kinds of puzzlement, Zheng Dongjia stopped a customer who came to eat at the restaurant a few days ago. "Master Wan, what have you been busy with recently?" Zheng Dongjia tried to find a topic to talk about. "Nothing much, just like before. You're busy, and I'm strolling around." Master Wan was obviously perfunctory. "Don't, it's almost noon. Why don't you come in and eat? My treat." Zheng Dongjia was about to pull the other party into the restaurant as he spoke. When the other party saw that Zheng Dongjia was going to pull him in through the front door, he struggled with all his might, but he really didn't have the strength to say, "Zheng Dongjia, don't make it difficult for me. I'll just find a place to eat in front." "Master Wan, why don't you want to eat at the Blue Sea Silver Sand?" Zheng Dongjia asked, puzzled. "Who said I don't want to come? I'm willing to go up to the 3rd floor from the outside, but it costs too much. I can't eat here every day. As for going in through the front door, forget it. Spending the same amount of money to eat at other restaurants is a cut above the others, but eating on the first and second floors of the Blue Sea Silver Sand is a cut below the others. Am I not looking for trouble for no reason? Master Wan finally told the truth. After he finished speaking, he finally took off his clothes while Jing Dongjia was in a daze. He hurriedly rushed forward, as if he was afraid that Jing Dongjia would chase after him again. Jing Dongjia was dumbfounded. He looked back at the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and thought about what Master Wan said just now. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The first and second floors are neither too low nor too high. If you really want to go low end, you have to continue lowering the price to the level of a small restaurant. But in that case, you won't even be able to recoup your capital. Just the money you spent on renovations is not a small amount. If you raise the price and the chef's skills are not good enough, wouldn't it be better for people to eat on the third floor or in the water transport room? Why would they come to the first and second floors of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant? What should I do? Stairs, yes, it's best to tear down the outside stairs. That way, when people enter the restaurant, they won't know which floor to go to. Okay, I'll go find someone to discuss it. Chapter 794. When the people who worked with Jiang Lan found that the restaurant could not make money and came to discuss with Jiang Lan took out the contract she had signed and showed it to them. There were various clauses clearly written on it, and one of them was to build stairs outside on one day. The businessmen were dumbfounded. They saw that Jiang Lan wanted to prepare everything according to the contract. She did not look as easy to talk to as before. If they did not want to do it, they could not get back their investment. They could leave, but they could not take the money with them. It would benefit Jiang Lan and the others. Feng Dongjia, who was in charge of the first floor, could not help but say to Jiang Lan helplessly, "Jiang Dongjia, the first floor of the Sea of Silver Sand that I have booked is almost no longer profitable. If this continues, we will lose money in a few days. Can Jiang Dongjia think of a way?" The other businessmen who were not good at business also echoed. Since they could not threaten Jiang Lan, they could only speak softly. Jiang Lan frowned and looked sympathetic. It's difficult to think of a way. If there is a good way, the Sea of Silver Sand will not be inferior to Between the Clouds and the Water. If you want to talk about a way, there is one, but I don't know if you want to try it. Jiang Dongjia, if you really have a way, please tell us, Wang Dongjia asked anxiously. Well, it's not difficult. Since others are not willing to eat on the first and second floors of the Sea of Silver Sand, why don't we send it to other people's houses? Hire more servants and run around the various roads every day. The bicycles sold elsewhere are not bad. Buy a few and let the servants ride them. Write the words on the front of the bicycles and let people shout as they walk a few days ago. When more people know about it, they can stop and order food. Then let people ride back to the restaurant and send the food over. What do you think? Jiang Lan kindly gave everyone an idea. The businessmen thought about it and found that this idea was indeed not bad. Usually, people would send people to the restaurant to order food and let the restaurant send it over. Naturally, it could not be compared to someone riding a bicycle and shouting. Many people's eyes lit up. They were grateful and impressed by Jiang Lan. It was not easy to think of such a method. At this time, Feng Dongjia spoke again. Jiang Dongjia, it's good, but not many people come to the restaurant. Won't the place be empty? When the others heard Feng Dongjia's words, they also realized this problem. Since they could order food, wouldn't the first and second floors be wasted? That's right, it's empty. Then everyone, think of other ways. We can't always be empty. Jiang Lan looked helpless. Then let's try it out first. If it really doesn't work out, we can only accept the loss. Some people in the crowd had already decided to back out. They would rather give up the money they had invested than continue to invest. It was no longer important whether they still had to deal with between the clouds and the water. Before the others could do anything, Wu Feng, who had also come to participate in the meeting, was anxious. It was not easy for them to unite as a group to deal with between the clouds and the water. If they were to disperse like this, they would not be able to regroup again. This would only make the name between the clouds and the water even more famous. He hurriedly tried to dissuade them. Everyone, don't be anxious. Think about it again. There's always a way. Jiang Lan also said, fine, I'll think about it later. When I have a solution, I'll discuss it with you guys. Let's go buy a bicycle first. The merchants left one by one, very discouraged. Originally, they were planning to deal with between the clouds and the water. Now, they were going to buy Zhang Dongjia and Wang's bicycles. Those bicycles were not cheap. Zhang Dongjia and Wang's were not selling them well. Other than the rich people who bought one or two for the sake of novelty, no one else was willing to buy them. The worst bicycle cost more than 100 strings of coins. It was still possible to ride a bicycle in the city, but outside the city, when it was raining and the roads were not good, it was better to ride a carriage or a donkey. When everyone left and only Jiang Lan and Wu Feng were left, Wu Feng said to Jiang Lan with a sad face, Jiang Dongjia, I don't know if they can still take out the money. Recently, they have to buy a batch of silk, so they are a little tight on cash. Jiang Lan shook her head regretfully. Manager Wu, we have the money, but we can't transfer it over. We also need to make arrangements for the Jiangnan East Road. Why don't we ask other merchants? 3 days, at most 3 days. I will definitely be able to think of a way to solve the restaurant's problem. All right, I will find someone to ask tomorrow. Wu Feng had no other choice. Recently, he had bought too much silk. The silk he bought in private was sold at a 10% discount or 95% of the original price. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he had not deposited it in the bank yet. He planned to wait for a period of time before depositing it all together and taking it out in batches. The key was to get through this period of time. After Wu Feng left with his people, Jiang Lan smiled and picked up the cold tea in front of her. She took a sip and muttered, You dare to fight with the young master? Take the silk, take it, let's see who loses in the end. The capital was bustling with people coming and going. The number of animals in the zoo had increased by quite a lot. Those animals that could be raised well were gradually opened to tourists. In order to ensure the freshness of the animals, the newly arrived animals were not immediately shown to people, but taken out bit by bit. People who did not have other channels to learn about animals still yearned for the zoo. This led to the zoo's income being much higher than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. Other than the cost of feeding and research, there was still a sum of money left. Today was the day of the end of the month settlement. Gao Lisher brought people to deposit the money. When he returned, there was a team that specialized in pulling money. They came to Xingxing Palace and reported to Li Longji. This month, we earned a total of 6,000 strings of cash from selling tickets and renting out stalls. Good, we earned quite a lot. We have extra money to use again. Hearing the data from Gao Lisher, Li Longji noted down a round number. 6,000 strings of cash was not much compared to the tax, but it was still an income, and it was increasing month by month. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that he will send 2 sharks in a few days. He wants us to build a pond here first, which is where Your Majesty wants to build the lake. It will be used to raise the creatures in the sea first. After all, there is not enough salt in Jili State yet. Also, Xiao Bao suggested that Your Majesty should open up the imperial gardens a few times a month. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave them there. Jili State will provide a lot of things there for others to buy and sell in the gardens. Gao Lisher brought up 2 more things. In the past, Li Longji would not agree to open up the imperial gardens so casually. It was a symbol of identity and status. Now, he had changed a lot and knew the importance of money. He wanted to occupy more land, but it was absolutely impossible without money. especially recruiting conscripts. It was better than letting each place raise money to recruit soldiers. It could prevent others from rebelling. So, he agreed. Seeing that the emperor agreed to the two things, Gao Lisher took out a few pieces of paper that looked special. They were 6 inches long and 2 inches wide. There were delicate patterns printed on both sides. When he touched them with his hand, he could feel the bumps and depressions in some places. Li Longji took them and looked at them one by one. There were different numbers written on them. Some were 100 coins, some were 1,000 coins, and the smallest one was 10 coins. The paper was a little small. The only thing that did not change was Kaiyuan Tongbao. This is. Li Longji waved the paper in his hand and asked. Your Majesty, this is the money that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo asked people to make. In the future, it will be used to replace copper coins and silk. It is said that countless craftsmen work together to create this anti-counterfeiting thing. If you look at it, you can see the bumps and depressions in the blank space on one side. It is not on the surface of the paper. Gao Lisher explained. Li Longji held the light paper in his hand and looked at the largest number on it, which was 1,000,000 coins. He felt that it was not so reliable. It was not as valuable as copper coins. He asked with uncertainty, will people be willing to use it? What will happen if it is less than 10 coins? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are currently making the money that is less than 10 coins. They need to use a die to press it and not cast it like before. When the time comes, if someone wants to forge it by hand, it will not be worth the effort. As for whether people will be willing to use paper money, this is easy to handle. Xiao Bao wants Your Majesty to issue a decree that when paper money is issued, the imperial court will accept paper money for tax purposes. Xiao Bao will also cooperate with other merchants to accept the purchasing power of paper money. When people get used to it, it will be fine. Gao Lisher said and then said, Your Majesty, the benefits of using paper money are not only to prevent people from making copper coins privately, but also to eliminate the storage cost of silk. More importantly, it is convenient to carry. It saves a lot of effort when transporting compared to copper. There are other benefits that Xiao Bao did not mention. I think it will not be simple. Li Longji held the paper money in his hand and thought for a while. Then he said, let Xiao Bao and others print more first. Where is the place to print money? Li Longji was not stupid. He knew that printing money was unusual. If people casually printed money for fun in the future, the country would be finished. Your Majesty, the place to print money is now in Jili province. Xiao Bao is preparing to move the printing factory to the capital. When the time comes, Your Majesty should find someone to guard it. Gao Lisher immediately responded. Then what should we do with the silk? There is a lot of silk in the Tang Empire. Should we sell it to the people? Li Longji thought of another problem that needed to be solved. Gao Lisher sighed and replied, Your Majesty, there is already a market for the silk. It can be sold in Xinyuan province, Japan, and Xinlua. There are also merchants in Tufan and Tujue. Xiao Bao is considering cooperation with them. Xinyuan province and Japan will be handed over to merchants in Jiangnan East. Other places have not been considered yet. Jiangnan East? Blue Sea Silver Sand? Li Longji suddenly thought of the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Yes, Xiao Bao wrote in a letter that Blue Sea Silver Sand is also his. It is not a good thing for between the clouds and the water to monopolize. It needs competitors. It is just that merchants who cooperate with Blue Sea Silver Sand to deal with between the clouds and the water are suffering. Most of their money is restricted and they can only make a little money. Gao Lisher showed an expression of schadenfreude. Li Longji was stunned and said, No wonder you can run the restaurant so well. I thought there was another capable person. I wrote a letter to Xiao Bao and asked him to leave some leeway. Don't be so ruthless. Li Longji did not doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability. If he wanted to make people who opposed him lose all their property, there would be people who could survive. Your Majesty, rest assured. Xiao Bao has already stayed. In a few days, there will be new movements on the first and second floors of Blue Sea Silver Sand. At the same time, the third floor of Blue Sea Silver Sand, which is adjacent to or directly opposite between the clouds and the water, will also change. There will be competition and cooperation. Come on, the government of Jili province was very lively. Xiao Bei and the others watched the two little ones trying to turn the tables and cheered them on. From time to time, they would give a demonstration. The two little ones did not understand what the others were shouting. When they saw someone turning the tables, they would follow suit. Every time they turned the tables, they would giggle a few times. They seemed to be very interested in this kind of game. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also temporarily put aside their work and accompanied them, enjoying this warm moment. Only when the two little ones were tired and hungry and were about to cry did Xiao Bei and the others stop and find a wet nurse to feed their little brother and sister. Xiao Bao, when are we going to do it? Wang Wan suddenly asked a question that the others did not understand. Wait a little longer. When the news spreads to all the banks, we will come together. On the 6th of next month, I want to see who will cooperate with Wu Huifei after this incident. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Xiao Bei and the others, who said that they were going to find guards for him, run out one after another, and replied to Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not say anything more on this topic and changed the topic. Then what about printing money? How can we not let Li Longji print money randomly? Li Longji will not print money randomly. He is not stupid. Unless there is a financial problem, he will devalue the currency to deal with it. As for whether or not someone will print money crazily in the future, that is not something we can control. Zhang Xiaobao really did not know what to do about this matter. Not to mention now, even if it was at any other time, he would still print money. Which country had not done this before? Wang Wan stretched lazily. Then let's wait until the 6th. I am sleepy, so I will go back and take a nap. Tomorrow, we will send 1,000 people to North America to find something good for you. The days passed by one after another. When the 6th arrived, the great Tang Bank suddenly posted a notice. It said a total of 2 things. The first was naturally paper money. Zhang Xiaobao contacted many merchants and agreed to accept paper money. Anyone who used paper money to buy things would enjoy a 5% discount this month. Those who were used to using money did not have any objections, but the ordinary people were confused. Could a piece of paper be used as money? Even with the merchant's promise, they were hesitant. They wanted to see the effect if someone else changed it first. The smarter people immediately thought of counterfeiting. In the past, they could secretly make copper coins, so now they could try to make paper money. However, when they saw paper money, they were discouraged. It was too difficult to make. If they used a pen to draw, it would be easy to make mistakes in the small details. They also had to find the same paper and the same oil. Drawing one would take at least a few months. It was also possible to draw 100 strings of coins. The problem was how to make the marks on the paper between the bumps and depressions on the money and the light. Those who wanted to counterfeit temporarily suppressed their thoughts. They needed to improve their skills. Chapter 795. Wu Yu, who was busy buying silk at a lower price, was dumbfounded when he saw the notice posted by the Tang Bank. For the exchange of silk, the bank was only offering 80% of the original value. A bolt of silk that was once worth 200 copper coins could only be exchanged for 160 copper coins. If one did not want to depreciate, one had to save it for 5 years. Before the 5 years were up, the silk would be worth 80% of its original value. Wu Feng was not in the mood to care about the Jade Sea Silver Sand. He hurriedly found Wu Yu and the two began to discuss. Brother, is Zhang Xiaobao sick? Silk has always been used as a currency. He suddenly reduced the value of silk. What can so many people with silk do? This is equivalent to making people with silk lose 20% of their money. How much profit can the goods make? Wu Yu now knew a lot of things. With a little analysis, he knew where the drawbacks of the bank were. If they followed the bank's notice, the Tang Empire would be in chaos. Wu Feng nodded to show that he understood. His eyes blinked a few times, and he suddenly said happily, maybe Zhang Xiaobao no longer cares about the lives of the people. It's a good time to find trouble with him. Now, no one can protect him, not even the emperor. Yes, let Her Highness find trouble with him. I'm still using money to buy silk. 90% of the price. Oh no, I don't have any cash. Wu Yu was happy when he suddenly thought of a very serious problem. He raised the money with great difficulty and was still buying silk. Now that the bank was using 80% of the price to buy silk, wouldn't his money be gone in the blink of an eye? Wu Huifei was happy when she found out about the Tang Bank's notice. The opportunity was right in front of her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always been careful. This time, there was a loophole. Didn't they always say that they were thinking of the people? How should the bank explain buying silk at a lower price? Soon, Wu Huifei found her officials and prepared to impeach Zhang Xiaobao for disrupting the Tang Empire's economy and destroying the foundation of the country. Once the impeachment was successful, even if Zhang Xiaobao did not die, he would lose a lot of skin. Wu Huifei and Zhang Shua, who was also waiting for an opportunity, almost coincidentally had the same idea. After a private discussion, they decided to launch the attack at the morning court the next day. Empress, it's not good. Something big has happened. The Great Tang Bank is in trouble. Xiao Zhu, who had just received the news, found Empress Wang while panting. Her chest heaved up and down as she told Empress Wang everything. After hearing Xiao Zhu's words, Empress Wang could no longer remain calm. Her expression changed as she said, "How could Xiao Bao come up with such an idea? You want to push me into the fire pit? Was someone trying to frame Xiao Bao? Quick, go find Gao Lishur." While many people were either happy or anxious, Li Longji was very calm as he played Go with Gao Lishur. Seeing that Gao Lishur was only able to parry and had no strength to counterattack, Li Longji used his hand to lightly twirl a Go piece and said, "Starting from this year's autumn harvest, it will not be difficult for the people to wear clothes." Gao Lishur was thinking hard about the Go game and also had to deal with Li Longji's words. He frowned and randomly placed the black Go piece. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he replied, "Your Majesty's words are correct. This official estimates that many people will impeach Xiao Bao tomorrow morning. Your Majesty had better quickly release the news. There's no rush. Xiao Bao has said in his heart that we must wait until all the officials are impeached before we act. If we act too early, there will be people who will deliberately oppose us." This step was originally difficult to take, but with the announcement from the bank, it actually went smoothly. Li Longji placed a Go piece and continued to force Gao Lishur to defend as he spoke casually. The next morning, just as Gao Lishur and Li Longji had guessed, the officials from the censorate and the head of the secretariat both impeached Zhang Xiaobao at the same time. Some said that Zhang Xiaobao should not continue to manage the bank, some said that he wanted to harm the country and the people, and some even said that he wanted to shake the foundation of the Great Tang. At this moment, no one was speaking up for Zhang Xiaobao. Sitting on the platform, Li Longji looked at the officials on the two sides of the platform. Some were silent, some were whispering to the people beside them, and some were following the censorate and the head of the secretariat in impeaching Zhang Xiaobao. His face remained calm throughout. Only when some people said that they were tired and others said that their legs were numb from standing did the crowd realize that there was something wrong with the emperor's attitude. Zhang Shua, who had been silent all this while and had been waiting for the emperor to get angry, decided to step forward and list Zhang Xiaobao's crimes. After thinking for a while, he finally stepped forward and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, does the manager of the Great Tang Bank, Zhang Xiaobao, have any other tricks that he has not used yet? Currency is an important matter for the people and must be investigated." As soon as Zhang Shua said those words, the officials from the censorate and the head of the secretariat looked at each other. What did he mean? Didn't they say that they would impeach Zhang Xiaobao together? Why did they suddenly change their minds? Li Longji was waiting for others to ask. Otherwise, how could he show off his ability? He nodded, indicating for Zhang Shua to step back, and then opened his mouth. What does the Great Tang Bank's 80% revenue have to do with currency? It's not like we don't allow silk to be used as money. It's fine as long as we don't deposit it in the bank. Can it be that when the bank puts up a notice saying that it's buying silk at 10%, there will still be people fighting to deposit it? After hearing this, the officials felt that it was very reasonable, but why did it feel like this reasoning did not hold water? Where did it go wrong? That's right, the bank was buying silk at a low price, so there was no need to deposit it. No one was forcing anyone to deposit it, but this matter should not be so simple. What was going on? Zhang Shua did not immediately react and stood there in a daze. At this time, Li Linfu, who had returned to the court, stood up and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, firstly, the bank's name is Great Tang, and the people all know that most of the bank's wealth belongs to the imperial court. The bank's notice is issued on behalf of the imperial court. The people do not know the emperor's words, so they only hear it for Your Majesty. Secondly, the transaction is 4 to 6 qian of silk, and the bank is willing to deposit it far and take it near. However, silk is cheap, so how can there be silk in the market? If silk does not exist, how can there be business? Hence, it is cheap and has left the money of the market. It can only become goods, or the people will riot. When the others who wanted to impeach Zhang Xiaobao heard this, they suddenly understood. That's right, the bank's name was Great Tang, and everyone knew that the Great Tang Bank was under the control of the imperial court. Wasn't the bank's notice the emperor's intention? How could it be separated? Also, those who did not deposit silk in the bank would leave it behind. They would only deposit their money in the bank here and go to the place where they needed it. It had always been 40% of the silk and 60% of the money. If there was no silk left, how could they trade with others? If everyone did not want silk, the price would be even lower. It was estimated that it would not be long before silk could no longer be used as a currency, and it would become ordinary cloth to be traded. If things went wrong, the people would be in chaos. Finally, they found the root of the problem. Those who wanted to impeach Zhang Xiaobao were eager to give it a try again. Li Longji, who was originally trying to deceive the officials, did not care when he saw a smart person appear. He went along with Li Linfu's words and said, What you said is very true, and we also know that. Therefore, we want to collect silk to fill the national treasury. The time limit is 5 years. The difference between this and the bank is that we will pay interest. Every silk sold will be 1 qian, and we will return it after 5 years. Does everyone agree? Does Your Majesty want to lend money to the people? Zhang Shua stood up and asked. No, we are using money to give to the people. Now that the national treasury is full, it will be even more in 5 years. We will return the money to the people and hide the wealth from the people. When the people are rich, they will be healthy, and when the people are healthy, the country will be strong. Li Longji did not admit that he wanted to borrow from the national treasury. He also wanted to sell the silk sold to the neighboring countries in exchange for better resources. He wanted to abolish the use of silk as a currency. Zhang Shua thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The national treasury was not lacking in money, and there was no need to cheat the people of their money. However, there was a problem with this, so he said, Your Majesty, every silk sold will be 1 qian per month. If it is 1 qian per year, it will be at least 12 qian per year, or 13 qian per year. If it is 5 years, it will be at least 60 qian per year. Does the national treasury have that much money? We are using money to make money. It is not like we are always keeping the money in the national treasury. We can buy goods from the neighboring countries. As long as we earn more than what is given in 5 years, it will be fine. Li Longji explained the problem. In fact, there was something he did not say, and that was that the currency would gradually depreciate. The more productive the economy was, the higher the price of luxury goods would be. When that time came, the price of currency would also fluctuate, and the general trend would be to depreciate. As the number of goods increased, the income of the people would also increase. This could balance out the value of the currency that was depreciating. However, the national treasury was really cheap. This was especially so for Xinyuan Island. The island was not small. From Zhang Xiaobao and the merchants who went there, they knew that there were many good things there. However, the local people were very poor in terms of daily necessities, especially clothes and beds. The local tribe leader was willing to send 100 people to work for a month for a beautiful piece of clothing. How could there be such a good thing in the Great Tang? After hearing Li Longji's words, the person who had just accused Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Zhang Shuo was a little unwilling. Just as he was about to continue arguing for the emperor to punish Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji spoke again. The printing of banknotes cannot be done in Jili province. It needs to be moved to the capital. Who do you think should be in charge of it? Printing money? These two words suddenly appeared in their minds. It was not only the person who had accused Zhang Xiaobao. Everyone focused their attention. Everyone wanted a share. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao was selectively forgotten. Even Zhang Shuo did not have the heart to continue to pay attention to Zhang Xiaobao. After a series of arguments, a balance was finally reached when the court was about to leave. The secretary of the palace took the lead, the Ministry of Revenue would do the work, the Ministry of Military Affairs would send people to guard the banknotes, the Ministry of Justice would set the punishment, the Ministry of Rights would think of a design that would conform to etiquette in the future, the Ministry of Works would provide the equipment, and the Ministry of Appointments would arrange the official positions. When everyone returned to their own departments after the court, they found that no one had taken advantage of the situation. They were all in charge of each other, and it was impossible to print any private money. Very soon, the imperial court's notice was sent to the local government offices and people were posted. The court set a time limit of 4 months. It would only take 4 months for the banknotes to be collected. After 4 months, it would not be collected. The court urged people to dispose of the banknotes in their hands as quickly as possible. Chapter 796. To the commoners, it was not important whether the silk was used for exchange. Normally, they would not have the opportunity to use silk as a currency. The people who were affected the most were the merchants. Seeing that the silk was about to fall from the status of a currency to that of an ordinary commodity, a portion of the merchants who did not make much profit realized that it was better to lend it to the imperial court. After 5 years, they would get 60% of the profit. The merchants who had faster currency circulation were not willing to take the 60% profit. In 5 years, they could earn 3,000 strings of coins from 1,000 strings of coins. That was double the money, so they reluctantly sold it to the bank. Wu Yu's reaction was not slow, but when his order was passed down, all the cash had been exchanged for silk. The average price was 180 strings of coins for a bolt of silk, 90% of the profit. The sky outside was very clear, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there was not a cloud in sight. Wu Yu and Wu Feng's mood was as if it was a rainy day. "Brother, what do we do?" It was the first time Wu Yu felt so helpless. While he and the others were busy with Xiao Zhao's calculations, Zhang Xiaobao's decision made the situation become unstoppable. He finally understood that Zhang Xiaobao had never treated him and the others as opponents from the beginning. Compared to Wu Yu, Wu Feng had a better understanding of Zhang Xiaobao's prowess. When he laid out the plan, it could be said that he was at ease, but when he wanted to compete with him, he realized that he was not on the same level. Facing Wu Yu's questioning gaze, he said, "Tell the Empress to stop. Don't expect to beat Zhang Xiaobao financially. That is a celestial existence, not something we can compete with." "Brother, I don't understand, why would the Emperor listen to Zhang Xiaobao? The imperial court took in so much silk, is he not afraid of something happening? That silk can be spoiled." Wu Yu was not convinced. He thought that the emperor was biased towards Zhang Xiaobao, and was willing to let the national treasury suffer losses for Zhang Xiaobao. Wu Feng glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would the emperor help Zhang Xiaobao? It's not like you don't know how the Zhang family and Wang family do things. Haven't you seen all the information? Their two families had always planned things out first, and would only make a move when the time was right. Not to mention you, there are countless officials in the imperial court. Who dares to say that they can clearly see what the Zhang family and Wang family want to do when they start operating? How did Sanshui County become Shang County from Zhong County? First of all, everything was independent. Some were for earning money, and some were for fame. And the result? You and I are not capable enough. Don't try to figure out other people's thoughts. If you really want to get in touch with them, you can defeat Song Jinggong. Maybe you can get a glimpse of the list of the top billionaires. Wu Yu lowered her head and finally sighed helplessly. Brother, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. You can tell the Empress that I don't want to be number one anymore. That's not a game. That's a real business battle. Even politics is involved. I'm going to sleep. That's enough. Send something to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office one more time and you can stop. For the last time, you should send various kinds of tools and steel that didn't pass the smelting process. Let people make various kinds of household appliances and send them over. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the information sent back from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office and ordered the people waiting at the door. After the people received the order and left, Wang Wan came over with dark circles under her eyes. Xiaobao, I've sent people out. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's figure at the door, Wang Wan closed her eyes and muttered discontentedly, it's fine as long as the Ba Wang flower can control you. Humph. Today was the day Zhang Xiaobao took his younger brothers and sisters to hold a beach picnic. It was once every half a month. As the weather was getting warmer, they could play in the sea. There were many good beaches in Jili State. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to take his younger brothers and sisters to play in the Broken Star Ocean Park where he was at that time. The broken place there could be cut by stones if they were not careful. Perhaps it was because of the impression at that time, but Zhang Xiaobao's attitude towards that park was not good at all. There were no small fish, few crabs, and no seabirds in the sky. When one entered the water, one would feel the sharpness of the stones. Groups of people crowded there like a bathtub, and they were not allowed to barbecue. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao had only been there once to check out the specific terrain. In order to cheat, he endured it. This time was different. The whole Jili state was under his control. Of course, he had to choose the best place. Xiaobei and the others were already prepared. Everyone carried a big bag and looked excited. They cherished the opportunity that was once every half a month. They complained that it was not enough. They never thought that once every half a month, they would go for 4 or 5 days. In other words, 1/3 of the month was spent on this. They went to the beach once half a month ago. The water was still cold. In the end, Xiaobei and the others did not swim for a long time. They were very regretful. Now that it was warm, they decided to have fun. Thus, Xiaobei and the others found over 100 boys between the ages of 8 and 10 in the vicinity of the state capital. They wanted them to join their family and become their guards. 100 children were still unable to understand the true meaning of being a guard. They stood in a straight line with curiosity, waiting to set off. Yes, a straight curve, at least in Xiaohai's eyes. He divided the curve into sections of straight lines. According to his understanding of advanced mathematics, which he had not learned yet, this was the limit. At this time, the road in Jili State was much better than when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just arrived. There was no need to deliberately fix it. Where there were people, there would naturally be communication. The people would find ways to fix the road themselves. The group of children walked forward on foot. Their calves were tense. Zhang Xiaobao also trotted beside them. The biggest advantage of children was that their physical strength recovered very quickly. Although the adults' perseverance was stronger than the children's, their bodies were not as strong as the children's. At the end of the day, when the children were tired, they only needed to eat a meal and rest for a while. The adults would feel their waist ache, back pain, and legs numb. When the stars and the moon accompanied them, Xiaobei and the others finally arrived at the beach. After the soldiers guarding the beach helped set up the tents and lit the fire, they gathered together excitedly. They put on thick gloves and roasted the prawns caught by the soldiers on the iron net. "Zhang Liang, roast a prawn for me." Xiaobei came to a boy and ordered. "Why?" "My name is Li Liang, not Zhang Liang." The boy who was ordered did not give Xiaobei any face. "You are my guard." Of course, the Zhang family's guard has to have the surname Zhang. Guards should do such things. Xiaobei explained to Li Liang seriously. "Then I won't be your guard." Li Liang immediately changed his mind. Xiaobei pouted. "I knew you were unreliable." "Xiao Yuan, roast a prawn for me." "Why?" Xiao Yuan, who was not far away, was puzzled. "Because I want to eat it." Xiaobei's reason was very good. "Tsk. If you are too far away, you will not be a grandson." Xiao Yuan replied. Xiaobei's eyes immediately glared. "Who are you calling a villain?" "I didn't say you were a villain. I said you were a woman." "Brother, prepare a rope for me. I want to make a tripping rope." Xiaobei shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, who was sitting at the side. "Xiaobei, I look down on you. Other than using this to scare me, what other abilities do you have? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Yuan deftly picked up a freshly roasted prawn with a pair of tweezers and approached Xiaobei. "You didn't put salt, right?" "I only like to eat the original flavor." "No, it's the original flavor." "Brother, don't use a rope. This is called subduing the enemy without fighting." The sun jumped out of the sea. When the water was a little cold, Xiaobei had already jumped into the water. A little further away, there were soldiers stationed here to protect him. Xiaobei took a deep breath and lowered his head. He used both hands and feet to dive into the water. After a while, he emerged holding 2 shells in each hand. Looking at the people on the shore who didn't dare to go into the water, he muttered angrily, "Guards are really unreliable. Even touching shells makes them so scared. I'll do it myself. When I find better guards, I'll eliminate all of them." The local children that Xiaobei and the others found still didn't understand what guards meant, but the children in other places had already memorized the concept of guards in their hearts. Of the 100 or so children who came to the seaside, most of them didn't know how to swim. Only a dozen or so had gone into the water before, and they weren't very good swimmers. Xiaobei and the others, who couldn't count on others, could only jump into the water to fish for shells themselves. A wooden box with a pendant was placed on the bottom. When it was placed on the surface of the sea, it rose and fell with the waves. Xiaobei and the others surrounded their respective boxes and kept diving and floating, making the group of children on the shore surprised and impressed. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his younger siblings and prepared to rescue them at any time. When the temperature of the water rose little by little, the 100 or so children on the shore also jumped into the shallow water. A large boat appeared on the surface of the sea, gradually growing bigger from a black dot. Chapter 797. When Xiaobei and the others had gathered enough shells and were about to go ashore to roast them, the boat carrying the children became clear in everyone's eyes. Where did the boat come from? Xiaobei shook the water off her hands and looked at the boat in confusion. If it wasn't for the flag of her family, she would have thought that someone was trying to sneak an attack on them while they were here to play. Zhang Xiaobao, who had also come ashore, smiled and didn't say anything. It wasn't until the boat got closer and could no longer move forward that Xiaobei and the others saw the other party's approximate age and the clothes they were wearing on the boat that Xiaobei and the others saw clearly. "Brother, where did the guard come from? He's so small." Xiaobei opened her mouth in surprise and pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand. He's not small anymore. The younger ones are already high-ranking officials. How can a 10-year-old guard be small? Zhang Xiaobao rubbed Xiaobei's head and said with a wink. Oh. So that's the case. Brother, the guard you asked for is too small. Xiaobei reluctantly admitted this fact. Zhang Xiaobao shut his mouth again. Xiao Yuan, who was at the side, shook her head twice and suddenly revealed an expression as if she knew everything. She said to Xiaobei, "Aha. As for this guard, I know." "You know? Quick, tell me about it." Xiaobei poked Xiao Yuan. My hand touched something hard in the water just now. I can't rely on the shells later. Who can help me roast them?" Xiao Yuan had a pained expression and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Xiaobei pouted and muttered, "My brother will roast them for you. Tell me quickly." "I like to eat Xiaobei's roasted shells. I don't eat other people's roasted shells. What should I do?" Xiao Yuan turned to look at Xiaobei and asked. "You tell me first. After you're done, I'll see if I can roast them for you." Xiaobei acted like an adult and began to negotiate with Xiao Yuan. "I forgot. If no one agrees, my brain won't work." Xiao Yuan shook her head. "I'll roast them for you. Roast shells, right? Okay, tell me." Xiaobei pretended to be angry and turned her head to the other side. Satisfied, Xiao Yuan pointed at the boat coming over and said, "Do you still need to ask? The person coming over is our guard. You can't find someone else?" "Yes, no." "Really? Brother, is it true? Is it true?" Xiaobei excitedly grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and shook it back and forth. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao reply, "Now we have bodyguards. Don't bully them." "I won't bully you, I won't bully you. I have guards now, where did they come from?" "It's so neat." Xiaobei's eyes narrowed into crescents. As the boat got closer and closer to shore, the children on the boat could clearly see the people standing on the shore. They were just as excited as Xiaobei. They were all from the Zhang family, Wang family, and Zhuangzi family. Usually, they were not as smart as the others. Since they were 7 years old, they had been taught and trained to help the main family ensure their safety. Now, they had been training for 3 years. Their physiques were much stronger than other children of the same age. After Zhang Xiaobao knew that Xiaobei and the others had found guards to make things difficult for them, he sent someone to deliver a letter back. He did not expect them to be able to fight immediately. He only wanted them to be on good terms with Xiaobei and the others and be familiar with each other. Although this group of children had already given up on the idea of relying on literary examinations, they were all literate and knew how to count. The reason why they were not allowed to continue studying in the academy was firstly because they were not willing to study. Secondly, even if they studied, they had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. On the contrary, a group of people focused on studying. They usually only did broadcast gymnastics and received different training. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, Xiaobei and the others jumped into the sea again and swam towards the approaching boat. This time, they forgot about the children on the shore. Compared to the children on the shore were obviously better. Whether it was their neat clothes or their upright posture on the boat, they were not comparable to the children on the shore. Of course, Xiaobei and the others could not understand the real benefits of the people from Zhuangzi and Zhang Xiaobao families, which were not only in terms of clothes and posture. There was no need to worry about loyalty. If they grew up with Xiaobei and the others, their fighting strength would be incomparable to that of ordinary people. They were different from the children in Jili province. They had their own beliefs. When they were young, they were taught by adults. They had to be loyal to the main family and listen to the main family. Such indoctrination had lasted until now. They were on the same side, so they could rest assured. After 3 years of targeted training, they stood there one by one with a firm look in their eyes. No matter who saw them, they would praise them. Plop, plop, plop. Xiao Bei swam to the side of the boat at the very front. He stretched out his hand and let someone pull him up. Panting, he came in front of a row of children and looked up into their eyes. He poked a person with his hand and asked, "Where did you come from? Are you good at fighting?" When the children came, they had already been told that they were going to be the guards of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao. They had already seen Xiao Bei's appearance from pictures. The child who was poked by Xiao Bei puffed out his chest and lowered his head. In reply to Miss Xiao Bei, "I am from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. We grew up together. I can fight 3 of them alone." As he spoke, he was afraid that Xiao Bei would not believe him, so he clenched his fist and measured it. He rolled up his sleeves and put his muscular arm in front of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei reached out and pinched the child's arm, but it did not budge. He was shocked and nodded vigorously. "That's great. When we get to the shore, help me teach those people who don't listen to me a lesson. Let them be guards, but they don't help me fish for shells." Humph. Yes. This child had the spirit of guard training. He agreed without thinking, even if he knew that it was not good to do so. Xiao Bei laughed happily. Hee, Aya, my guards are so good. Can you fish for shells?" "Xiao Bei, guards are not odd job workers. You can't do this. You have to love and respect them." Xiao Hai, who was usually unwilling to speak and wholeheartedly focused on studying mathematics, finally spoke. He really did have the appearance of an older brother, even if he was only born a short time earlier than Xiao Bei. "It's just a test. If one day I fall into the water, I don't expect them to save me. I order them to fish for shells." Xiao Bei wanted to see if the guards were good or not. The children on the boat did not say anything. They took off their clothes, wearing only shorts, and jumped off the boat. Of course, they were not so stupid as to immediately dive to the bottom. At this time, the water was more than 20 meters deep. Even if they succeeded, they would not be able to see any shells. They used freestyle to swim towards the shore. When the water became shallow, they dove in one after another. Looking at their practiced movements, one could tell that their swimming skills were not bad. After a while, the children's heads and hands appeared from the water. Every one of them was holding a shell. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Jiannan Road, Pengzhou Pass. The sky was clear and sunny. The deputy commander in charge of the beacon tower, Fang Changyun, was still the same as before. His eyes were bored as he looked at the beacon tower in front of him. The wisp of smoke had already become a scene that he could not forget. As long as he waited for 2 hours, he would not need to continue looking at the beacon tower. He could casually find someone to look at and rest. Loneliness, sometimes having nothing to do, is also a kind of loneliness. If it were up to me, there is no need to set up a beacon tower in the east of Jinchuan. Who would dare to touch Cuckoo's territory? One day, it will slowly end like this. Fang Changyun placed the binoculars in his hand and muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a short nap. This nap lasted for 2 hours. In his dream, a fairy came over and said that she would treat him to a drink. She even continuously leaned on his body. The corner of his mouth unknowingly curled up. Just as he was about to move on to the next step, the fairy suddenly stretched out her hand and slapped him. "Io, you hit me?" "Who hit me?" Fang Changyun, who was awakened by the pain, covered his face and asked. "Commander Fang, it's not good. The beacon tower over there has already been 2 hours, and it's still burning. Furthermore, there are 2 wisps of smoke rising at the same time. It's not the same as before." The person who retracted his hand nervously pointed at the distant beacon tower and shouted at Fang Changyun. "What? 2 wisps of smoke rising at the same time? It's been 2 hours? Not good. Quick, light the beacon and send people out to check." Fang Changyun could no longer care about the pain on his face. He opened his eyes wide and shouted at the beacon tower. Chapter 798. Two beacons of smoke rose from the beacon towers near Pingzhou Pass. Fang Changyun did not dare to delay. He ordered people to light the beacons and sent people to check on Jinchuan. There was one beacon tower every 30 li, and the distance was arranged according to visibility. From the time the beacon in Jinchuan was lit to when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received the letter from the pigeons in Jili Prefecture, it only took 11 hours. Most of the time was wasted on the pigeons flying. There was not much content in the letter. It just said that there were two beacons of smoke coming from Jinchuan. It asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to consider what to do. Two beacons of smoke, not the beacons of safety. It seems that there is some trouble over there. Is it Tubo or Tujue? Zhang Xiaobao understood the meaning of the two beacons of smoke. There was a line in Du Fu's poem, "Lone smoke rises in the desert." This did not only express desolation, but also a sense of peace in a distant place. One beacon fire was for peace. Two beacon fires were for a situation. Three beacon fires were for war. Of course, there were many details in the letter. For example, the length of time the beacon fires burned, the time when the beacon fires were lit, and so on. There were many explanations. Otherwise, they would not know that the news came from Jinchuan. Wang Wan also appeared to be a little anxious. The speed at which the news was transmitted was fast, but that was from other places to the capital, not from the capital to other places. Furthermore, the news was not very specific. No one knew what exactly happened at Jinchuan. Looking at Xiaobei and the others who were still playing games with the newly arrived guards of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, Wang Wan looked to the west and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's see what is going on first. Don't be afraid. There are more than 100,000 slaves over there. Even if they want to attack, they will not be able to do it in a short time. Could it be that the Tubo's life is getting more and more difficult, and they finally can't help but fight to the death? If that's the case, we'll have to go again. Jinchuan's army can't be commanded by anyone else. If someone takes a fancy to it and reports it to the imperial court, they should be moved to the Great Tang." Zhang Xiaobao nodded to show that he understood. Although they had been helping Li Longji and had a good relationship with each other, that was only possible because the two of them could restrain Li Longji at any time. If Li Longji was in a bad mood one day, or if he suddenly decided to deal with the two families, Lu Zhou and Jinchuan would have to act together. After all, military power was the right to speak. As if sensing that her brother and sister were not in a good mood, Xiaobei, who was competing with the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family to see who could catch the most good things in the sea, suddenly stopped and hurriedly swam to the shore. She blinked her big eyes and approached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Are you going back to the manor? Then, you can come back to play in the future." "It's fine. I can still continue to train the guards when I go back. I've caught a lot of spoon worms. I'll fry them when I get back." Originally, they were going to stay for at least 3 days. If they were going to leave, they would only stay for 2 days. For children, playing for a while was a kind of happiness, let alone playing for a day. Xiaobei was very sensible and resisted the idea of continuing to play. She had long been used to running around with her family. Zhang Xiaobao touched his sister's forehead and tucked back the hair sticking out of the swimming cap on his face. He said to Xiaobei, "We're not going back. The matters in Jinchuan are the same as in Yizhou. It's the same here as in the manor." "Oh. Then, I'll go play." "Aya, is there going to be a war? Bring me along. I'm very powerful." Zhang Ying also touched Shui Yun's neck with heartache. The distance from Jili State to Jinchuan was not ordinary. But they had to go. They could only wait for Shui Yun to come back and nourish her body. Shui Yun seemed to know that she had to go on an errand. She tried to eat the beef so that she could store more energy to support the flight. When she really couldn't eat anymore, Wang Wan had finished writing the letter. She put it in a bamboo tube and tied it to Shui Yun. Shui Yun rubbed her head against Zhang Ying's face intimately. Following the movement of Zhang Ying's arm, she soared into the air and circled in the sky. She let out a cry and flew to the west. It would be great if all eagles could be like Shui Yun. I hope she won't encounter any danger on the way. Let's barbecue beef tonight. Zhang Xiaobao sighed as he watched Shui Yun turn into a black dot and disappear into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ying retracted his gaze and comforted Zhang Xiaobao. Don't worry, little young master. Shui Yun is very smart. If she gets hungry on the way, she will find animals that are easy to catch to eat. She won't lose the letter. I also want to find more eagles like Shui Yun. Unfortunately, I've caught many eagles, but none of them can reach Shui Yun's level. Just like the big dog that the little lady brought back from Luzhou, it's almost psychic. Little young master, little lady, is something wrong with Jinchuan? Zhang Ying didn't read the letter, so he didn't know the specific situation. The two beacons are busy dealing with the matters here. The surrounding commander-in-chief manors are restless. If something really happened to Jinchuan, I'll discuss it with the people around me and go with Cuckoo. This time, I won't be surnamed Zhang if I don't make them obedient. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Zhang Ying. The most annoying thing for him was that he couldn't take care of both the front and the back. If Jinchuan's army didn't care, he could ask the imperial court to send a general to command it. Currently, there were a few powerful people who were good at war. Wang Wan was also furious. After Zhang Ying left to rest, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, if something really happened to Jinchuan, let Sun Rinnegan take the people and hide. We can't go there for the time being. I have to deal with the surrounding matters first. How are you going to deal with it? Zhang Xiaobao truly didn't think that Wang Wan had other plans. I'm not telling you. There are many things that you don't tell me. Go guess. I'm going to swim. Wang Wan threw down these words, took off her outer clothes, and jumped into the sea in her swimsuit. Fine, I won't tell you. I rushed over here this morning because I had a good plan to share with someone. Let's see who can stand it. I'm going to swim as well. Zhang Xiaobao muttered to himself and jumped into the sea as well. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who only found it troublesome, some people were in a bad mood because of the fire beacon incident. When the news came, Li Longji was in the morning court discussing state affairs with the officials. One was to continue opening the Great Tang Bank all over the Great Tang, and the other was to discuss the issue of the conscripts. The conscripts in Jili province could be said to have succeeded. The 30,000 soldiers who had been scattered throughout the various armies no longer had to eat just wine and meat like they had in the beginning. The soldiers didn't say anything. As long as their families had a good life, they had no reason to cause trouble. This kind of success gave Li Longji hope. He wanted to find another place to try again. Just as he was arguing with the officials, the fire beacon incident in Jinzhou came. He temporarily put aside other matters and began to guess what was going on. Who would dare to attack Jinchuan? Even after the morning court session ended, it was still not confirmed. After returning to Xingxing Palace, Li Longji was not happy when he heard that the construction of the artificial unsinkable lake was about to be completed. Lisher, do you think that Tubo is taking the risk? Li Longji, who had drunk 2 bowls of iced sour plum soup, still felt like his heart was on fire. He asked Gao Lisher, who was waiting on him. How could Gao Lisher guess? He was even more anxious than Li Longji. On one hand, he was worried about the Great Tang, but on the other hand, he was worried about Xiao Bao. Jinchuan was not under the jurisdiction of the Great Tang. Although the Great Tang had offered many local specialties this year, with the majority being desert sistanch, if the Great Tang really did send people to occupy it, regardless of whether Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would agree or not, Tubo would not agree. If that happened, they would really have to hand over their territory to the Great Tang. The east of Jinchuan currently belonged to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That was just an excuse for the caravan. If the Great Tang sent people to manage it, it would be a matter between countries. As Gao Lisher thought about it, his eyes hurt, as if the pain had reached his head. He massaged his temples and replied to Li Longji, Your Majesty, it's just 2 plumes of smoke. Perhaps the people of Jinchuan saw wrongly and thought that someone was going to attack them. This subject thinks that Tubo currently relies on the great Tang to exchange food for them and does not dare to make any rash moves. Although the Turks are also in the desert, they can't care too much. Your Majesty does not need to worry. The news should have already been sent to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The 2 of them should have already made their decision. Once Jili province sends a letter, we will naturally know everything. Even Gao Lisher himself didn't believe his own words. The Tubo and Turks were wolves that couldn't be tamed. As long as they were given a chance, they would definitely grasp it. Otherwise, there was no need for them to continue sending troops to guard the borders. Li Longji also knew that Gao Lisher was comforting him. At this time, the only thing he could do was to believe his words, even if it was hard to be certain. Send a letter to Xiao Bao and ask him what his plans are. Li Longji could not wait any longer. Shui Yun tried its best to fly, wanting to reach the place as soon as possible. It could feel the anxiety of its master. Even if it knew that the journey was long, it still wanted to complete the mission. The blue sky and white clouds accompanied each other. A light breeze blew and it spread its wings. Every time it flapped, it had to travel a long distance. In the place Shui Yun was determined to reach, quite a few people were busying themselves, setting up temporary camps to guard against others. Zhang Yuzhu tried his best to press a rope woven from straw on the sand according to a diamond pattern. He also placed the seeds of the Haloxylon amandendron tree in the middle and carefully watered them with water from a bucket pushed over from a distant lake. When the Haloxylon amandendron tree grew, it was possible to find desert cistanche in it to repay the master. This method was taught by the master's young master and young lady. As long as one could collect 10 caddies of desert cistanche in a year, he would have a good life and would receive a lot of extra rewards. One had to know how to be content. Even if there were no rewards, one had to do a good job for the master. One's family name followed the master, and a stable life was also given by the master. Just as young Master Han said, one would only know what happiness was when there was a comparison. When some people were sad because they did not have shoes to wear, they would find that some people did not have feet. He had to cherish the days he had now. Even if the duo people who came the day before yesterday were eyeing him covetously, he was not afraid. If they really dared to attack, he would fight them to the death. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuzhu worked even harder. He seriously planted every seed, hoping that it would sprout and grow up. Looking at the guards from the master's house, Zhang Yuzhu was even more afraid. Compared to Zhang Yuzhu, Senrignigan was in a very bad mood. The group of duo people in the distance did not plan to leave since the day before yesterday. They looked like they were going to stay here permanently and built a temporary camp by the lake. More than 500 people did not come to harass them, but they did not leave either. If they wanted to keep 500 people here, it would be too easy. There were more than 100,000 people. Just the number of soldiers alone reached 20,000. 40 against one person could strangle the other party to death with a pinch. Senrignigan was not worried about the 500 people, but what was behind them. There were also duo people in the Great Tang, so it was not strange. What was strange was that if they came to the lake in the desert, were they not worried that they would starve to death after eating the food they brought? When things were abnormal, there was bound to be a demon. Thinking of this, Senrignigan said to Han Xianfeng, who was also looking at the duo people with clairvoyance, "Young Master Han, do you think that the arrival of the duo people could be secretly supported by the Turks or Tibetans?" They are from 2 places. That can't be, right? Han Xianfeng could not be sure. The only thing he could be sure of was that the duo people who stayed by the lake did not come with good intentions. Mi Fan was already feeling uncomfortable. Ever since the duo people arrived, Mi Fan had not been able to eat. What kind of ability did Mi Fan have? It was very mysterious, and there was no way to explain it. However, it was this kind of existence that Mi Fan had never been wrong about since she had known it. Looking at it this way, the 500 duo people were the root cause. Let alone Han Xianfeng, who was unwilling to believe that the Duo people had the support of the Turks or Tibetans. Even Sun Rignigan, who said this, did not believe it to be true. But based on the intelligence reports they had gathered, both the Turks and the Tibetans had such a possibility. While the Turks were internally unstable, ever since the great Tang's Emperor Feng Chan had dispatched soldiers to guard the border, the Turks had begun to shift their focus to the desert. Although Tibetans were lacking in food and had an unequal exchange with the great Tang, the people who could eat large amounts of food were not slaves. The slaves only ate a small portion of the food. Taking advantage of the arrival of spring, they went to the mountains to dig up wild vegetables to replenish their food. There were also people who caught all kinds of insects to eat, especially locusts. On one hand, this could control the locust plague this year. On the other hand, a portion of the food saved could be used on real soldiers and a portion could be stored for future use. Even a ghost would not believe that these two places did not have any ulterior motives. Young Master Han, if I were the leader of the Turks or Tibetans, would support the Duo people and secretly provide them with all kinds of intelligence and food supplies. I would let them understand the price of desert sistanch between the clouds and the water after it is made into a dish. The desert sistanch here does not look expensive, but it is not cheap either. If you pick 10 caddies of desert sistanch, you can get 10 strings of cash as a reward. 10 strings of cash is enough to feed 10 pigs for a year according to the current price of food. It can even be used to make a few sets of clothes for the pigs. But if you send it to between the clouds and the water and make it into a dish and sell it, it will be dozens or even hundreds of times the price. The nobles in the capital of the Great Tang are proud to be able to eat this dish. Let the Poly-Eater understand and then fight with us. Once a fight breaks out, there will be even more Poly-Eater participating. Both the Tubo and the Turks can just watch from the sidelines. This is called killing with a borrowed knife. Young Master Han, you must be on guard. Sanri Nigan said a lot of words, wanting Han Xianfeng to come up with a good plan as soon as possible. If this continued, the pressure in his heart would be too great. How could Han Xianfeng not understand? He put down his clairvoyance and looked up at the blue sky. He took a few deep breaths in the absence of wind, and then looked at the beacon tower that was still burning with twin flames. Sanri Nigan, the news has been spread, but the young master and young lady are in Jili province. It can be said that it is a long journey. When the two of them know, even if they rush 800 miles, they will have to wait for nearly a month. In addition, the beacon can't send specific information. When the young master and young lady know, they will send people over and then send people back. It will take at least a month and a half to go back and forth. That is if it is not raining on the road and it is easy to travel. Let's think of a solution ourselves. Han Xianfeng meant that he wanted to make a plan with Sanri Nigan and then command the army to ensure the stability of this place. He, who had never commanded an army before, was worried and excited at the same time. He was afraid that he would accidentally lose, but he also wanted to lead the army to defeat all the enemies. It could be said that he was very conflicted. Sanri Nigan nodded. He had commanded an army before. For example, the slaves he brought with him. He had also fought in battles before. Now that he had to command more people, he was also very nervous. From now on, the 20 of you are my guards. In the future, you have to protect me. I will take care of your meals and your monthly allowance. Xiao Bei, who had caught enough seafood at the seaside, chose 20 people from the 100 people who came from Sanshui County. These 20 people were the best at catching seafood, which meant that they were ranked in the top 20. The children who came to be guards would not object. They would do whatever the master said. They had already understood during training. Why? You want 20 people, what should we do? Xiao Yuan did not care about the psychological trauma of tripping rope and strongly objected. Xiao Bei also realized that she wanted more people, but she did not want to admit it. She deliberately did not look at Xiao Yuan's angry eyes. She lowered her head and looked at her little feet. Her 10 toes moved back and forth on the sand. When the atmosphere was too oppressive, she said softly, You guys can divide the rest. I won't steal anymore, really. You've already finished stealing. How many people are there? Count. 1, 2, 3, 9 people, 100 guards. How can you divide 20 people? Do you think I don't know math? You divide 10. Xiao Yuan's math was far worse than Xiao Hai's. It took him a while to finish counting. If each person had 10, there would be 10 left. As he spoke, he was calculating how to divide the remaining 10. He had to continue counting. It was very troublesome. Xiao Bei also calculated. She calculated first. If each person has 10, then there are 10 left. Just enough for me. The remainder is very small. No, it's not like that. Brother Xiao Hai, how do you calculate? Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Hai for help. Xiao Hai clearly had no interest in such a difficult question, but he still answered, if each person has 11 guards, then there's one left. What do you do in class? You have to ask me such a simple question. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Yuan wanted to refute. His math was not good, but he was good at memorizing. But who asked him to be born later than Xiao Hai? He had to show respect. Besides, Xiao Hai's math was really good. At least, it was better than his. Xiao Bei looked up at her brother, Zhang Xiaobao, for help. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. The two looked at each other and smiled. This group of brothers and sisters was really fun. Nodding, Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiao Bei, indeed, each person has 11 guards. There's one left. Then I want 12. You're not allowed to fight with me for the extra. The smart Xiao Bei did not dare to insist on 20 guards. She knew the principle of cutting off friends, so she had always done so. Zhang Gang wanted to write a letter home and ask for more guards from the tribe. He did not want to fight with others for a few spots, but he did not dare. Seeing that no one said anything, he could only agree to the fact that Xiao Bei had one more guard. The 12 people who were ranked first in swimming were taken by Xiao Bei. She chose people so simply. She did not consider whether those who were good at swimming were still good on land. After the others had finished choosing their guards, Xiao Bei came to Xiao Hai's side like a little sister. She grabbed Xiao Hai's hand and shook it vigorously. Brother. You don't usually need guards. Why don't you let me help you train them? Is that okay? Is that okay? Usually, it was too difficult to get Xiao Bei to call him brother. Who asked the 4 little guys to be born so close together? Xiao Hai did not care about guards. He was focused on math. When he heard his sister asking for a guard, he nodded and agreed. Xiao Bei cheered. She looked at Xiao Yuan, who had just opposed her, and revealed a unique smile. Xiao Yuan consciously pretended not to see it and turned his head to do his own things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked on and did not care. If not, life would be much less fun. On the way back, Xiao Bei did not ride a car or ride a horse. She was very happy. This was because she had her own team, even if the average age was slightly younger. Xiao Bao, when you go back, give an expensive gift to the surrounding commander-in-chief's manors. Don't worry about money. The friendship between the various places here can't be measured by money. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao agreed very happily. He did not ask for the reason. There would be a day when he would know, and he would not have to wait too long. As soon as they returned to the manor, Zhang Xiaobao began to give gifts to the surrounding places. According to the status of the other party, the gifts given ranged from 1,000 strings of coins to 10,000 strings of coins. A total of 32 gifts were given, and the total value was 110,000 strings of coins. Those who received the gifts were happy and worried. They were very clear about the value of the gifts now. The lowest value was more than 4,000 strings of coins. Naturally, they did not know that the cost of the gifts was more than 1,000 strings of coins. They took the gifts and wanted to give back the same value, but they were reluctant to give it back. Fortunately, the letter with the gifts mentioned a proposal, which was to hold a joint military exercise together. They hoped that they could cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of the site of the exercise, and they were in charge of the food. Agreeing was giving face, and there was no need to return the gifts. One by one, they agreed. Not everyone was only doing it for money. Some people did not care about money. They wanted to see the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in Jili province. Zhang Xiaobao finally guessed part of the content at this time. He asked Wang Wan, "Where are you going to take them to hold the joint military exercise?" "It depends on the situation in Jinchuan. If it's good, we will hold a training exercise in the entire northern part of Hebei province for half a year. If it's not good, we will go to Jinchuan. I'd rather pay a lot of money for it." Wang Wan did not keep it a secret. As soon as she said it, Zhang Xiaobao knew what she meant. "Well, it's worth the money. First, we can let the army be familiar with the terrain here. After all, they come from the south. Second, we can let the team participating in the exercise feel our military treatment. Even if we don't win them over, we must leave a deep impression in their hearts. As for Jinchuan, the significance of this exercise is greater, and at the same time, the purpose of this exercise is stronger." "Good idea. Whether they agree or not, it's good for us." Zhang Xiaobao praised Wang Wan. Before Wang Wan could be modest, he changed the topic. "But, if they don't agree to go to Jinchuan, are you really going to do something to them? I believe that our friendship is like the evergreen tree. When I gave them very precious and valuable gifts, I never thought about money. Betrayal is shameful. I believe they won't betray us." Wang Wan said sincerely. When the various forces in northern Hebei province were busy transferring troops for the exercise, Shui Yun flew over mountains and rivers and finally arrived at Jinchuan. Under the shocked gazes of Han Xianfeng and Sanri Nigan, she lowered her head and scratched the ground with her claws, reminding Han Xianfeng what she should do. "Shui Yun? Why are you here? Come, get some water. Kill a cow and drag it here. Hurry, our Shui Yun flew here from Jili province. She's exhausted." Han Xianfeng knew Shui Yun. When he was in Sanshui County, he often dealt with Shui Yun. When he saw Shui Yun, he was surprised at first and then felt sorry for her. While instructing his subordinates to prepare the things, he walked up to Shui Yun and held her in his arms. To him, Shui Yun was not an eagle, but a person. Sanri Nigan took a few deep breaths to calm her heartbeat. Then she said, "She's Shui Yun? The world's #1 eagle? She's really amazing. She can fly here from Jili province. She's worth a lot of money. Let's see what she brings. Take a rest. Come, Shui Yun. Drink some water first. The fresh beef will be here soon. Let me see if you've lost weight." Han Xianfeng treated Shui Yun like a person. He had someone bring a basin of water to Shui Yun and stood to the side to make room for Shui Yun to drink more comfortably. Shui Yun was indeed exhausted. She only ate a little rabbit meat and drank some water because she was in a hurry. She spent the rest of the time flying. When she was tired, she would soar, rest, and continue flying. She lowered her head and gulped down the water. When she was almost done drinking, the beef was also sent over. Han Xianfeng chose the best beef and cut it into strips to feed Shui Yun. Shui Yun slowly swallowed the meat before taking the letter out. Sanri Nigan also came close to read it. The first sentence of the letter was not to ask about what happened here. Instead, it told Han Xianfeng that Shui Yun needed rest and beef. Then it asked what happened to Jinchuan. It gave a few guesses and suggestions. If they matched, they could follow the plan in the letter. While the two were reading the letter, Shui Yun, who had eaten and drunk enough, flew to the roof to sleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Han Xianfeng didn't go to Shui Yun immediately after he finished writing the letter. Although eagles had great endurance and could survive for a few days without eating, drinking, or sleeping, he didn't want Shui Yun to go back immediately. Anyway, the carnivorous people were more obedient and didn't do anything out of line. He ordered people to find a lot of soft straw and cotton wool and put them on the ground for Shui Yun to sleep on. Han Xianfeng thought about the plan in the letter and then fell asleep. Shui Yun had another meal. It grabbed the straw and cotton wool on the ground and flew to a crack in the cliff nearby. It began to make a nest, planning to have a good sleep. If it were other eagles, they might not accept other people's help, but Shui Yun was not. It was not stupid. If it were Shui Yun, where would it find such soft straw and cotton wool? It was colder at night than during the day, so it would save as much energy as possible. While Shui Yun was sleeping with many people, dozens of figures flashed out from a lake in the desert. They quickly ran toward the place where the Haloxylon amandendron was planted. When the dozens of people came to the outside of the fence, someone shouted, "Who are you? Stop, don't move, or we'll shoot you to death." Following the shout, there was also the sound of dogs barking, adding a bit of noise to the silent night. Under the waning moon, the dozens of people didn't listen to the warning at all. They quickly jumped over the fence and rushed inside. Then there was the sound of rustling. When the dogs' barks got closer, the dozens of people jumped over the fence again and ran back to the camp by the lake as fast as they could. Then there were the sounds of dogs howling. If someone's ears were good, they could vaguely make out that there were human grunts mixed in. Under the night, everything returned to normal. The guards had been ordered not to give chase when something happened. They had to wait until the sun came up. When the red sun jumped out, the guards finally discovered the situation inside the fence yesterday. Several hundred Haloxylon amandendron trees had been cut down, and 3 dogs had gone missing. It must be them, the cannibals did it. I knew they didn't have good intentions there. Zhang Yuzhu, who was in charge of planting the Haloxylon amandendron trees, pointed at the cannibals' camp and cried. There was no need for him to say it. The others also understood, but they couldn't make the decision. They could only wait for Han Xianfeng to come. Han Xianfeng, who had gotten up early to train, finally received the news when he was about to finish. He rode over with Sanri Nigan. Looking at the Haloxylon amandendron trees and the smoke rising from the cannibals' camp, Han Xuanfeng's face was gloomy. Fortunately, Shui Yun didn't go back yesterday. It seems I need to write a new letter. After saying this, Han Xianfeng ordered, "Continue with your work and pretend nothing happened. We'll talk about it at night. There aren't many Haloxylon amandendron trees that were cut down. We'll plant more." Leaving these words behind, the two rode back to the house. Han Xianfeng tore up the letter he wrote yesterday and wrote a new one. He called out to Shui Yun, who was hovering in the sky. After Shui Yun came down to eat and drink, he tied a bamboo tube to it and stroked its feathers. "Go back. Be careful, there's no rush here. Don't tire yourself out." It wasn't clear if Shui Yun understood, but she cried out and ran a little. She flapped her wings and flew into the sky again. Gradually, she became a small black dot and disappeared from Han Xuanfeng's sight. If there were more Shui Yun, we wouldn't need pigeons. It's much more convenient, Sanri Nigan said enviously. They're chickens. You can have as many as you want. The only thing we can hope for is for Shui Yun to find a partner. When we have a little Shui Yun, we'll see if we can raise one. Han Xuanfeng's eyes were still looking at the sky. Sanri Nigan knew about eagles and said, "Even if we have a little Shui Yun, it might not be useful. She might fall to her death. First, she'll be pushed or thrown down by a big eagle. Then, even if she can fly, she'll have her wings broken by the big eagle. Not many survive. You're talking about other eagles. Shui Yun isn't that stupid. He'll wait for others to make a thick cushion for him and then throw the little eagle down from the sky. Even if it doesn't learn to fly, he can catch it and throw it again. It's the same when he breaks its wings." With the little prince and his wife's wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for them to pave dozens of acres of cotton for Shui Yun. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. When Shui Yun has a child, will the little prince and his wife do that? Will Shui Yun cooperate? Han Xianfeng, who treated Shui Yun as a human, didn't agree with Sanri Nigan. Other eagles weren't smart enough, but Shui Yun, a psychic eagle, would be very cooperative. After all, it was his child. Sanri Nigan was dumbfounded by Han Xuanfeng's words. Thinking about it carefully, it was true. Yes, Shui Yun is different from other eagles. Other eagles are arrogant, but they are arrogant to everything. Shui Yun is only arrogant in battle. It knows when to advance and retreat. If someone is good to it, it will be very cooperative. That's why it's alive. Many of its enemies are dead. Don't worry about Shui Yun. The little prince and his wife will think about it. Tonight, the revenge will begin. Han Xianfeng looked in the direction of the duo eaters' camp and sneered. Night fell again. No one could see Shui Yun, who endured the sleepiness and continued to fly. The moon was a little less, and the sky was darker. Instead, the stars were brighter. Dozens of figures came out from the lake. They went around a big circle and headed toward the fenced haloxylon tree. When they got close to the fence again, the leader finally found that something was wrong. He stopped in confusion. After thinking carefully, he realized what was wrong. There was one sound missing. The dog stopped barking. Just as he was hesitating whether to continue or not, and whether there were any traps ahead, a fire suddenly appeared in the direction of the camp. Then, there were screams. At first, there were only 1 or 2 screams, but in the end, there were a lot of screams. The leader of the dozens of figures couldn't care less about the haloxylon tree in front of him. He ran back to the camp first, followed by dozens of people. If the moon was round and bright enough, one would be able to see the anxious expressions on their faces. When they returned to the camp, some people in the camp rushed out, and some couldn't meet up with them. In addition to the people who ran out without any problems, there were also people who were on fire, making heart-wrenching sounds as they ran around like headless flies. The people immediately began to look for tools to hold water. They ran to the lake to scoop up water and splashed it on the people on fire. When the sound gradually stopped, the whole camp had become a sea of fire. The remaining 400 or so people looked at the scene in front of them and wanted to cry. Until now, they hadn't seen the people who attacked the camp. It was as if the camp itself was on fire. But this was impossible. They knew who did it, but like Han Xianfeng last night, they couldn't find any evidence to prove it. Unwilling to give up like this, the Duergan spread out and searched for enemies that might appear in the surroundings. As long as they could find one, they would have an excuse to cause trouble for the Tang people living here. At the very least, they would have an excuse to dispatch troops. A few of the duo eaters lit torches from the campsite and walked all the way to the outside of the fence. Just as they realized that they had gone in the wrong direction and were about to go back, someone suddenly shouted from inside the fence, "Who are you? Don't move." The man-eaters were stunned. Only then did they realize that they were still holding torches. One of them shouted, and the man-eaters threw down their torches and prepared to leave. Before they could run a few steps, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and then countless arrows fell, nailing them to the ground. Those who hadn't died for the time being could still vaguely hear the sound of dogs barking. Before daybreak, more than 100 people with crossbows in their hands made a large circle and returned home. If someone carefully smelled them, they would be able to smell the smell of cooked oil on their bodies. When the people who had endured until daybreak checked the camp, they found many arrowheads made of stone. Looking at these arrowheads and the ashes of the arrow shafts, the people understood that if they asked the Tang people about these things, they wouldn't admit it, because the Tang people didn't have stone arrowheads. If they didn't believe it, they could look at the people the Tang people found. They were dragging a few corpses, and the corpses were full of arrows. Those arrows were definitely iron arrowheads. When questioned by the Tang people, the people also questioned them. Even though both sides knew that the other side was the culprit, neither side was willing to reveal it. Chapter 799. Zhang Shuo felt that he had found an opportunity. The more he spoke, the smoother he became. He repeatedly told Li Longji about the various benefits of taking over Jinchuan. How could Li Longji not know about the benefits of taking over Jinchuan? Jinchuan did not belong to the Tang Empire. The terrain there was dangerous, and if he could rule it, it would be much easier to deal with Tubo. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt that he could not take over that place. If he did, it would be tantamount to falling out with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Tubo, who was originally in an honest state, could easily be forced into a corner. Not only Tubo, but the Tujuem might also interfere. Hearing Zhang Shuo say that he would send people to seize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's slaves, Li Longji's eyes revealed an inexplicable emotion. This emotion was directed at Zhang Shuo. Zhang Jiuling, who was guarding at the side, looked at the emperor's expression and found that something was wrong. He was too calm, and his eyes narrowed because of Wei Wei. He was worried that Zhang Shuo would anger the emperor, so he quickly interjected. Lord Zhang, Jinchuan is where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earn money. I think that the people there will only listen to the two of them. It seems inappropriate to send people to manage it. Just as Zhang Shuo was thinking of a way to make the emperor agree to his suggestion, he was interrupted by Zhang Jiuling's words. He looked at Zhang Jiuling with a bit of dissatisfaction. When he saw Zhang Jiuling look back at him with a gaze that was not easy to see in the past, his heart trembled, and he finally reacted. He carefully looked at the emperor again and did not mention who should be sent. He then glanced at Yu Wenrong, who spoke up for him just now, and said, Your Majesty, Zhang Jiuling is right. Think about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are thinking. I wonder if Your Majesty has a plan for the two of them? When Zhang Shuo said this, he felt very helpless. He understood that the emperor's support for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was very firm. If he wanted to touch the two of them, it seemed that Jinchuan was not a good opportunity. Moreover, recently, he also felt that the emperor's attitude towards him seemed to have changed. It was not that the emperor suddenly distanced himself from him, but when he spoke to him, there was less of the usual casualness, and more of a businesslike manner. This was not good. He had to think of a way to make up for it. Li Longji glanced at Zhang Jiuling, but didn't say anything. He nodded at Gao Lisher, who hurriedly stepped forward and reached into his bosom. When he looked again, there was a letter in his hand. Then he turned to the others and said, after Xiaobao and Cuckoo found out about the fire beacon, they came up with a plan. Gentlemen, please take a look. As he spoke, Gao Lisher delivered the letter to Yu Wenrong. The content of the letter was slightly more than usual. Yu Wenrong first skimmed through it, but then his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. He carefully read the letter from beginning to end, and his body couldn't help but tremble, as if he had seen something shocking. The others couldn't help but be curious. What exactly was written in the letter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent that made the practical Yu Wenrong so scared? Lord Yu, may I take a look? Li Linfu, who had always wanted to learn and surpass Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan one day, saw that Yu Wenrong didn't hand the letter to anyone else, so he reminded him. Yu Wenrong blankly handed the letter to Li Linfu. He stared blankly at the letter. Those who knew him knew that this was his expression when he encountered something special. Li Linfu took the letter and carefully read it word by word. After reading it, he also shivered and sucked in a breath of cold air. He handed the letter to another person, and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, this subject understands today what it means to be so intelligent that it's almost like a demon. This subject is inferior. Li Longji's head moved up and down slightly, indicating that he agreed with Li Linfu's words. In his heart, he thought, do I need you to say this? Otherwise, how could I have been fooled? Who would have thought that something would happen to Jinchuan, and that the two of them could be used to deal with the people of northern Hebei province? The letter was passed around one by one. Everyone who read the letter had an unusual expression. They were frightened, but at the same time, they felt sorry for the people from the martial manor. Those people didn't pay the rent tax, and some people didn't even pay the tribute. Look at what happened now. His Majesty sent 2 children to see whether they would pay the rent tax or not in the future. Those who looked down on the children might pay enough, even to the extent that it was unbearable. Zhang Jiuling read the letter and said as if he was talking to himself. At first, he thought that it was just 2 children who were easy to deal with. Later, he understood that His Majesty sent the 2 most powerful people in our province. Alas! It's time, luck, and fate. His voice was not loud, but in the quiet environment, others, including Li Longji, heard it clearly. No one refuted Zhang Jiuling's words. As he said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could be said to be the 2 most powerful people in the Tang Empire. They should be deeply honored to be sent to Jili province to suppress the martial manner in northern Hebei province. Li Longji had the feeling of being praised for his ability to judge people and was in a very good mood. If it weren't for Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he would have to marry a princess. Although it was a princess in name, it was still uncomfortable. Only when there was no other way could he use women in exchange for a period of stability. Who would know that every woman I marry is a disgrace? Li Longji thought to himself. Zhang Shua also finished reading the letter. He thought about it and said, Your Majesty, if something really happened to Jinchuan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will lead the troops to battle. If the people of the martial manor don't cooperate and they take action, will the capital send troops to help? What do you think, Minister Zhang? Li Longji did not answer but asked in return. Zhang Shua hesitated and said, I think that if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan find an excuse to send troops to other martial manors, the imperial court can't directly send troops to help. They are using friendship as an excuse. If they send troops, it will be a private army. Your Majesty, when the time comes, you will need to punish them and reprimand them for sending troops without permission. Well, that's natural. Is there anything else? Li Longji agreed with Zhang Shua's statement. Even if he wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to beat the other side into submission, he had no choice but to issue a statement when the 2 of them were making a move. Otherwise, if someone else followed suit and secretly sent out troops, should he interfere or not? Seeing that the emperor asked him again, Zhang Shua continued, the imperial court can't send troops, but it can make a move to deploy troops. It will put pressure on the martial manor in Hunan province and make them not dare to act rashly. Li Longji was satisfied. He was very angry just now that Zhang Shua wanted to go against the 2 children at such a critical time. He asked the others, who has other ideas? Everyone was silent, which meant that they agreed with Zhang Shua. Chapter 800. After a few more days of hard flying, the thinner Shuaiyun finally returned to the capital of Jili. Seeing Shuaiyun's tired appearance, Zhang Xiaobao and the others felt sorry for her. They had already prepared to slaughter the cow, and Zhang Ying accompanied her, saying something that they did not know if Shuaiyun could understand. It's actually a meddlesome person, not the Tubo or the Turks as we guessed. Zhang Xiaobao, who had received the information, was very puzzled. That doesn't prove that the 2 places are not behind this. 500 people are probably not enough to fill the gap between the teeth of the slave army. Fortunately, I wrote a letter to tell them not to act rashly. Otherwise, if they were all wiped out, where would they find an excuse to send troops? Wang Wan was very happy to see the information. This was good. With an excuse to send troops, they could mobilize the people in the commander-in-chief's office. Then, it would be the critical moment for the next step. Zhang Xiaobao also understood Wang Wan's plan. This time, she would take the soldiers away. Through the delicious food and drinks along the way and her commanding skills, she would be able to greatly impress the soldiers. When the time came, they would have more fighting strength. Even if some people could not be recruited because of their family members, they could spread the news of their strength to others through their mouths. If they attacked other places in the future, it would also be a blow to the morale of the other places. But there was still one more thing to solve. The Duo Eaters are not hostile to the Tang Empire yet. If we attack them, will there be diplomatic problems? How can they not be hostile? Cutting down our haloxylon shuttle trees is a provocation to us, an invasion of the Great Tang. Our Jili province is not the North military camp of the Northeast. The ones who should be thinking about diplomatic troubles are the duo cannibals. They need to pay enough to appease the anger of the Great Tang. Wang Wan did not care about international relations. The current Tang Empire was still very powerful. Well, send a letter to the people participating in the exercise and tell them to be prepared. I believe that our friendship can pass the test of war. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted, Zhang Xiaobao naturally would not continue to object. As he spoke, he spread out the paper on the table and wrote a letter. Along with the letters sent to the surrounding governors' manors, there were also letters sent to the capital. The capital didn't have a spirit eagle like Shuiyun, so they still didn't know the exact situation in Jinchuan. Pengzhou Pass had probably only just received the news and sent people to deliver the letters to the capital as quickly as possible. However, it would still take a long time for the letters to arrive. Li Longji had just finished discussing with Zhang Shua and the others what they were going to do next. They were prepared to fully support Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, at least in name. As for the deployment of troops, they would just treat it as normal training. If they did not do anything, the soldiers would get rusty. As a result, they were shocked by the news they received just as they were about to make a decision on Hebei province. Lisher, Cuckoo is about to start a war. When Li Longji received the news, he was tasting his tea. This year's new tea had arrived, and there were many top-notch teas. Ever since he said that there was no need to send him the best tea every year, Li Longji was finally able to enjoy them. Otherwise, he would have to continue drinking the original first-class tea. Gao Lisher understood the emperor's meaning. Although the emperor only said a few words, he wanted to ask whether they should hold some kind of drill in Jiannan province. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot start a war in Jiannan province at this time. First, the troops there are not conscripts, they are the soldiers that the local judici recruited using the money collected from the local area. Just like what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said, soldiers with conviction are the most reliable soldiers. Li Longji didn't say anything in response to Gao Lisher's words, but his eyes showed his approval. Nowadays, the capital and the surrounding prefectures were already recruiting conscripts. Although the treatment was not as good as that of Jili province, compared to recruiting soldiers, it was better to solve the worries of those who wanted to join the army. Therefore, the results were not bad. As for the work arrangements in a few years, one could be sent to the local government offices to serve as yamen runners, while the other could be sent to the business enterprises of the Zhang family and Wang family. This was what they had agreed on at the beginning. Gao Lisher continued, secondly, our great Tang should not say anything about this matter. Even if Xiaobao is this subject's adopted son, the two of them are very important to our court. Jinchuan is not our great Tang's territory. Xiaobao and Cuckoo sending troops is their business. If our court speaks up, wouldn't it be admitting that Jinchuan belongs to Great Tang? What would Tubo think? In fact, Li Longji also thought the same, but he didn't want to say it out loud. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were helping him to guard a large area. If he didn't help at a crucial time, what would he do if the two little guys threw tantrums? But when it came from Gao Lisher's mouth, it was different. That's fine. I'll listen to Lisher's recommendation. As for Xiaobao, I'll write a letter to them. I believe that the two of them also think the same. I'm just afraid that the other commander-in-chief's manners might not agree. Gao Lisher quickly took over the task. Li Longji also said, let the Jiangnan East Navy cooperate with the Hunan South Navy. The location is at the front line of Dengzhou. The news was quickly sent to Zhang Xiaobao. After reading it, he smiled and said to Wang Wan, Li Longji is telling us to send troops in his own name and give us compensation in other aspects. Now, it's up to the people of the Commander-in-Chief's manors to cooperate. When the people of the Commander-in-Chief's manors who were asked by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to cooperate with the drill received Zhang Xiaobao's request to hold the drill in Jinchuan, they didn't react at first. They only thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to bring troops over to show off their past achievements. Considering that all the supplies along the way would be provided by Jili province and they didn't have to pay for it, and that they could help train the troops on the long journey, they agreed. But when the troops were out and on the road, the people in the capital who had accepted their bribes finally sent the latest news. What? There's news about Jinchuan? No, it must be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's place is in danger. They want me to help them fight. But when he received the news, he immediately understood. He rolled his eyes and wanted to refuse to participate. The advisor beside him advised, "We have to send troops. If we don't, the first place the two of them will attack is our Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. Besides, there probably isn't a big battle to fight over there. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the time to mobilize troops here?" Chapter 801. Waves splashed on the shore, and the sound of gulls and egrets could be heard. With Jili province as the leader and other provinces as support, they came to the seaside and boarded the boat prepared by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They looked at the place where the water met the sky and moved north against the current. However, at this moment, Tiu was also standing on the deck of a ship. His face did not reveal the excited expression of the other soldiers. In fact, he really wanted to stay in the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office, and take advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not here to stir up trouble. But he didn't dare to do so. It had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was mainly because of the Tang Empire's imperial court. To be precise, it was Li Longji's plan. He mobilized 60,000 soldiers from Hunan province to hold a drill in Dengzhou. At the same time, he also took out 6,000 navy soldiers from Jiangnan province. If one were to travel by land from Jili to Dengzhou, it would take about a month to travel on horseback. But if one were to travel by water, it would only take a few days. Who would dare to make trouble for Jili? Perhaps the strong army of the great Tang would arrive before the soldiers were ready. Li Longji is a stupid emperor. He will regret it one day if he doesn't take the opportunity to weaken Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Tiu rubbed his face that was a little numb from the salty sea breeze and said confidently. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what Tiu thought. He didn't have the time. He was busy with the logistics plan. He had to let the soldiers understand the strength of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was playing with Pan, and the two little ones. Xiao Bei and the others had left with them. Naturally, they couldn't leave the two little darlings in Jili province, even if there were still 5,000 soldiers guarding the province. Of course, they couldn't send the two little guys back to the capital. When they reached Luoyang, they would let their parents take care of them. As for Xiao Bei and the others, it was better to follow them all the way to Jinchuan. They could let the 100 little guards see what a real war was like. No matter how good the training was, it was different from actual combat. Xiao Bei, who was used to following his family around, pulled Xiao Yuan to stand by the side of the boat. He stretched out 2 fingers and then 3. He asked, "Do you know what this is called?" 2 and 3. Xiao Yuan tried his best to stay as far away from Xiao Bei as possible and said softly. "Wrong, it's 23% of my strength," Xiao Bei said proudly. Xiao Yuan pursed his lips. He understood what Xiao Bei was trying to convey. Wasn't it just 23 bodyguards? Was there a need to repeat it every day? You're not convinced, are you? Then when we reach Jinchuan, let's compete and see whose guards kill more enemies. Xiao Bei, who wanted to be a general, issued a challenge to Xiao Yuan. Little Yuan shook his head vigorously. A gentleman doesn't stand on a collapsing wall. It's better for me to hide behind. You win. TSK, only children would hide behind. You're just a child. You're the kid, I'm not. Xiao Yuan finally didn't care whether he was a gentleman or not. It was a great insult to be called a kid. That's right. How did Big Brother teach her? Are you ready? Be ready at all times. We are the Strong Children's Protection Group, the future masters. Xiao Bei waved her little fists and sang in a crisp voice. She was now a member of a team. Xiao Yuan also hummed a few words. But after thinking about it, he was still worried. Can we really do it? Of course. Why don't you lend your 11 people to me first? Cooperation is the foundation of victory. The minority obeys the majority. I have more people, so your people have to obey me. Xiao Bei's purpose was finally exposed. After saying this, he suddenly rubbed his stomach. Aya, let's eat. Let's go. Don't waste time. After eating, we still have to listen to the story. The matter we talked about just now is settled. What matter? Xiao Yuan didn't want to give up the military power, so he pretended not to know. Lend the soldiers. It's an adult matter. Let's go, or we won't be able to hear the story. Xiao Bei hurriedly pulled Xiao Yuan and ran into the cabin. Even children knew how to control the military power, so it was impossible for adults not to know. The generals who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out of the various prefectures were repeatedly told before they left that they could slightly cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but they definitely couldn't let the two of them obtain the military power. From the moment they sat on the ship, each of the generals appeared to be very nervous. The fear of water and the unfamiliarity of Jin Chuan made the hearts of the soldiers who were far away from home fluctuate. If that was the case, they and the other generals wouldn't have to worry. But when they didn't have any good ideas, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually sent many people to contact the soldiers here. They talked about the scenery along the way, talked about the various places they would pass by, and talked about the famous people who had appeared in the past and present. They introduced the situation at Jinchuan and talked about the measures to deal with seasickness. They had never seen such an army. Other than going to war, they still had to talk to the soldiers. Pressure, a lot of pressure. They didn't know if they could continue to control the soldiers when the time came. The gathered generals considered this and kept glancing at each other, but they didn't have any ideas. If they were asked to do the same thing, they admitted that they couldn't do it. During the meal, one of the generals finally couldn't hold back the worry in his heart and whispered to another person beside him, General Mo Na, did you suddenly ask us to gather at the cabin tonight? Should we go or not? The person who was called Mo Na couldn't make a decision at the moment. Now that they had left their hometown and no one was around, they had to be careful. He replied, let's talk about it later. I'm just worried that we don't have to worry about food and water here. Will the soldiers not have enough to eat? This time, there are a total of more than 40,000 people here. It's difficult to make good supplies. The person who asked the question also nodded, that's right. There are 5,000 guards in Jili province. 3,000 went to the north. I don't know what they did, but 1,000 disappeared for no reason. Only 1,000 are with the troops. I don't know how big the battle at Jinchuan is. I heard that the flames of war have been going on for a few days. Maybe they have already started the battle. They deliberately didn't light 3 flames to deceive us. When the battle really starts, I hope you can help. His guess was right. The battle had indeed started. Logically speaking, there should be 3 flames of war. However, whether it was Han Xianfeng, Zhang Xiaobao, or Wang Wan, they didn't want to do that. 2 flames could be a reminder, but 3 flames would make the people in the imperial court who didn't know the specific reason uneasy. Of course. Mo Na was also nervous. He always felt that he was being schemed against. The generals had different thoughts when eating, but the soldiers under their command lived very well. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding, northerners usually had a strong appetite, so the food prepared for the soldiers was a little salty. Coupled with the light soup, the taste was something the soldiers had never tasted before. Giamos made of marinated donkey meat, pickles in jars, and soup with cucumber, egg, and fungus were 3 simple dishes. All the soldiers ate until their stomachs were bloated. They couldn't stop cheering. However, when the person sent by Kutiyu to investigate came back, Kutiyu felt more and more uneasy. Usually, in the army, he didn't give his subordinates donkey meat and good biscuits, let alone soup with fungus. Many soldiers probably didn't even know what fungus tasted like since they were born. How could fungus be eaten by ordinary people? It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were scheming something big. He thought about how he had always lost in the several confrontations. Suddenly, he was worried and unconvinced. He waited until night came and discussed with the generals before he could unite to deal with the two of them. The ship was not slow. Even if it was against the current on the water, it didn't stop at all. In addition to the full sail, the wheels on both sides of the ship were also turning non-stop. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to take all the supplies from his own home. In that case, the loss of freight would be even greater. Along the way, he bought directly from the places on both sides of the river. The current season was a good time for several kinds of vegetables. He sent people to spread the news that he was buying a large amount of goods. There were naturally clever merchants who would think of ways to collect enough ingredients and send them to the place. As a result, the prices on both sides of the Yellow River rose by a lot. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the leisure to think about how much the passing by could increase the economy on both sides of the river. He was thinking about how to deal with Kutuyu. Every cabin where the generals lived had a special surveillance method. What a group of generals discussed last night naturally couldn't escape his ears. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "But Tuyu is really ruthless. In order to deal with us, he didn't care about the health of the soldiers and wanted to poison them. He even wanted to eat poisonous things themselves. It's not a poison that can kill people. It's just croton. There are only two purposes. First, he wants his subordinates to misunderstand us. Even if they don't think that we poison them, they will think that our logistics are not good. Second, he wants to delay time. He can't travel so fast when he's sick." Wang Wan showed a very disdainful attitude towards what Kutuyu did. Zhang Xiaobao sat there and tapped his face with his hand for a long time. "Since he wants to do things to the extreme, I will help him. It's not easy for him to get a lot of croton. I have to help him. He wants to be ruthless to himself, but I will be even more ruthless to him. I want to see if he can continue to command the army after he falls ill." "What are you going to do?" Wang Wan hadn't seen Zhang Xiaobao's signature move for a long time, but this didn't mean that she didn't know the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's actions. Zhang Xiaobao also missed this kind of direct and targeted strategy. He chuckled and said, "There's a tactic called information warfare, and there's also a saying called, 3 men make a tiger. Our advantage is that we have Water Cloud and Pigeon. Even if he doesn't do it, he'll still do it even if everyone says he did it. You want to send a message directly to the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office and expose Kutuyu's actions?" Wang Wan guessed. "No, I want to send a message to his surroundings and let the people in the Song-Mo Commander-in-Chief's office know through other people's mouths. But not now. No matter what, we have to go through the capital so that they can't catch up even if they want to send a message." Chapter 802. While Kutuyu and the other generals were in a bad mood, their soldiers were living a very good life. During this period of time, they were able to eat good food that they normally couldn't eat. White steamed buns and rice that were very comfortable to bite on. Coupled with the supply of vegetables and meat, they felt that this time, they were not out to fight, but to enjoy life. Especially at night, when the dew was heavy, the person in charge of the night watch could even get a small cup of wine. It looked a little small, but it was much stronger than the wine they drank before. Just a small cup was enough to warm up their entire body from the inside out. The soldiers had already fallen in love with this kind of life. The only thing that made them a little unhappy was that the food that followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the few hundred guards, was not the same as what they were eating. For example, last night they had 1 serving of fish, 2 servings of vegetables, eggplant and cucumber, and a bowl of mutton soup. However, the people who came with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate eggplant and cabbage. The meat dish was braised pork, and a bowl of egg soup. The braised pork was fine. After all, the fish they ate was called braised fish, although the taste was a little worse. However, eggplant and cabbage were not vegetarian dishes at all. Whose vegetarian dish was called minced meat and eggplant? Whose vegetarian dish had shredded meat in it? No matter how envious or jealous they were, they couldn't complain. I won't complain. A Khitan soldier who was in charge of the night watch held a cup of warm wine in his hand. He licked it gently with his tongue and said to the person next to him who was also in charge of the night watch, "My life is worth it. I have meat every day and wine when I am in charge of the night watch. Since I was young, I have never drunk such good wine." Another soldier had the same feeling. He sniffed the wine cup with his nose and said, "It's a pity that someone else will be in charge of the night watch tomorrow. When I discussed it with them, they didn't want to do it. I am willing to do the hard work of night watch. Right now, I'm just scared. I'm scared that if I follow them all the way and come back victorious, how am I going to live without Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang? Now I understand why their subordinates are so good at fighting and eat so well. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. I really regret that I didn't go to Jili State to be a soldier. If I brought my family with me, oh. I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it." The person who spoke earlier lowered his voice and looked around nervously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them sipped their wine and continued their night watch. The same thing was happening on different ships. But how could Tiu not hear any news at all? However, he had no other choice. He couldn't possibly ask his subordinates not to eat the food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. Where would he find food to feed his subordinates then? His subordinates were used to eating the food of the Zhang family and Wang family. When they returned to the martial manor in the future, would they have to follow the food of the Zhang family and Wang family? Pass down the order. Get someone to buy croton as soon as possible. We'll be arriving in Luoyang soon. Hand it over there. Once the croton is obtained, give it to someone to use. Tiu had a feeling that time was passing by like a year. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly outside to bring back the croton. The subordinate who had been in charge of waiting on him agreed and carefully left the cabin to make the arrangements. Contacting people outside was a very troublesome matter. When the time came, they still had to send the croton to the various ships. A moment of carelessness could be discovered. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already helped Tiu arrange some of the matters. They were also waiting for the right time to come. Wang Wan lay on the bed, her head leaning on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder as she whispered, "Xiaobao, the matter of the bank is now considered stable. Do you have any plans for the next step?" Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was asking about. It was the same problem of interest as when the national debt was issued. Now, the bank didn't have to pay any additional fees for depositing money. Ever since the bank took this measure, other places that specialized in exchanging money had no choice but to think of other ways to collect funds. No one was willing to deposit money with them. At the beginning, many shops wanted to support the bank, but as the imperial court bought large amounts of silk, when the time was almost up, they felt the determination and strength of the imperial court. Seeing that other people were coming to take a large amount of money and transfer it to the bank, they had no choice but to follow the Great Tang Bank's policy of exchanging and storing without any fees. Otherwise, if all the people who deposited money with them came to withdraw money, they simply couldn't afford it. A lot of money had already been lent out in the form of usury, but it wasn't time yet, so they couldn't collect it. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xiaobao hadn't introduced the matter of interest. He was afraid that it would have too great of an impact on other financial industries. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Isn't it a bit too early? You have to know that once interest is paid on deposits, it means that the currency has begun to depreciate. In order to make the people feel that their money hasn't depreciated, we have to increase productivity. Right now, we are researching all kinds of science and technology, but we haven't taken it out yet. Then let's take it out." Wang Wan also understood this situation. If they didn't develop productivity, then the depreciation would be true depreciation. If productivity could keep up, then they would be able to reach a balance between supply and demand. The more productivity developed, the better the people's lives would be. Xiao Bao, if we take it out, then the people's lives will be better, Wang Wan added. Even if it's better, they won't be satisfied. Have you read history books? I haven't studied it systematically, but I know the thoughts of human life. In the past, it was just liberated, right? At that time, 1 cent could buy a large piece of fermented bean curd. What about us at that time? We didn't have a cent or a cent. 1 piece of fermented bean curd was $1, and it was still small. It should be considered a devaluation of the currency, a devaluation of more than 100 times. But at that time, the money we earned was very little, only a dozen or so dollars a month. At that time, we earned close to $10,000 a month, and that was considered low. But at that time, the people complained that the price of goods was too high. Because luxury goods were expensive, some people earned more money. What's that saying again? It's called, "Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality." Do you mean that in order to let the people live in the happiness of undeveloped productivity forever, you don't want them to transition to an era of inequality where they can eat a lot of food and wear beautiful clothes? I don't agree. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she wondered what he was going to do. But she also knew very well that if one wanted to rely on someone's power to interfere with the development of the era, they could only delay it, but they couldn't stop it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. I don't agree either. What I mean is that if we develop productivity well, others won't appreciate our kindness. Why should we release all the technology at once? Let's do it bit by bit. If we release a little bit, we can earn a lot of money. The investment in scientific research is not small. In order to have more money to invest in benefiting the people in the future, we need to continue to accumulate a lot of money. We can't burden the imperial court, and we can't exploit the working people. So, the interest matter can wait. It can be considered as helping the financial industry. Okay, why are you looking for excuses? Can't you just say that you want to make money? Why do the words sound so strange when they come out of your mouth? Sure enough, there's no good person in business. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words just now. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she understood that he was just looking for excuses. Right, who's a good person in business? They're all officials. Good people, good officials, right? Zhang Xiaobao muttered. I don't have anything to say to you. Go to sleep. Move over there. Don't take your arm away. It's still a pillow. Wang Wan also muttered. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao's arm and put her head on it. It's numb, it's numb. Tomorrow, we have to provoke them and let them be firm in their thoughts. I heard that some girls get married and have children at the age of 13 or 14. We're almost there, right? I heard that eunuchs don't have to worry about this kind of thing for their entire lives. I can help you. At dawn the next day, Xiao Bei and the rest of the little guys started to train their 100 teenage bodyguards again. They did morning exercises on the deck and shouted loudly. It really did look like they were doing something. The bodyguards brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the 1,000 soldiers, were also training in a small area. The other 40,000 people were already immersed in the aroma of the food. It was not inferior to a gentle village at all. Today's breakfast was meat buns. There were some green onions in the chopped meat filling. Before they could eat it, the fragrance that assailed their nostrils made them drool. With the addition of the meat, pickles, tofu pudding, and chives, it was as if it was the new year. As expected, when Tiu found out what they had for breakfast, his expression turned even gloomier. The other generals also felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would not have brought them here personally. This was their own army. If they wanted to win over the hearts of the people when they returned, they would probably have to spend a lot of money. A small portion of the people were depressed, while a large portion of the people were happy. When the fleet arrived at Luoyang, the small portion of the people were also happy. They were all waiting to get Croton from Luoyang. In Luoyang, the fleet had to stop for a day to rest and reorganize. The main reason was that Empress Wang's 2 children had to be sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's home. They could not bring 2 babies to war. Seeing that Pan was about to be sent away, Xiaobei reluctantly reached out his hand to touch Pan Er's face. He lowered his head and kissed her. "Good baby, don't be anxious. It won't be long before Big Sister brings the soldiers back victorious. When that time comes, you'll be a little older. I'll bring you to swim. It's very simple." Pan blinked her eyes and looked at them curiously. In the end, she cried. It was not because of the separation, but because they were not familiar with the people carrying them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother just happened to have nothing to do, and her children were not by her side. Now that the 2 little guys were sent over, it could be considered as relieving some of the boredom. After spending a day with Xiaobei and the others, when it was time for the fleet to continue moving, she gave some instructions and left with the 2 children who were still shy. When the crying gradually faded away, the fleet embarked on a new journey. In the cabin, Kutuyu looked at the big bags of croton seeds and was very nervous. He asked the person who went to do the work, "Did anyone follow you?" "No," this little one looked carefully. Besides, this little one used the excuse of buying something else as an excuse. Who would have thought that there would be so much croton seeds in the cargo? The person who did the work shook his head and promised. Not to mention that no one else found out. Even if they found out, he would not dare to say anything. Kutuyu licked his lips with his tongue, then bit it and said, "Find a way to spread the news to the other ships. 2 days later, at night, we will act at the same time. If this matter is leaked, then this little one understands. If it is leaked, it will be done by this little one alone. It will have nothing to do with the general. When the time comes, I ask the general to take care of this little one's family." How could the person who did the work not understand Kutuyu's meaning? If there is a problem, he will have to take the blame. Even if he did not want to do this, he did not have the right to choose. "Go, after this matter is done, there will be no shortage of benefits for you," Kutuyu ordered again. He took a few deep breaths and no longer cared about the croton seeds in the cabin. He went outside and looked at the scenery on the river as if nothing had happened. Because they were going to the desert, they did not have to go through Jiannan Road by land. This made the Zhang siblings feel very regretful. When the time came, they could only think of a way to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to let the 2 of them go home to have a look, or to pick up their families. There was no need to go by land, so they walked along the Yellow River. To be precise, they passed by the capital and then entered the Jing River. At this time, Kutuyu was looking at a bridge on the river in shock. The water of the Yellow River surged and hit the side of the ship. Compared to the bridge that spanned the 2 sides, the surging water did not seem so shocking. "What is the name of this bridge?" Kutuyu looked at the pedestrians on the bridge and asked the soldiers on the side of the bridge. Replying to the general, "This bridge is called the 3rd Bridge of the Yellow River. It hasn't been named yet. This humble one has inquired about it. The naming of the bridge is not simple. If someone is willing to pay 1,000 strings of coins, they can name the bridge this year. If they still want to name it next year, they will have to pay again." The soldier had a lot of communication with other people and knew a lot of things. The 3rd bridge? So there is also the 1st bridge and the 2nd bridge? One has to pay 1,000 strings of coins to name it. Is there really someone stupid enough to pay? Kutuyu did not see the bridge the last time he came, but this time there was. It seemed that there was more than one bridge, which made him feel strange. What was even more strange was that they were willing to spend money to name it. The soldier said again, "There is. The 1st bridge and the 2nd bridge have been named. The 1st bridge is called the 10,000 Zhang Cloth Line, and the 2nd bridge is called the Wei River Boat Transport. General, this bridge was built by the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really capable. They can actually build a bridge on the river. Also, their daily meals are good. Good, you eat it. It is not small, it is not small. Kutiu really did not know that the bridge was built by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Seeing it with his own eyes today, not only did he not have the heart to applaud Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but his mood became heavier. The more capable the two families were, the more difficult his life in the commander-in-chief manner would be. Chapter 803. At the place where the sun was about to set, a red glow reflected on the horizon, and even the murmuring river had a trace of gorgeous color. Light smoke rose from hundreds of ships at the same time, and the sound of cooking could not stop. The soldiers who had been used to eating on the ships could not help but secretly swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Seeing was believing. Except for the 1,000 soldiers from Jili province and the guards who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong, the other soldiers had a more direct understanding of the capabilities of the two families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong. Although it was said to be military camp food, after tasting it, they found that it tasted more delicious than the food made by some good restaurants in their own provinces. The cooks who followed the army were not ordinary either. It would be good if they could continue to follow the army when they arrived at the place. They were afraid of war, so they could only bring fried noodles and cook by themselves. Usually, people were not allowed to enter the kitchen. It was clean inside, and there was no need to worry that people would find rats and cockroaches. It was the same today. Some soldiers liked to wander around when they were bored. The most frequent place was naturally the kitchen. If the master chef was happy, maybe they could steal some food. 3 dishes were fried, 2 vegetables and 1 meat. There was also a big pot of soup. The main dish today was pancakes, which were hot noodles. They were very thin and also very big. Seeing that the dishes were all shredded, one knew that they should eat pancakes for dinner tonight. Master Bai, are you busy? A soldier strolled to the door of the kitchen, put one foot in, raised his neck and looked at the busy person over there, and asked casually. Not busy, not busy. Here, try this. The chef who was working inside had finished cooking. What he needed to do was to boil the soup. The dishes were first taken outside, and when the soup was ready, dinner would be served. While preparing the ingredients for the soup, Master Bai put a prawn in front of the soldier's mouth. The soldier quickly opened his mouth and chewed vigorously. He stuck out his thumb and praised, "Delicious, Master Bai's prawns are delicious. There's still soup left. Tonight, we're going to have a good time again. Master Bai, I really don't want to eat your dishes. What if I can't eat them in the future? You can't stop your mouth from eating. Soon, the soup will be ready in a while. You can carry it over after flipping the flour." Master Bai chuckled. Even though he knew that the words of others were not true, he was still happy. Who wouldn't be happy when praised? They said that the soup was ready, so they filled a few large buckets and let the soldiers on the ship carry them out. The soldiers who carried the buckets were a little unfamiliar to the chefs in the kitchen. In the past, it was always a fixed soldier who carried the buckets, but today it was changed. After asking, they said that they would continue to change in the future. They couldn't always let a certain group of people do more work. Learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they were leading the army, in the spirit of sharing weal and woe with the soldiers, the generals of the 40,000 soldiers also ate the same food and were not picky about their food. Actually, there was no excuse to be picky about the food. Was there a need to be picky about the food prepared by the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family? The food of the generals was the first to be delivered. However, when they suddenly saw the bowl of soup in front of them, they took 2 deep breaths and gritted their teeth. When they broke the bowl, they immediately gulped it down into their stomachs. They didn't touch anything else, otherwise, it would be more troublesome later. Just as the generals tacitly drank the bowl of soup and didn't eat anything else, the chefs on each ship suddenly started to eat again. Master Bai, who had just fed the soldiers prawns, instructed his little disciple beside him, "Go and tell the generals not to drink the soup." There was a mistake. Today, they should be drinking seafood soup. The ingredients of the soup just now were mixed up. Go quickly. The little disciple didn't know what was going on behind his back. He hurriedly ran out and shouted at the generals who were preparing to eat. When some of the generals heard that there was a better seafood soup, they immediately stopped what they were doing and waited happily. They rolled up the pancakes one by one and prepared to eat them later. Only a small portion of the generals' expressions changed. It was a very small portion, so small that they were only in charge of carrying the food. What soup is different? Even the swill poured by the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family is better than the signature dishes of ordinary small restaurants. There's no need to spend so much money. Everyone, drink. We'll drink this. A person in charge of carrying the food picked up a spoon and began to ladle soup into the bowls of others. The person in charge of delivering the news was anxious. "You can't drink it. The master said that the ingredients were mixed up. If you drink it and get sick, he won't care." The people who were prepared to drink the soup boldly began to hesitate. At this time, the person in charge of delivering the news said, "The soup will be ready soon. Wait a moment. There are a lot of prawns in the soup. If you drink the soup now and drink the other soup later, you won't get sick." After the person in charge of delivering the news, everyone stopped what they were doing. Even the people carrying the food didn't continue to insist. They looked at the soup in front of them, sighed, and began to roll up the pancakes like the others. The news quickly reached Kutuyu's ears. When he heard that the soup was changed, he didn't feel anything. When the person in charge of handling the matter came to him and told him about his plan, Kutuyu finally understood. "It's bad. Did someone find out? Why didn't you put it in the dish?" Kutuyu asked the person in charge of handling the matter. "General, I didn't see anyone else. If someone found out, wouldn't they expose it? I also want to put it in the dish, but it's too obvious to put it in the dish. If it's not evenly mixed, it can be found at a glance. If you eat it again, the taste will be different. It's only safe to put it in the soup." The person in charge of handling the matter immediately explained that the croton powder was not colorless and tasteless. "Did you drink it?" Kutuyu asked again. "Yes. If I don't drink it, won't I be suspected? I drank a lot." "General, did you drink it too?" After the person in charge of handling the matter asked, his expression changed. It was unknown whether the croton powder reacted so quickly or it was just a psychological effect. Anyway, after he finished speaking, he covered his stomach with his hand and said with a bitter face, "General, I'll go out first. Let's go together." Kutuyu didn't look good either. When the two of them walked hurriedly to a certain place, Kutuyu seemed to be very unwilling to give up. "Have Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and the others eaten?" "General, you forgot that they eat different dishes from us. They eat better and don't need our people to help them carry the buckets." "General, I'll go first." The person in charge of handling the matter gritted his teeth and finally sped up, regardless of the identity of the general. Zhang Xiaobao, who was also eating, knocked the bone marrow out of the bones for his younger brothers and sisters and put one on each person's plate. Seeing his younger brothers and sisters eat happily, he said with a smile, "Eat well. If you eat well, you won't get sick easily." "Then what if you don't eat well? Will you get sick?" Xiao Bei, who liked to eat bone marrow the most, looked at the few remaining bones in the plate in front of her brother and then looked at the biggest bone marrow in her plate. She opened her small mouth and took a little bite, smacked her lips and said, "That's right. If you don't eat well, you will get sick. For example, that Kutuyu doesn't eat well. When the time comes, he will definitely get sick." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of what happened tonight and was very happy. Xiao Bei first looked at her brother doubtfully. She grabbed a bone with one hand and held the wrist of her other hand, otherwise she wouldn't be able to bear the weight of the bone. She nodded and said, "Brother said that he will get sick, so he will definitely get sick. I think the bone marrow in this bone tastes better than the one in my plate." Help me take it out and let me compare. Xiao Yuan, who also liked to eat bone marrow, looked at Xiaobei's actions and pretended to be disdainful, saying, "You're so cunning. What's the point of comparing the taste? You can just say that the remaining bones aren't enough to split between each person and I'll give them all to you." "I don't think that way. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Since you reminded me, I'll do as you say. Brother, give me the bone marrow of the other bone too." Xiaobei had a wronged look on her face, as if everyone had misunderstood her. The few of them were eating noisily when all of a sudden, the generals finally sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. They asked Zhang Xiaobao to send a few doctors over to take a look. It was unknown whether it was because they had caught a cold or because they were not acclimatized to the environment and had a stomachache. If only this could be recorded and let the soldiers know of their plan. "Let's see how they can continue to lead the soldiers," Wang Wan said regretfully. In addition, all the generals who had diarrhea said that they were not acclimatized to the environment after being examined by different doctors. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? After thinking about it carefully, Kuyu didn't dare to let Zhang Xiaobao investigate. If he wanted to investigate, as long as he checked all the links, he believed that someone would accidentally say it. As a result, he hurriedly advised, "Governor Zhang, you don't have to waste your energy. It's fine as long as the soldiers are fine. I thought it was also because I was not acclimatized to the environment. I am a person who knows my own body well. It doesn't seem like I ate something wrong. Io, please wait a moment, Governor Zhang. I will be back soon." However, as Tiu was speaking, he did not care whether it was rude for him to not accompany Zhang Xiaobao. He clutched his stomach and staggered outside. The sun shone on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was sweating. Zhang Xiaobao fiddled with the teacup on the table and said to the servant standing to the side, "Your general is so pitiful." The servant nodded in agreement but didn't say anything. He also realized that Zhang Xiaobao didn't come here to visit sincerely. Otherwise, how could he have taken the pear? It was obvious that the big white pear had a lot of water in it. Moreover, it was of the cold attribute. Who would dare to eat it? "Io, help me." After a while, Kuyu came back. His footsteps were more and more staggered. He held the door frame with one hand and clutched his clothes with the other. His voice was trembling. Zhang Xiaobao stood up kindly and helped Kuyu to the couch. He asked with concern, "General Kuyu, why don't you go back to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office first and get someone else here? Otherwise, how will you command?" Recently, Adjunct Wang has been looking for an opportunity to train and cooperate in battle. General is not here. I don't know if Adjunct Wang can send the orders well. Train? How to train? Kuyu momentarily forgot the pain in his stomach and asked with uncertainty. In battle, you have to listen to one person's orders. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. Adjunct Wang originally wanted General Kuyu to be the highest-ranking general. Everyone else will listen to General Kuyu. However, with General's current condition, if you drag your illness and take care of things, you probably won't get better, right? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained. Kuyu, who wasn't stupid, understood that this was to seize power. Although he wasn't afraid of seizing the real power, from today onwards, he reckoned that he would lose the command authority for a period of time. In an instant, Kuyu suddenly regretted. He suddenly realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. He shouldn't have wanted Croton in the first place. Didn't the other party finally find the opportunity? Governor Zhang, this matter isn't urgent. General will get better tomorrow. How about we discuss it again then? Yes, tomorrow. Kuyu didn't want to give up power and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a firm gaze. Suddenly, without her leaning, he leaned against the wall of the boat. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him, then looked at the wine in his cup. He shook his head helplessly and said weakly, "This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions. This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions." Young lady, please rest early. General, that won't do. The person who found me said that I must satisfy you. At the very least, I want you to enjoy yourself. The woman shook her head vigorously. Her gaze was firm. I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content. Oh, go and tell the person who brought the girl here that I've been tired these days and will have to rely on Adjunct Wang for many matters in the army. Ask Governor Zhang to have a talk with General Wang about military power. Kutu, whose eyes were deeply sunken, used all his strength to move to the corner. He was afraid that the woman beside him would stick to him. The woman was easy to talk to. She drank the wine herself, got up and walked out while saying to Kutu, then this concubine will take her leave for now. If the general misses this concubine, send someone to find this concubine and I will come immediately. Okay, sure. Kutu seemed to have used all his strength to say this sentence. Watching the woman leave, he sighed helplessly. He knocked his head on the deck of the ship, rolled his eyes, and opened his mouth to gasp for breath. Kutu finally decided to hand over the military power. It turned out that he had drugged himself. After eating it, he had a stomachache. Later, a doctor came. From then on, he didn't feel well. A few days later, his diarrhea was cured. He had red spots all over his body. When he didn't sleep, he was always in a daze. When he slept, he couldn't fall asleep. When he got rid of the red spots, he couldn't eat them. He was so suffocated that he wished he could die. He was cured again. This time, he had another stomachache. If he couldn't figure out what was going on after a few more times, he would really be a fool. Military power, it was all because of military power. He heard that the generals of other prefectures had already handed over their military power. Now, they were living comfortably. If he insisted on not handing it over, he could easily die on the way. Zhang Xiaobao, I finally know you. Don't let me get better. Otherwise, I won't let it end. Aya, it's so uncomfortable. Aya, someone, get me some wine. After lying down for a while, Kutu felt hungry. He sullenly shouted, but only the guard standing guard at the door could hear him. General, you can't drink anymore. If you always rely on wine, you will be finished. The person at the door advised with concern. Today is the last time. As long as I eat, I will vomit. I will be fine tomorrow. Once I hand over my military power, this general will quickly get better. Kutu licked his dry lips and still wanted to drink. General, why don't I take your order and gather the brothers to threaten Zhang Xiaobao? The guard suggested. Then I will die even faster. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao will lock up his doctors and say that their methods are not good enough. When they return, they will be punished. Then, he will ask me to find a doctor myself. Tell me, which doctor will dare to treat me? Won't he directly poison me to death? Go, give me the wine. Go to the door and welcome Governor Zhang. He should be here soon. Kutu's heart was like a mirror. If it were him, he would do the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who originally wanted to come and visit Kutu, suddenly received the news. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xiaobao, are you satisfied now? You almost tormented him to death. Wang Wan felt carefree. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I am sparing no effort to help General Kutu get better. When did I torment him? He is also a person. Even when he is in pain, he still thinks about the army. He wants to put the lives of countless people in your hands. This is a person with a sense of responsibility. I hope he can get better as soon as possible. My Buddha above, Amen. Don't draw a cross anymore. Who draws a cross from the bottom to the top? If you draw it a little lower, it will be inserted into your navel. I know you don't like any religion, even the two parties. But don't show it. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and jogged towards a place where they could break through. Wrong. I like all religions and parties, so I made it a little messy. I believe that a true God can tolerate everything. Those who attack other religions do not truly understand God's intentions. This time, only the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office was not included. We are about to succeed. Yes, it was not annexed. Hurry, I am afraid he can't hold on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the skinny Kutu when they were bickering. They talked in the cabin. Without a fourth person knowing, they obtained the official seal of the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. The next day, Kutu's body was much better. At least he could eat some porridge and not continue to vomit. It was said that his heart disease was only cured after he let go of his worries. On the night he recovered, a pigeon flew to the capital. It also brought an order to transfer troops. On it was the seal of Kutu's day. Chapter 805. But Tiu would never have thought that Zhang Xiaobao did not want his seal to command the people on the ship, or that his ultimate goal was not only the people on the ship. The letter was first sent to the capital, where Kutuyu's letter to the imperial court was found. All the letters were gathered together, and then someone was found to imitate Kutuyu's handwriting to mobilize the other soldiers of the Song Mo Commandery. As for the generals sent by the other commander-in-chief's manors, those who had a say in the matter would also send fake letters back to mobilize their troops. These troops would be dispersed and sent to various parts of the Great Tang. Li Sun of Shuzhou was assigned 10,000 soldiers from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's manor and 5,000 soldiers from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor. He, on the other hand, sent 20,000 soldiers from Shuzhou. A series of methods such as bribery, suppression, roping, and assassination were used. It could be said that there was no big chaos, but there was constant small chaos. It wasn't that there weren't any capable people in the various martial manors, but even if they could tell, they didn't have the strength. This time, the generals that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were all good at fighting. Their purpose was to learn from Wang Wan's abilities, and at the same time, to act as a strong presence to deter Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao from acting rashly. There were not many people in each commandery. In the beginning, 160,000 people were sent from Jili province, and 40,000 real soldiers were sent away. When they saw the transfer order and the soldiers from other commanderies came, they wanted to object, but they did not have enough strength. Those who strongly objected either suddenly died of illness, or accidentally hit their heads on wood or tiles that fell from high places when they were walking. Some people suddenly became rich, and the things they used were the same as the Tang Empire's ministers. These people were inclined to let the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire's military force exchange. In the name of sending soldiers into the Tang Empire, they could know the Tang people's livelihood, and lead the Tang soldiers into the Tang Empire, so they could know the Tang army's military force. He had seen their battle prowess, but he was not clear about their specific battle prowess. However, the weapons and armor they used were not just a little bit better than those of the martial manor. This was especially true for the soldiers from Shuzhou. Their discipline was so strict that they could be ordered around like an arm. Li Sun actually personally came to the martial manor of Song Mo to take charge. The rest of the people didn't object to the recall of the soldiers, but they didn't agree either. Some said that they were sick and went home to rest. Some felt like they were in a dream all day long. They seemed helpless, but they also seemed to be waiting for the day when the elite soldiers that were sent out returned. None of the generals were aware of these matters, so the news could not be transmitted. Firstly, the fleet was moving too quickly to travel on land, and secondly, the important checkpoints on land were guarded by soldiers. All non-tangtang fast horses were stopped, and this was even more so on the rivers. When Kutuyu's body was completely healed, and the fleet was only a few days' journey from the shore to the desert, and when he regained his military power, the commander-in-chief's mansions in Hebei province were basically settled. Letters were sent back and forth between the capital and Jili prefecture. When the Bohai commander-in-chief manor sent someone to deliver a letter saying that this autumn, the commander-in-chief manor was willing to pay the taxes of the 5 capitals and 62 prefectures, Li Longji felt like he was in a dream. How could this be? Li Longji shook his head vigorously and confirmed the matter in the letter again. He seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, it's already midsummer. Back then, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo promised Your Majesty that the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor would pay the taxes this year, Gao Lisher explained. I know they said it, but what I want to know is not what they said, but why is the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor willing to pay? Is it because they said it the reason? Could it be that they said that I can fly in the sky tomorrow, and I will also? Oh, I have already flown once. Let's not talk about flying or not. What other methods did they use? They can't be afraid of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor just because Bai sent 10,000 soldiers to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor. There are hundreds of thousands of people there. If they lose 5,000 soldiers, they will have 10,000 more soldiers. They will still have the strength to fight. Li Longji spoke smoothly, but his eyes were full of confusion. How could such a difficult thing be done by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as if it was a game? That was the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor, far away from Jili Prefecture. Even if the great Tang wanted to attack, it was too far away. Could it be that he was moved by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's portraits? The two children were good-looking, and there were portraits of them since they were young on the wall, but this was definitely not the reason. When Gao Lisher heard the emperor's words, he had an impulse to laugh, but he suppressed it and explained, Your Majesty, of course, it is not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's words, but they will do what they say. A few days ago, Lu Zhou sent another 20 gunships to the Bohai Bay to fight the pirates. They killed more than 1,100 pirate ships, killed countless pirates, and gave a large amount of silk to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor to help the people who were hurt by the pirates. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor did not only send 5,000 soldiers, but 15,000. The other 10,000 soldiers followed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to protect the desert near Jinchuan. Your Majesty can think of it this way. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor lost 15,000 soldiers. Although the loss of 5,000 soldiers was too sudden for him, and they were transferred away without his order, it was still too little. How many soldiers could there be in a few 100,000? Their navy and pirate ships were almost no match for the pirates, so Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent out gunships to help him. I guess the great martial arts commander-in-chief was moved by the selfless help of our heavenly soldiers. Your Majesty, you are very kind. Ah. You sent 20 gunships to kill all the navy of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor? No, you wiped out all the pirates. You also gave a lot of silk, which should be collected from the nearby state capital, right? Why didn't I know? Li Longji finally understood. No wonder the great martial arts commander-in-chief, who wanted to fight against the great Tang, suddenly became easy to talk to. They took the initiative to pay the taxes and no longer wanted to establish normal trade with the great Tang. It turned out that it was because of His Majesty's kindness. It was just that when His Majesty's kindness shone, he was not aware of it. Gao Lisher knew that the emperor was not happy. The main problem was not whether the emperor knew the situation over there or not, but that the difficult thing became simple in the hands of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was a bit of a blow to the emperor. He hurriedly tried to persuade, Your Majesty. At that time, Your Majesty said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were fully in charge of the matters in the north of Hebei province. They did not need to report too much and only send a letter when the imperial court sent troops. Therefore, Your Majesty did not know. I only knew about it the day before yesterday. I was afraid that the great martial arts commander-in-chief would not submit a letter to the capital, so I did not directly tell Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it seems simple, but it is not. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used almost half of the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family for this matter. They bribed, roped in, and distributed it to the civilians. In the letter, they told me that since they came to Jili province, they slept at most 8 hours a day. They also discussed with me that when the north of Hebei province was settled down, they would help me to ask for more benefits from Your Majesty. This time, they lost a lot of money, so I don't know if I should ask for more benefits. Oh, they also suffered a lot. They want to ask for benefits from me? They have occupied a large area in the north of Hebei province. can't they make up for their losses? Li Longji's heart was balanced. Considering Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, he did not think that they could not make up for their losses. Your Majesty means to let the two of them occupy the entire north of Hebei province? It is difficult to go to Hunan province by land. The two of them also have naval gunboats. The whole area is full of mountains and dense forests. When Cuckoo led 10,000 troops to the mountains near Ruoshui in Jinchuan, she played the classic jungle strategy. The strong protection team of the Zhang family and the Wang family can be said to come and go like ghosts in the mountains and forests. Even Li Sun, the prince of Tang, also has 1,000 troops that are specially suitable for jungle warfare. Your Majesty, are you really going to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo establish a foothold in the north of Hebei province? Gao Lishur saw that the emperor was a little confused, so he had to analyze the matter and let the emperor sober up and not be carried away by happy things. Li Longji was stunned. Yes, what Lishur said is right. It can be trusted, but it can't be unguarded. What is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan? Do they want to occupy that area? Replying to Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is considering that he can't stay in the north of Hebei province, so he wants to get benefits from other places. He said that in the future, there will be dozens of prefectures. Those who are not filial piety will not be sent, those who do not love the people as their own children will not be sent, and those who are not court officials will not be sent. Even if they are sent, they will be changed every 3 years. They will leave their families in the capital, 1 official and 1 deputy. The official is a civil official, who is only in charge of civil affairs. The deputy is a military general, who is only in charge of defense. After 3 years, the civil official will be sent there to learn and familiarize himself with the situation there. When the predecessor leaves, the successor will be directly appointed. The same is true for the military general. However, they will not have the right to go there 1 year in advance. In this way, they will not be afraid of rebellion. The navy will be managed by someone else. All the generals and civil officials will have to build roads after they take office. Gao Lishur took out a piece of paper from his bosom and read the words written on it to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and suddenly asked, if there is a battle, what should we do if we can't fully understand the soldiers after only 1 year? Retreat. If we can't win, come back. The imperial court will then send elite troops to fight. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry that someone will attack there. Whether it is the Turks or Silla, as long as they attack, the capital can send troops to attack from both sides. Besides, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't seem to intend to let the Turks and Silla be as free as they are now. It's just that they don't have the time. Your Majesty, the two of them are still young. Gao Lishur revealed a little of the matter that his godson had mentioned. The main reason was that he had received a map. This map did not look like the current map of the Great Tang. It was much larger than the current one, even though the words Map of the Great Tang were written on it. Li Longji finally recovered from the emotions in the letter from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Having become smarter, he immediately understood the meaning in Gao Lishur's words. The two of them still want to fight? If they keep fighting, they'll die. It doesn't seem like many people will die. The side that dies the most is the other side. Did the two of them mention anything about benefits? They didn't say. If Xiao Bao did. Your Majesty, you will definitely. Gao Lishur stuttered and did not finish his sentence. Li Longji understood. If Xiao Bao mentioned benefits at this time, he should think of a way to stop him. He could not let him easily achieve his goal. He did not believe that he would lose every time. Lishur, find some time to write a letter to the two of them. Tell them that I said that if they don't want any benefits, I will exempt their family from 3 years of tax. If they don't want to be exempt from tax, they will have to rely on their own abilities. Li Longji basically wanted to directly say that they would have to rely on their own abilities. However, after thinking carefully, if that was the case, it would be unfair to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had cleaned up such a large area. If they won this time, they would really suffer a loss. If they were angry and stopped playing, he would lose a kind of fun, although his chances of winning were not that big. Your subject obeys. What else could Gao Lisher say? He could only agree. He did not understand why the emperor was so free. He was usually very nice, but when it came to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he had to lower himself to the children's level. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also received the news from Shui Yun. There was a small chaos in the north of Hebei province. De Wuxia of Bohai Commandery had been tormented. Whether he really submitted or not, as long as he acknowledged the position once, they would have an excuse to beat him up if he did not want to do it in the future. Was the relationship of sovereignty something that could be casually acknowledged? Xiao Bao, you can send a letter to Chide Zuzan of Tubo. Ask him to send troops to help fight Duo Shi. I won't even ask if he is supporting Duo Shi. Let's see if he will send troops or not. Wang Wan saw that the matter in Jili province was more or less settled. She began to make a move against Tubo again. Zhang Xiaobao immediately wrote a letter to ask Chide Zuzan to send troops to eliminate the bandits Duo Shi. News came that the Duo Shi in the desert continued to increase their troops. Originally, there were only 100 people left. Now, there were 2,000 people. Their weapons were also stronger than before. Everyone was given a horse. Furthermore, they did not continue to attack the Haloxylon ammonite trees. Instead, they set up camp. It seemed like they were preparing for a big move. Until now, it was still impossible to guess which side was supporting them. If it was supporting them, it was possible that it was from either side. The supplies for the 2,000 people had always been sent by the Duo Shi to the two places to exchange for other things. As for whether they used things worth 1 copper coin to exchange for supplies worth 1 copper coin, it was not clear. If they could get news of the exchange, they would know that whoever exchanged with the Duo Shi was the one supporting them. Then, it would be impossible not to fight. They had more than 40,000 people. If they did not consume some, how could they train their troops? After the letter was written, he asked someone to send it to Tubo at the fastest speed. Zhang Xiaobao called Kutuyu and the other generals over to discuss the matters of the upcoming battle. That's how it is. Let's see if Tubo will send people or not. When the time comes, we may fight with the Tujue or Tubo. Everyone should be prepared. Zhang Xiaobao told them about the letter he had written to the Tubo Zuzan, which could be considered as a pre-war mobilization. Some of the generals only knew how to fight and were slower to react. They did not understand the meaning behind it and left to find their own troops. Some of them had a calm expression on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. Kutuyu was one of them. After leaving the cabin where Zhang Xiaobao was having a meeting, he did not look for his own troops. Instead, he returned to his own cabin and started to think about things. General, are we really going to help Zhang Xiaobao and the others fight? If we only fight Tubo, it is fine. If we fight the Tujue, our Songma commander-in-chief's manor will be easily targeted by the Tujue. An advisor who had also returned asked Kutuyu worriedly. Fight. No matter who we fight, we have to fight. If we don't fight the Tujue, Zhang Xiaobao will fight us. They are forcing us to do something beyond our ability. But Tiyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately expressed his attitude. General, do they dare? The advisor still did not wish to fight the Tujue. What is there that they don't dare to do? This time, he wrote a letter to Tubo and asked them to send troops. It sounded simple, but it was not the case at all. If Tubo sent troops, they would offend Polishir. They were afraid that Tubo would support Polishir. At that time, Polishir would feel that they were cheated and would take revenge on Tubo. If Tubo did not send troops, it would be even simpler. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong could announce that Jinchuan and Ruoshui did not belong to Tubo. Otherwise, why would they not send troops? Then, they would use Tubo's unilateral destruction of friendship as an excuse to stop the food exchange with Tubo. It was summer now, and Tubo was lacking in food. If Tubo could not help but send troops to attack Zhang Xiaobao, that would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would directly send troops to attack Tubo. Furthermore, they would not use Great Tang's people. If they died, they would not feel any heartache. They would let us attack head-on and disregard the losses. Wang Wan would then lead the elite troops and fight for thousands of miles. Tubo would be completely destroyed. Even if all of our people died and we did not win against Tubo this time, Great Tang would use this opportunity to send troops again. Would Tubo still have people to fight? This is called strategy. We should not have let the two of them go to Jili province. It would have been good if we did not force Li Longji like that. We finally forced him into a corner. Sigh. However, he suddenly regretted it. He finally saw how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. These two people were the treasured swords in Li Longji's hands. They were the kind of swords that would definitely see blood when they were unsheathed. After the 40,000 people walked for a few days on the shore, when they were still 2 days away from the desert, Zuzhenchide of Tubo also received a letter sent by Zhang Xiaobao. He read it again and again, and the more he read, the more worried he became. Who came up with the idea to dig a hole in Wangjiang County in Shuzhou? Investigate again. Those who are lucky enough to survive, capture them and kill them. Zuzhenchide stayed in the palace of Princess Li Nunu of Jincheng and gave an order to the people waiting at the side. This order was baffling. Why did Zuzhenchide remember it after such a long time? Princess Jincheng did not see the letter. She was a Tang person, but she could not do anything about the affairs of both sides, let alone put in much effort. When she heard Zuzhenchide's order, she went closer and advised, Zuzhenchide, if you kill more people, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the people. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart. If not for the person who came up with the idea and made the move, why would Wang Wan come to attack us? If not for them, why would we allow them to stir up the economy of Jiannan Circuit? If not, why would Zhang Xiaobao take revenge? Now, they are here again, and this time, they are even more powerful than before. It's an army of 40,000. Should we fight or not? Since Zuzhenchide could not find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he could only find fault with his own people. We have to deal with the Tujue and Tubo as soon as possible. We can use them to raise cattle and sheep and also use them as a springboard to deal with the north of Hebei province. They have sent out a total of 40,000 soldiers. We can use them to suppress the Tubo and Tujue. When they can't suppress the Tubo and Tujue anymore, we can ask the commander-in-chief to send more soldiers. If we don't agree, we will destroy our friendship. If we agree, we will conserve our strength. What about the imperial court? Your father is going to enter the capital soon. Zhang Shua hasn't made any moves yet. Li Linfu's position has changed slightly. Wang Maozhong and Gu Fushun are still related by marriage. You have to act quickly. I don't want to be caught in the political whirlpool again. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's plan of using troops, which meant that she agreed. She changed the topic and returned to the imperial court. It's still early. Let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is to get in touch with the polycannibals. It wasn't easy for them to come here. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them casually? While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy with the big plan, Xiaobei and the other kids couldn't sit still and were busy with the small plan. 100 guards in their teams received the order and began to make kites. They went to the mountains to find branches, paper, and gunpowder. To be precise, they threw cannons. Can this wind really blow over there tomorrow? How dare they cut down my haloxylon tree? I think they ate a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. Xiaobei put his finger in his mouth and took it out to feel the wind. He muttered angrily.